Attention in the barn. Good morning. This is your 15-minute call for Hereford cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. First call, 15-minute call, Hereford cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. 15-minute call for Chianina bull calves. I need all spring Chianina bull calves to the makeup ring, please. 15-minute call. Attention in the barn. I need Jennifer Roach with the American Chianina Association to the announcer stand in the show ring, please. Jennifer Roach, American Chianina Association. I need you to the announcer stand in Freedom Hall immediate, please. Attention in the barn, this is your 5-minute call. 5-minute call. We need Class 1 Chianina bull calves, Hereford Class 29 cow-calf pairs. Please be bringing all of Class 29 cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring. And we need Class 1, 2, and 3 Chianina bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Let's bring them on down, folks. We need to weigh these cattle, so get here early. Before we start our festivities today, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2015 North American International Livestock Exposition. My name is Kent Jakey. I will serve as your public address announcer for the day. But before we do anything else, would you please rise, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 29 cow-calf pairs into the ring. Chianina exhibitors, let's bring in our Class 1 Spring Chianina bull calves. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our judges for today as we begin our Class 1s. In our National Chianina and Chiangus show, evaluating your cattle today is Mr. Shane Bedwell, the newest member of Holt, Missouri. Shane and his wife Lacey have 2 children, Seeley 4 and Chisholm 1. Shane recently has taken the new position as the COO and Director of Breed Improvement with the American Hereford Association. Shane, we're going to keep watching you today. Make sure you're not looking over the fence all day. Originally from Medicine Lodge, Kansas, Shane graduated from Kansas State University with a Bachelor of Science degree and received his master's at the University of Illinois. For the last 8 years, he has served as the Colorado State University judging team coach and just recently has taken his new position with the American Hereford Association. Let's put our hands together for our judge today in our National Key and Chiangus show, Mr. Shane Bedwell. And in our Hereford ring, evaluating our Herefords for our Hereford National Show here at the North American is Mr. Matt Copeland, Narravisa, New Mexico. Matt, a graduate of Oklahoma State University, moved back to the ranch and is the 4th generation Hereford breeder on his ranch, Copeland and Sons Herefords. Matt and his wife Kyla, along with his mom and dad and grandparents, have 2 production sales every year, the event sale, which is in October, and an annual bull sale. Copeland and Sons market over 400 bulls annually and also have 2 online sales. Once again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Matt Copeland, Narravisa, New Mexico, evaluating your Hereford cattle today. Hereford exhibitors, we will break after our champion cow-calf pair for photos, and we'll move right into our spring heifer calves. So Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 1 spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 1 spring heifer calves to the makeup ring.
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be here at the North American and have the opportunity to judge on the green bark. It's a lot of tradition and history here, and excited to get started here with a great bull class, and bull calf that wins this particular set of them just brings together all the strengths of muscle and power. He still balances very well when you get him out to the side. Gets out and moves structurally. That's a very competitive bull to win this class. From there, it gets a little trickier, in my opinion, and I gave up maybe a little performance to get a bull that conformationally I think is a little sounder in terms of his structure and his hip. I think the bull just needs a little more time to get to where he's going to be, but he's got a nice spread of muscle, nice turn to him, just needs a little bit more time. 2 of the bigger bulls in the class, at least from a frame and length standpoint, set in 3rd and 4th. And I think relative to both of their frames, they could use just a little bit more heart, maybe just a little bit more forerib, but the bull that sets in 3rd gets out of his front end, out of his shoulder just a little bit better. And that's why I kept him over the one that finishes the class. Nice high-performing bull that we'll close with. Plenty of muscle on top in him. Just structurally, I'd like to redesign him a little bit, but a good class to start off our show.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 1 in our Chianina show will be our late Junior Bull Calf champion. Also is entry 88, WHSP Way Cool JR 10C1CM, shown by Whispering Pines, Richardson, Texas. Second, and also our reserve Junior Bull Calf champion, is entry 86, LBG BAM 2CM, shown by Garrett Show Cattle, Richmond, Indiana. Third, entry 85, shown by Banner Show Calves, Eaton, Indiana. And fourth, entry 212, shown by Marion Smith, Lynn, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Spring Bull Calves. I need Class 3 Chianina Bull Calves to the makeup ring, Class 3 Chianina Bull Calves, and Class 4 Fall Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. Let's go ahead and bring Class 5 also. Let's just bring all of our key bulls to the ring, please. Hereford breeders, we will break for photographs of our cow-calf pair, but I do need Class 1A spring heifer calves and 1B spring heifer calves. Let's bring those heifer calves to the makeup ring. We need to get weights on those. Oh, excuse me, no weights. I apologize.
A little bit of variance in this class in terms of kind, but I think home base is the bull that we lead off with. Just the most, not the most extreme in terms of frame, more muscle, just right there in the middle. And then structurally, the bull's the most comfortable, particularly out of his front shoulder and down in his knee and his front feet there. Just gets out and handles himself. Another competitive bull to start off another class. Bull in second runs with him in terms of weight per day of age, and from behind, you'll find that he's the most massive bull in terms of his muscle. He's very shapely and expressive in terms of his pattern. I think with that, though, we need to redesign him up front in his front knee joint and down at the ground. Bull that we'll close the class with, a lot of frame and length to him. Bull that has a fair amount of performance to him, just needs more rib shape relative to his frame and size.
Placing first in Class 2, Chianina Junior Bull Calves is entry 94, BMW Bosa 304C 1CM, shown by Brad Weingartner and family, Lima, Ohio. Second is entry 90, VVCC Southern Storm 2CM, shown by Valley Vista Farm, Scottsburg, Indiana. And third, entry 93, shown by 5J Chianina, Polk City, Iowa. We're now ready for comments in our Class 29 Hereford cow-calves from our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here on the green chips, judging the breed that you love, and it's certainly a good way to start off our show. What a great pair, cow-calf pair class we have out here today. All these cattle are really, really good, and it just comes down to personal nitpicky preferences. The cow that I use to win looks like the cows like I like at home. I think she's the best uttered one that's out here. You love her teat size, her teat placement. I love her bag design. I love her levelness of her udder, and yet she's still angular, feminine, stout, and powerful, putting it all into a nice nice calf. The calf, you know, is not exceptionally great, but a good heifer. You know, she's got a lot of good shape to her. She's deeper bodied than her mother, which is a good thing. You know, if we could just fix this pair, we'd like to make the calf a little stronger, and his top line level her up from her hooks to her pins to make her ideal, but I still think that's an exceptional pair. The pair that comes next is one that's highly presented, highly fitted. You know, I really appreciate the softness, the structure, the added rib and volume that this cow has. But for me, the cow that's in second, she just like to level her up from her front teat to her rear teats, maybe square them up a little bit, maybe make them just a little bit smaller for what I like, but you got to love the power and the bone that she has, and her heifer calf has the stoutness. Really good complete pair right there. Really good pair right here, both on the halter and dragging them around. Like to see these kiddos out here dragging their projects, and these two sure got a nice one here in third, I think. Big, stout, powerful, big, rugged made cow. You really love the power and the volume that she has. We just like to give her just a little bit more milk flow in those first 2 quarters for me to get her any higher today. But guys, you got an awfully nice pair. Got a great little heifer calf. You guys have a lot of fun down the road. Pair that comes next is one that's big and long and angular. You really like the structural integrity of this cow, but for me, her front teeth are just flat too long for me. I'd like to make them tighter and higher up there into her udder for me to get her any higher day, but she's sure nursing a big old stout heifer calf. Same goes for the cow here next. Boy, phenotypically, she's probably the best looking one out here. Really like that female a lot. Love her power, her bone, her structure, but for me, her front teeth are just too long, too big in circumference for me. We just like to make them a little smaller, a little higher and tighter for me. Next pair that comes next, I do admire that about her teat placement over the ones above her, but she wants to get up in her spine and drop from her hooks to her pins, like to make her a little truer from the hock to the ground. Same for this female that comes next, one that you just really appreciate her power, her length of spine. She too has a nice udder on her. We just like to get a little more cow here, maybe give her a little bit more natural milk flow, just make her calf a little bit more prettier and stylish to get her any higher today. Same that goes for the two that round out the class. They're good high quality pairs. Just maybe like to give them just a little bit better udders, give them a little bit more true milk flow to get them any higher today.
Shane.
Good pair of February bull calves here, and I chose to lead off with one that just has a little more to him in terms of his rib shape, the turn that he has right there in his forerib. I like the masculinity, but yet still the youthfulness of that bull and just the power that he has. He gets out and handles himself adequate, and I like his flexibility that he has down in his hock. The one in second complements him very well up front. Bullet's a little sounder up in his front knee and his toes. I like his length of body and just the structure of that bull. To me, just gets a little narrower there through his chest and gets a little closer there at his hock there for me. But a good pair of bulls. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placing first in Class 3, Chianina Junior Bull Calves is entry 213, LMJ Peterbilt 2CM, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Second, entry 95, SC Capone 503C, shown by Emily Sennett, Waynestown, Indiana, and Mustang Draw Cattle Company. We now will be selecting our Division II Chianina Junior Bull Calf Champion. Chianina exhibitors, I need entry 16 and 100 to the makeup ring, please. Entry 16 and 100. Chianina exhibitors, please be bringing Class 6 and 7 junior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Chianina exhibitors, I need Class 6 and 7 to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, I'm still missing entries 2 and 4 from 4B Cattle Company to the makeup ring for Class 1A spring heifer calves. Let's get those calves down there. In our Hereford ring, Class 29 cow-calf pairs. Placing first is entry 402, HME Aldi's A15ET, shown by Hardy Malcolm Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. This will be your grand champion cow-calf pair. Second was entry 403, BF144U Serenity 303A, shown by Brumley Farms, Oroveda, Nevada, Jeremy Reno, Oroveda, Nevada, and Daryl and Elizabeth Reish, Nampa, Idaho. This will be your reserve grand champion cow-calf pair. Third, entry 398, KF Candy 233A, shown by Madison Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 400, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Fifth, entry 399, shown by Allison Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Sixth, entry 404, shown by William Dewig, Waldron, Indiana. Seventh, entry 405, shown by Thomas Patrick Smith, Hamlin, New York. Eighth, entry 406, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. And ninth, entry 408, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. Now comments from our judge in our Chianina ring on our division champion.
Very good first division here, not a lot of numbers, but plenty of good bulls to pick from depending on where you want to set your priorities. Bull out of the first class has a tremendous amount of style to him, but yet he's very athletic, gets out and handles himself very free on the move. Anything, I'd like to square him up a little bit up through his front end in terms of how he sets down. He wants to turn out ever so slightly, but bull that still has plenty of muscle to him, puts together an unrivaled amount of style here in this lineup. Bull out of the second class, we just talked to him, very thick and massive, powerful in terms of his bone and his feature. Bull that I think is pretty nice. Pick on him just a little bit. Maybe he's just a little bit rounder than the bull in front of him in terms of his build, but still handles it very well in terms of the move. So I think you can go either way. The one that best suits me is out of that first class. He'll be our division champion. We'll come here for reserve division. Thank you.
Selected as your Division II Chianina Junior Bull Calf Champion is entry 94, BMW Bosa 304C 1CM, shown by Weingartner Cattle Company, Lima, Ohio. And reserve is entry 213, LMJ Peterbilt 2CM, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Senior Bull Calves, single entry.
Just a single entry here in the fall yearling class. Bull that I like quite a bit in terms of just his basic build and body and rib. Bull that's very flexible, but yet still stout in terms of his makeup. Bull that could have stood a little more competition. So congratulations on a nice single entry.
Class 4, our class winner, and also our champion senior bull calf will be entry 16, Ard Ridge Vision 1CM, shown by Ard Ridge Genetics, Nancy, Kentucky. Now please bring in our Class 5 entry, entry 100. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Chianina Bull.
Pretty impressive single entry again. I understand that this bull's coming 3-year-old, and it's hard to keep big bulls still athletic and been on the concrete or tie-outs all week long, and a bull that can get out and move and still handle himself as well as this herd sire does is pretty impressive. Still fresh in his condition and just very competitive. So congratulations. We'll bring him in and talk about him a little bit more for a champion.
Placing first in Class 5, our single entry and also our Division 6 Senior Yearling Champion Bull is entry 100 WCC Lone Ranger 399A, shown by Wilson Cattle Company and Todd Brink, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Chianina bulls. We will take pictures and then move right into our Chianina Spring Heifer calves. While Shane is evaluating our Chianina bulls, I would also like to remind everyone that if you have family and friends that are at home that cannot attend the North American, they can watch us live online. And if you've got a pen real handy, you can write this website down. You can pass this along to your family and friends. The website is www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html. Once again, that is www.livestockexpo.org/livestream.html. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank Lindy at Lindy's Livestock Photos for her partnership with the North American in taking all of our official photographs. If you'd like to view any photographs that you've had taken or look at any of the ring shots that have been taken throughout the week, you can visit their office at the entrance of Freedom Hall from the cattle barn, or you can go to their website at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's Lindy's, Lindes, livestockphotos.com. We have two backdrops at the announcer stands, but we've also added one to the back in the makeup ring. So feel free to go to any three of those backdrops. We have representatives from Lindy's at all three backdrops. Thank you.
Some definite quality and definitely some really good cattle out here, no more than the numbers that we had. I think all four bulls out of their respective divisions came out of there obviously pretty easy with the two single entries, but I like both of these calves quite a bit and read a lot of future and good in them on down the road. Just some really good pieces that they put together. I think it comes down to, for me at least out here, between our two bigger bulls, the fall bull that won his class. I like him quite well. I think he's a yearling bull right now that is massive in terms of just his body and his rib. To me, he's shaped as good as any of them out here. Then he gets out and structures really well, maintains a nice collected motion on the move in terms of his top line, how he holds everything together. Big bull, it's, like I said in class, it's hard to keep one together as good as what they've done. And bull's very sound and he's athletic, still has a quality and stylish look about him. Bull, it's pretty tough to turn. So congratulations. Let's put your hands together for these key breeders and we'll select you a champion bull.
Selected as your grand champion, Chianina bull is entry 100, WCC Lone Ranger 399A, shown by Wilson Cattle Company and Todd Brink, Cloverdale, Indiana. And your reserve grand champion bull is entry 16, Ardridge Vision 1CM, shown by Ardridge Genetics, Nancy, Kentucky. Let's take those photographs real quick, folks, and then we'll move right into our spring heifer calves.
We're ready to bring in our first class of calves.
Okay. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 1A spring heifer calves in the ring. Class 1A spring heifer calves are in the ring. I need Class 1B spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 1B Hereford spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Chianina exhibitors, I need Class 6 and 7. Chianina spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Chianina exhibitors, Class 6 and 7, spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. While Matt is evaluating our class of spring heifer calves, it is my pleasure to introduce your new National Hereford Queen, Miss Taylor Matheny, Mayslick, Kentucky. Taylor is a freshman at Kansas State University. Good girl. She's been showing Hereford cattle since age of 7. She's a fifth-generation Hereford breeder, president of the Kentucky Junior Hereford Association, and Kansas State University Block and Bridle representative. She's majoring in agricultural communications and animal science. Also assisting Taylor in the ring today is Miss Megan Underwood, our Kentucky Hereford princess. Megan is a 15-year-old daughter of Doug and Darylyn Underwood from Campbellsville, Kentucky. She has one brother, Ryan, and is a sophomore at Taylor County High School. She's active in Taylor County FFA. Megan is also active with the family Hereford farm, Underwood Farms. Thank you to both Taylor and Megan for assisting us in the ring today, passing out all of our awards.
Boy, what a nice way to start off our heifer calf show here on the Hereford side. Really intriguing class here, late spring-born babies. The one that wins, is she the biggest and the stoutest one out here? No, probably not. But is she the most complete? In my mind, yes, she is. And simply, she's just the most structurally correct from the ground up. I love her way she is from her hock to her pastern, the way she hits the chips. She's extra green, but yet she's still really feminine. She's elegant in her shoulder design. She's bold and big-ribbed, has a nice swoop to her belly. Just a really nice kind of a female right here that's the structurally most correct one out here in the drive in my mind. One that comes next is one that I really like the top and the hip that she has in her. I like her pin width set better than the one that's above her. But for me, she wants to run downhill just a little bit, wants to break behind those shoulder blades, get a little pulled apart there at the top of her shoulder, like to lay that a little tighter into her spine, maybe wants to get just a little wide fronted on the stand compared to our first one up front, but a really good female. If you like them big, long, and powerful and pretty, this is the one for you. I love that about that female. But for me, she wants to get too short-strided. She wants to hawk in. Just like to see her get out and go with more freedom and athletic and freedom and ease to get her any higher today. Same with the heifer that comes next. One that I love, the power and the rib that she has and the stoutness. Just really wants to toe out on that left front on the stand and the go and drive those hawks too hard in the chips for me today. Two heifers that round out the class are both similar types and kinds. Really young, really green, a lot of good future to them. Just get out horsed in this class for me today.
Placing first in Class 1A, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves is entry 14, SRF Pumpkin Spice, shown by Chase Laudeman and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Second, entry 5, M&M 764 Edith 535, shown by Kelsey Decker, Pickerington, Ohio. Third, entry 16, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth, entry 6, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth, entry 2, shown by 4B Cattle Company, Bland, Missouri. And sixth is entry 4, shown by 4B Cattle Company, Bland, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 1B Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Class 1B Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. I need Class 2A. I need Class 2A Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Chianina exhibitors, we have completed our pictures of our champion bulls. Let's bring Class 6 Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Okay, key exhibitors, let's bring that Class 6 in. Attention Chianina exhibitors. Class 6, spring heifer calves is in the ring. I need all Class 7 Chianina spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. You are late. Let's get Class 7 to the makeup ring.
Profiler right back over here. Start into our female show here with a pair of May heifer calves, and ladies female here that wins the class just has a little more rib and just substance to her right now, and strength, like the dimension and just the width that she maintains, but still has a nice condition to her and still a lot of balance. A nice place to start in this class. 1 2nd's more refined, and I like the smoothness up through her front 1/3, length of body that she has. Just a little greener, needs a little more time to get where she's going to be structurally. I don't know if she sits down quite as comfortable as that class 1 in heifer, but a nice green heifer to close with.
Placing first in Class 6, Chianina spring heifer calves is entry 105, BCC Breathless 2CM, shown by Butcher Cattle Company, Good Hope, Illinois. Second is entry 101, SIMP VBS Stars and Candy 315C, shown by Haley Simpson, Falmouth, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 7. Class 7 Chianina spring heifer calves. Class 7 is in the ring. Please bring Class 8 to the makeup ring, and Class 9, let's get those heifers down here, folks. Class 8 and 9 Chianina spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, what a really nice class here on this side. A lot of different ways and types and kinds that you can go. The heifer that wins for me, though, I think she's just simply the nicest balance and the best put together. And in terms of condition is where I like to see them at this stage of the game for their age. I really like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder blades. I like her length and femininity. I like her length of spine, her length of hip. I like the added advantage in hip shape over the one that's in second. Right there under her pins and her tail head set. She's awfully sound, floats around the ring. I just think this female has an awfully nice future ahead of her. The heifer that comes in second is one that I just simply admire and truly love when she gets out on the move. That hind leg is as good as you can make it. Soft pastern, big bone, big footed. But for me, she wants to get up in the center portion of her spine ever so slightly when you set her into motion and gives up just a little pin width compared to the one that's above her. But a really good kind of a female. Really stout kind of a female that comes here. Really love and admire that about her. She wants to get a little too coarse and open her shoulder for me. Maybe just a little bit too chesty in terms of her condition at this stage of the game. Maybe like to see her just a scotch softer pastern compared to the two above her, but an awfully good kind of a female. A really good sharp angler female that comes next. Long, sleek, and elegant made about her front 1/3. She's flat in her shoulder. She's long spine. She's good in her tail head. Maybe just gives up too much power right down from behind her shoulder blades all the way to her forerib compared to the three above her. We give her a shot of power there. Maybe tied her up right there on top of her shoulder blades. We'll get her up a spot or two, but I think that'll come in time. She's still nice and green. Really good heifer here. This best days are ahead of her. You know, you really like the look that she gives you. We wanting to fight the halter out here a little bit. Just gets a little straight off her hock. Wants to get a little straight on the go on that front knee. Maybe wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly, but a really good kind of a female. Female that comes next is one that just kind of fits this hole. She best combines structure and integrity and yet cow power besides below the ones that are below her. The heifer that comes next, you know, we really like the growth and performance that she has, her length of spine, her length of hip. Just like to see a little bit more natural rib and dimension to her, give her just a little stouter appearing look there and then maternal aspect. The two heifers that round out the class are Sound and Cowie prospects. They just get out horsed in this class for me today.
Placing first in Class B, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves is entry 24, M&M 561Z Camellia 509, shown by M&M Cattle Company, West Burlington, New York. Second is entry 30, Perks 1058 Copper Lady 5108, shown by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Third, entry 21, shown by Emily Brown, Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth, entry 22, shown by Maddox Coop, Lancaster, Ohio. Fifth, entry 25, Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Sixth, entry 20, shown by Madison Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh, entry 18, shown by Patrick Duddy, Lafayette, New Jersey. And eighth is entry 29, Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. And ninth is entry 26, 4B Cattle Company, Bland, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 2A, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Class 2A, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves are in the ring. We need Class 2B, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 2B, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
Stop where
Nice class. April's here, and undisputedly the heifer that puts together the most quality, but yet still a lot of strength and power there to her is the one that we start the class with. Just really well built and sound up through her front end and that structure. Really like the depth of heart, but yet she's still fresh condition when you study her up through the shape of her neck. think a very high quality heifer to start off with. One in second just kind of falls there as well. Nice balanced heifer, a very high quality female. From the profile, still a great turn to her in terms of her top and the rib. I don't know if she's quite as comfortable, maybe doesn't tie that neck as good out of the top of her shoulder as her class winner, but a very outstanding heifer to set in second. The one in third here, a lot of rib and body to her. Heifer that's probably got a little more condition on her and what she needs at this stage in the game, but she's very good at the ground in terms of her feet. Big-bodied female, it just gets a little plainer. Red female coming out is very good stopped, and I like this heifer. The lady shows her with a lot of presence, and there's a lot of style in her. When she gets out and moves, she wants to paddle, push out of her front end just a little bit more awkwardly. The female coming out next in 5 here. Nice lined, very petite heifer, has a nice quality look about her. Gets a little narrower and flatter in terms of her base width. Red heifer that sets on down the line here, more muscle shape to her, just gets a little narrower through her jaw and her head, just a little tighter in terms of her rib and body. The female that will finish out the class with a lot of leg and length of body just needs a little more moderation for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 7 is entry 117, BMW Miss Ace 410C, shown by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. Second, entry 115, Holt MS Greta C101C, shown by Holt Cattle Company, Mina, South Dakota. Third, entry 121, shown by Snake Run Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. Fourth, entry 122, shown by Lawton Hawley, Gibsonburg, Ohio. Fifth, entry 124, shown by Premier Genetics, Horse Cave, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 125, shown by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. And seventh, entry 126, shown by 5J Chianina, Polk City, Iowa. We now will be selecting our Division I Junior Chianina Heifer Calf Champion. Chianina exhibitors, I need Class 8 and 9 to the makeup ring, please. Chianina Spring Heifer Calves, Class 8 and 9 to the makeup ring immediately.
Nice division again, and these are early heifer calves, and I think both of them have a tremendous amount of shape and turn to their rib cage. They're powerful females that still balance pretty well from the side. I think there's one that just takes it a step further with a little more front end quality, yet still a really nice hip and hind leg and balance there from the side. We're going to go ahead and use the heifer out of the second class for a division champion. The one up front will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Selected as your Division I champion female is entry 117, BMW Miss Ace 410C, shown by Ladd Landgraf, Madill, Oklahoma. And your reserve Division I champion is entry 105, BCC Breathless 2CM, shown by Butcher Cattle Company, Good Hope, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Chianina Spring Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 9 and 10 Chianina Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 9 and 10 to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, what an exceptional class over here. The female that starts off for me, though, I just really admire her from a balance standpoint and a power standpoint. I mean, this is cow power written all over it. Big, square hip. She's stout, thick-ended, but yet still keeps it flat and angular like a female should. She's bold and big in her rib. Love how soft she is from her chest floor all the way back into her rear flank and udder. She's smooth and she's sound when she goes around the ring off her hind two. You know, if I'm going to pick on this female, I'd like to set her back in there at her knee, ever so slightly. Wants to get a smidgen straight there. Maybe gets a little bit cresty right there in the center portion of her neck because she's getting just almost too much grease on her for me today. But boy, she's sure 12 o'clock today. A heifer here that's one that's very captivating and intriguing to me. One that doesn't reach out in this class and just grab you right off of the get-go, but when you start breaking her down, there's not a whole lot wrong with her. Really sound, really functional, complete kind of a female. Love her from behind her shoulders all the way to her heart. That's where she has the big advantage of the heifer over third. She just needs a little bit more time, I think. Maybe just clean her up right there in her throat for me today, right here for what I'm liking, but a really good kind of a solid female. Really classy and powerfully elegant designed female here in third. Love her look. She's the best looking one that's out here by far, and yet she's still powerful and still sound off those front two. If I'm going to change her for me, though, it's behind her shoulder blades to her heart. She just runs out of cow power right there. Maybe wants to drive that that right hock just a little bit hard for me today. The heifer that comes next is just a really good, complete kind of a female. She has a nice look. I love her in terms of her condition. She's fresh. I really like that about her. But for me out here, she wants to get just a little bit round from her hooks to her pins, get up underneath herself when she gets into motion, maybe like to square out on the corners of those hocks to get her any higher today. But I think that'll come in time. That's a nice female, just needs more time. One of the greenest heifers in the class out here is this fancy, elegant made female. Got a lot of good to her. She just gets out powered. Maybe like to level her up in her spine when you set her into motion to get her any higher today. Really stout, powerful kind of a female that comes next. Admire the bone in the foot that she has, but she gets too coarse and open in her shoulder. She wants to get round out of her hip and just too rugged made for a female for me today. Heifer that comes next, love the lower 1/3 rib and dimension and volume that she has. Just like to see her a little bit laid back in her shoulder and her spine. Wants to get a little straight in her shoulder. Maybe wants to get a little round out from those hooks to those pins. Really classy, elegant female right here. Just needs more natural rib and volume and dimension for me to get her any higher. Same goes for three heifers that round out the class. They're sound, functional, good kind of cattle. Just get out powered in this class.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 2A, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves is entry 43, Showtime Swim, 523 ET, shown by Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Second, entry 38, Purple Winona 87C, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 99, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth, entry 40, shown by Delhawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Fifth, entry 46, shown by Curtis Curry, McAllister, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 36, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Seventh, entry 45, shown by Sage Samuel and Sarah Lawrence, Avila, Indiana. Eighth, entry 32, shown by Macy Curry, Okima, Oklahoma. Ninth, entry 47, shown by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. And 10th, entry 44, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. 11th, entry 41, shown by Carly Musser, Otterbein, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 2B, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Class 2B, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves are in the ring. Please bring Class 2C, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. We need Class 2C, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
This is an outstanding set of females, and right out of the gate, I want to tell you this one just puts together a tremendous amount of quality. So good at the ground in terms of her foot and the structure, and still has a look of continuation. she's still shaped very well. I think that's a big time, very, very high quality heifer that wins a deep class and an outstanding set of females all the way through. I like the one in second a lot, just from a cow standpoint. I love her rib and her body, the length of spine that she has. She gets out of her front end, and the structure of her, a perfect hind leg and very attractive. She's maybe not as true as some of the other heifers in here, but at the same time, very cowy, very female in her look, like the length of body that she has. This white-legged heifer set up from the stand is as intriguing as any of them, very bold-ribbed and true in terms of her shape, very wide in terms of her hip. Personally, I'd like to see her a little bigger footed down at the ground to kind of match the rest of her, but at the same time, a very, very good heifer. Female that comes next in fourth, probably as powerful and as massive as anything that we have in the class. Heifer that has a lot of stoutness to her structure, and then yet at the stand, a heifer that's very clean and has that neck and just that quality, and how they put her together and how they build her today is impressive. When we get her out on the motion, for me right now, she opens up a little bit more at the top of her shoulder, gets a little bit shorter bodied. Female coming out next in this class, another deep rib, big bodied female, just a little steeper in the angle of her shoulder. I'd like to see her go a little bit better. Big old stout white flanked heifer coming out next. It's real thick and dimensional, maybe a little more terminal in terms of her look for me though. Heifer that we come next with, long bodied and extended, just a little more erect in terms of both ends of her structure. The heifer that we close the class with just needs a little more time. She's a very moderate female that has a lot of rib and dimension to her, just gets a little plainer and more off right there and behind her shoulders. An excellent class. Please give them a big round of applause.
Placing first in Class 8, Chianina Spring Heifer Calves is entry 131, SC Candace 12C, shown by Ellie Sennett, Waynetown, Indiana. Second, entry 134, BPF Miss Me 528C, shown by Bushy Park Farm, Mitchell, South Dakota. Third, entry 214, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Fourth, entry 138, shown by Bailey Garwood, Columbiana, Ohio. Fifth, entry 130, shown by Snake Run Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. Sixth, entry 142, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Seventh, entry 84, shown by Sheets Chiangus, West Lafayette, Indiana. And eighth, entry 139, shown by Snake Run Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 9, Spring Chianina Heifer Calves. In the ring now is Class 9. We need Class 10 to the makeup ring, and Class 11, 12, and 13. Please bring Chianina Spring Heifer Calves Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, another outstanding class of females here. The heifer that rises to the top, she is really, really good where she's awesome. And it's from her shoulders back. You got to love the rib and the volume and the cow power and the dimension that she has, compelled with the stoutness, the bone and the footwork, the structural integrity. She's so much sounder from her knee to her front pastern than the one that sets in second. However, with that being said, if I was going to change this female, I'd like to see her neck come out a little better out top of her shoulders, clean her up in her chest floor, maybe make her just a little bit longer neck from the back of her ear to the point of her shoulder blade. But that's a very intriguing individual in my mind. Now here's the one that's got an awfully nice look. I love the way her neck comes out top of her shoulders better. I love the extension that she has through her front 1/3 over the one that's above her. But for me, it's on the stop up front. She wants to just get a little, just widen that knee for me to get her any higher today. We fix that, she'd probably win the class. A really good green heifer that comes here, and I appreciate that in terms of her freshness, in terms of her condition. You know, for me though, she just runs out of power for me. Like to see her a little softer in her rib design there and her forerib compared to the two that are above her, but just a really good, complete kind of a female. A very nice, attractive female from the profile right here. Boy, you just really love her rib and her volume. You admire that about the one that's above her. She's stout and she's square hipped. She's big boned and big footed. She just gets too narrow chested and wants to splay out up front. We fix that. We can move her up a spot or two as well. A really nice green heifer that comes next, really smooth and complete and good balance. Just needs more time, and that's fine. These are just baby calves. They got a long road to go. That's just a really good, complete kind of female that gets out horsed. Really cowy, maternal made kind of a female here. I like a lot of things about her. She just gives up the show heifer look and pizzazz for what I'm looking for today, but appreciate the cow that one is. The heifer that comes next is a little fancier looking from the profile than the ones above her, but she's a little straight in her shoulder, gets a little straight in her knee, wants to get up underneath herself when she gets out and go, like to just true her up from the hock to the ground. A really good, complete kind of a female here, but for me, she wants to get too hard in her rib design, too flat in her rib. When you view her out of the center portion of her spine, like to just flatten her up there at the top side of her shoulder blades. The two heifers that round out the class, the next one's a little bit high in birth weight for what I'm looking for today. And both these females, they just need to be just a little softer made, a little truer as they go from end to end.
Placing first in Class 2B Hereford Spring Heifer Calves is entry 62, Purple Yolanda, 68C, shown by Kaylee Shelton, Frederick, Maryland. Second, entry 71, Purple Darlene, 62C, shown by Baja Cattle, Knoxville, Iowa. Third, entry 51, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Fourth, entry 49, shown by Aubrey Cattle Company, Monrovia, Indiana. Fifth, entry 79, shown by Jim Young, Springfield, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 57, shown by Allison Stevens, New Salem, Illinois. Seventh, entry 59, shown by Dustin Parker, Alexandria, Indiana. Eighth, entry 76, shown by Gracie and Rose McKinney's, Newcastle, Indiana. Ninth, entry 69, shown by Kristen Bilema, Ada, Michigan. And 10th, entry 106, shown by Riley, Lauren, and Brett Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 2C Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. We need Class 2D Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 2D Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
Another really high-quality class with probably a little more give and take in it relative to kind. Probably the biggest thing I'd change about this heifer that wins the class is her attitude, because she absolutely fights the halter and never wants you to really relax and show off herself. But I'm telling you that I really like her a lot in terms of her basic shape, the way she's built in her rib and how she maintains that. I think she's still very sound and correct when she gets out and moves, and I really like her front end, how she ties it together, her shoulder and her forerib in a comparative sense relative to the heifers that comes next and second and third. one and second is very good as well. I like the quality of her, like how she gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder. She sweeps back into the rear third of her body with a great turn or rib. I just like to change that shoulder and how it comes into her forerib right now. She gets a little uneven in terms of her top line when she goes right together. Heifer here in third's a little bit different yet, and definitely wouldn't give up on this heifer because she's just green. Needs a little more time, but a female that has a tremendous amount of quality to her. Love the refinement up through her head and the length of the body that she has. Just maybe doesn't have quite the shape in terms of her forerib right now and how she comes down into her chest for me. And she's one that, again, fights the halter just a little bit, a little more uncertain in how she holds that top line together. Female here in third, the white flanked heifer, very massive in terms of her body and just the width and power that she has. A female that needs to be just a little bit more athletic and comfortable when she gets out on the move. Then we'll work down into a pair of heifers, or this heifer coming out next, I guess, that has a tremendous amount of length aside. I like the femininity and smoothness there that she has. Again, structurally, as you study her, just a little more off in terms of her stride. A little shorter bodied, more massive muscled heifer coming out next in the lineup that has a tremendous amount of rib and width, just a little smaller footed, and the heifer it's a little quicker in terms of her head and her kind. The female that will close the class with more performance and weight per day of age to her. Female that just needs to be corrected down at the ground in her feet and just make her a little more feminine in terms of her kind. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 9, Chianina Spring Heifer Calves is entry 153. TRJC Courtney 29C, shown by Jones Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Second is entry 215. LMJ Miss Charlotte 832, shown by Riley Lanham, Flora, Indiana. Third, entry 151, shown by Parker Lockhart, Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 152, shown by Four Roses Cattle Company, Logansport, Indiana. Fifth, entry 150, shown by Brad Johnson, Kimmel, Indiana. Sixth, entry 149, shown by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. And seventh, entry 145, shown by Cade Banner, Eaton, Indiana. We have a single entry, Class 10. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II Chianina Heifer Calf Champion. Attention Chianina exhibitors, this is your last call for Class 11. Class 11 Chianina winner heifer calves. From Bucher Cattle Company, we need entries 159 and 158. You're in the next class.
Single entry here in our January class to finish out our division, and then we'll judge it here, a female that has some performance and weight per day of age and just volume there to her. We'll get her back out here in the lineup here in a little bit and discuss her a little further, but congratulations on your win.
Placing first in Class 10, Chianina Junior Heifer Calves is entry 156, GXK MS Shirley 04C, shown by Rebecca Riggs, Glenwood, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division II Early Junior Chianina Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion. Attention Hereford breeders, I need entry 103 for Class D. Entry 103 from Class D to the makeup ring, please. Matt?
Boy, really nice female here to start off this class. Just completes the best way to describe her. She's sound, she's functional, she's mobile. She gets around the way that I like them to get out and travel, and yet she still has a really nice, classy, feminine, and elegant look. She's good in her shoulder, but yet explosive in the top side and the bottom side of her rib and her hip. Just a really good, complete kind of a female. You know, if we're going to pick on one and she's still green, maybe like to give her just a little bit of shot, more natural meat right behind her shoulder blades, but a good kind of a female. Female that comes second is one that I like a lot too from a profile standpoint. Boy, she's good looking, and I like in terms of her condition the way that she's brought to us. But for me, I'd like to see her just a little bit more natural, that teardrop shape in that belly and that front 1/3 tying into that forerib. Maybe make her just a little bit softer off her hock as she gets out and goes compared to the one above her, but a really nice female. A female here that I truly love from her shoulder back. Gosh, she's just so broody and cowy and big hipped and big boned and big footed and squishy pastern on those hind to. If we could just lay her back in her shoulder and her spine a little bit more natural and true, and set her knee back and let her reach out there with a longer, more athletic stride, she'd get up higher today. Just like to fix that with that female right there. A really nice, soggy made kind of a female that comes next to us. You love the rib and the volume and the dimension. Love that natural sweep and teardrop shape to that lower 1/3, and yet she still has plenty of cow power. But for me, she wants to get up in the center portion of her spine. She wants to get a little coarse and open in her shoulder and wants to drop from those hooks to those pins when you set her out on the motion. Heifer that comes next is similar in type, kind of the ones above her. Maybe just a little bit true in her spine, leveler from her hooks to her pins, but she just runs out a natural meat right behind there in her pin bone set. Like to see her walk with a little more natural width the base, set on down those corners a little truer and easier. Here's a really nice heifer here, and I want to take a minute to talk about this one. You really like the silhouette that this female gives you. Boy, she's as good looking as any of them that's out here, and yet still good rib. She's very green, and I think her best days are ahead of her. She just gets out horsed in this class today for me. Same goes for this heifer that comes next. One that you got a lot of look and a lot of power to. Maybe like to see her a little better in her shoulder blades. Maybe wants to get a little coarse and open there for me today.
Now comments in our Chianina ring and our division from our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
Well, we're starting to get a few more numbers in these classes and be able to kind of put together a type and kind a little easier, but very, very pleased with how this division's going to end up, and I think there's been a tremendous amount of quality in these heifer calf classes, and looking forward to how it builds from here. The heifer out of the first class, just a tremendous female when you study her up through her head, the shape of her neck, and then the length of her body. What I enjoy looking about this female is when she handles it so well out on the move. She comes together and gives you the same view and just the same quality and style. Plenty of muscle to her, plenty of rib to her. I think the best days are in front of that heifer, and they're pretty good right now. So that's a very, very high quality female. The one out of the second class, again, we talked about her. Her attitude's just not the best today, but I think that's a tremendous female. Has a lot of cow character and just volume and rib there to her. Still good at the ground in terms of her feet and how she sets down on her ankle. Just her attitude hurts her a little bit today, but that heifer's shape of rib and forerib, how she's built in terms of just that quality, again, up through her front end, I think's very nice. And the heifer that was a single entry, plenty of performance and thickness and dimension, maybe just doesn't come in quite the same mold in terms of that balance and style that I'm trying to put together. So congratulate these exhibitors on this heifer calf division, and I'll show you a couple of my favorites.
Selected as your Division II Chianina heifer calf champion is entry 131 SC Candace 12C, shown by Ellie Sennett, Waynetown, Indiana. Congratulations, Ellie. And Tommy. And your Division II Reserve Champion female is entry 153 TRJC Courtney 29C, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Congratulations. In our Hereford ring now is Class 2D. Class 2D Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf Champion. Placings from Class 2C. First is entry 75, Soul Diana 5469, shown by Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Second, entry 94, Ramses Gabriel Dottie, E.T., shown by Ramses Herefords, Greenfield, Indiana. Third, entry 83, shown by Aubrey Cattle Company, Monrovia, Indiana. Fourth, entry 88, shown by Brumley Farms, Oro Veda, Nevada, Fifth, entry 89, shown by Lindsey Black, Chariton, Iowa, and Colton Black, Chariton, Iowa. Sixth, entry 55, shown by Amanda Bacon, Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. And seventh is entry 96, shown by Riley, Lauren, Brett, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Once again, Class 2D spring heifer calves are in the ring. We will be selecting our spring heifer calf champion. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 5A junior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 5A Hereford junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. On our Chianina side right now is Class 11. Class 11, Chianina, winner heifer calves. Please bring Class 12, 13, 14, and 15 to the makeup ring, please. Chianina exhibitors, Class 12, 13, 14, and 15 to the makeup ring, please.
We've got just a pair here and start into these falls, and Ladies heifer just has a little more performance to her. I think she's bolder in rib and just a little higher volume. I like the shape of her head and the length that she has there through her front end and her neck just a little bit more. Both the heifers could be squared up just a little bit from knee to ground and how they sit down on those front feet, but I just think the female that leads off the class has a little more volume. More moderate heifer that sits in second probably has just as much width or maybe even more as you get in behind her. Heifer that gets a little tight in terms of her movement and how she comes down there at the ground. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 11, winner Chianina heifer calves is entry 159, BCC Anastasia, shown by Bucher Cattle Company, Good Hope, Illinois. Second, entry 158, BCC Maya, shown by Bucher Cattle Company, Good Hope, Illinois. Now comments in our Hereford ring from our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Boy, folks, here, what a pair of heifers. Boy, these two are exceptional in their type and their kind, I think. The heifer that wins for me, she just simply ties together from the top of her shoulder blade to her tail head better. She runs a little bit more uphill, which I like that. She's really soft in her ribs. She's sound and good off both ends. Also, too, she's got a little bit more set, natural flex to that knee when she gets out and goes compared to the heifer in second. Now, if I'm going to pick on this female, I'd like to just lean her up there in terms of her condition and her chest floor compared to the one that's in second, but a nice female. Heifer in second, I love her look. Boy, she is smoking good looking now. I like the way her neck comes out top of her shoulder, like her terms of condition and freshness. I like her stoutness and boldness of hip. I like her boldness of rib. But for me, she wants to run downhill ever so slightly compared to the one that's above her. Wants to get a little bit harder in her hock when she gets out and goes. We fix those two things, she's easy class winner. Really broody made female right here. You love the width and dimension, the cow power that she has. But with that being said, she wants to get a little coarse and open in the front part of her shoulder for me. Wants to get a little plainer through that front 1/3. Gets a little cresty in her neck for this stage of the game. But I truly admire the cowiness and broodiness that this female possesses. Heifer that comes next is one that's super long spined, really long and elegant made about her front 1/3 as well. But maybe gets too much. She wants to get a little narrow chested, like the blower part there in her lower 1/3 of her skeletal design, just make her cowier and softer and easier doing look. Heifer that comes next is one that you appreciate the rib and volume that she has. She just needs to get out and go better off of both ends for me today. Same for the heifer that comes next. You know, you really like her in terms of her freshness and condition, but she wants to get up and her spine just gets a little outpowered. Same for the 3 heifers that round out the class. They're good, high-quality brood cow kind of females, just need a little bit more structural integrity off of either end, maybe get up in their spine just a smidgen, maybe just like give them a little bit more show ring look for me today.
Placing first in Class 2D Spring Heifer Calves is entry 105, Purple Caitlin 38C, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second, entry 97, Ramsey CSF Gabrielle Marie, shown by Ramsey Herefords, Greenfield, Indiana, and Cottonwood Springs Farm, Cedar, Michigan. Third, entry 104, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Fourth, entry 103, shown by Lawton Hawley, Gibsonburg, Ohio. Fifth, entry 100, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Sixth, entry 109, shown by William Duig, Waldron, Indiana. Seventh, entry 101, shown by Eubank Farms, Oblong, Illinois. 8th, entry 107, shown by Thomas Smith, Hamlin, New York. And 9th is entry 111, shown by Olivia Williams, Fairfield, Virginia. We now will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf champion in our Hereford ring. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 5A Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 5A Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
Really nice pair of November females here, and the heifer that I chose to lead off with, to me, is just a little more correct in terms of her female look and just how she maintains that spine and top line. She's more relaxed in all of her angles and her joints. I think that allows her to drop down a little bolder and more correct in terms of her body and her rib, and just get out more comfortably like a female needs to out on the move. Female in second has as much weight per day of age and performance as she does. Actually prefer the muscle and the width and the dimension that she has down her top. Just doesn't have quite the turn to her rib and her body. Structurally, she gives up some of that comfortability that we get in our class winner.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 12 is entry 160, WLCF Miss Blackout, shown by Cole Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And second is entry 162, TDR Bianca 54B, shown by Taylor Ray, Campbellsburg, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 13 Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III Senior Chianina Heifer Calf Champion. Please bring Chianina exhibitors, please bring Class 14, 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring. Chianina exhibitors, I'd like Class 14, 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring, please.
Another competitive female that wins this class and definitely could stand more competition. We'll get her back out here in the division and break them down a little bit more, but congratulations on your win.
Placing first in Class 13 is entry 163, Ard Ridge Deaf Eileen 444, shown by Colin Howd, Paris, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our Division III Senior Heifer Calf Champion. While we're getting ready to make our selections in our Chianina ring for our division, I'd like to introduce your National Chianina Queen, Miss Madison Brown from Clifton, Texas. Madison attends Blinn College and has shown Chianina for 8 years and has been extremely involved on all of the boards on the state and national level. She's studying biomedical sciences and will transfer to Texas A&M University to continue pursuing her career in vet medicine. Helping her today is Alexis Hardgrove, also from Clifton, Texas, your National Chianina Princess. Alexis has shown Chianina cattle for 7 years Not only has she served as Texas Junior Board member, but also Texas Chianina Queen. She is currently the valedictorian of her class and plans to attend Texas A&M University and major in animal science. Thank you, girls, for being here to help us pass out all the awards today in our Chianina show. Now comments in our Hereford ring from our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Well, Hereford enthusiasts, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for an outstanding division and start off our heifer show. We'll briefly talk these and keep rolling. We've got a lot of cattle to go through. The heifer that wins our first class, just young and green, but complete and cool. A lot of nice, bright future to her. Heifer calf that wins our second class is one that's very captivating and intriguing to me, but she too is like the one that's in front of her. I think her best days are ahead of her, but that's a really, really good heifer. Stylish, complete, sound, functional, good rib, just a really good kind of a female. The female that wins our third class is, if you want the power female, here she is. A really stout, cowy, big rib, big volume. You know, as we talked to her in class, though, if we're going to pick on one, and none of us have made them perfect, we'd like to sit her back into her knee just a smidgen, maybe make her just a little bit leaner in the crest of her neck, but a really nice, complete kind of a female. The female that wins our next class is one that you appreciate her cowiness and her broodiness and the added rib and volume and dimension that she gives you on a sound, functional foot and hind leg. But for me, though, too, she's like the heifer in front of her. We'd like to make her run uphill just a smidgen more, maybe make her just a little bit longer necked, but a good, complete kind of a female. A very interesting female here that comes next is one that's probably the greenest on either side of her. Really long spine, long hip. She's sound, she's functional, she's cool and elegant made. You know, if we get her out here in this lineup, we might like to see her with just a smidgen more bone, maybe just give her just a little bit more stoutness, but I think that comes in time. I really like the terms of her condition in terms of freshness. Really good, complete female that rounds out our division. She's sound, she's functional, classy, elegant, stout enough for me. As we talk to her in class 2, we might like to clean her up, though, in her chest floor for this stage of the game. I'll give these one more round of a look and go select your champions. And also, too, a really good respective seconds here standing in class. Just a really good, complete kind of a heifer calf show. Thank you.
Selected as your spring heifer calf champion, our Hereford ring is entry 105. Purple Caitlin 38C, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois.
As we bring our respective second in here out of that class, really stout, powerful kind of female. You know, as we talked to her in class, so maybe like to just level her. She wants to run downhill just a smidge, maybe gets a little hard in her hock, but a really good, complete kind of a female.
And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 75, Soul Diana 5469, shown by Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Congratulations to both of you. Now comments in our Chianina ring from our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
Right, a very good division here, and maybe not, again, a lot of numbers here. A couple head out of the first class. Heifer has a lot of just volume and performance and rib, just a functional heifer, and how she's made in terms of just her production. I think maybe gives up a little bit of the class and style that we have between the two heifers out of the second class. really value the heifer out of the second class in terms of her look and her style. Really like the strength right in behind her shoulders and the way her shoulders lay into her body. She's just a little more correct, in my opinion, there from that standpoint. Still a lot of rib and just sweep there to her underline. Again, on top of that, I like her tail head and how it lays down into her body just a little bit more correctly. If I could maybe just tweak her a little bit, I think down at the ground she gives up a little bit of the flex and just softness that we get in the heifer that won the third class. Again, another high-quality female that won just a single entry class, a tremendous amount of rib and just broodiness to her. I really like her flexibility and just how she gets out and travels in terms of her length of stride. At times, she can get a little off right in behind her shoulder right there and dip just a little bit more, and I would lay that tail head down in, but I think a very complete, very fault-free female. This is a close decision for me. I'm going to go ahead and use the heifer out of the second class for our champion. Reserve will be out of the third class. Congratulations. Good job. Yep.
Selected as our Division III Senior Heifer Calf Champion is entry 160, WLCF Miss Blackout, shown by Cole Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And your Reserve Senior Calf Champion is entry 163, Ard Ridge, DYEF Eileen, 444, shown by Colin Howard, Paris, Tennessee. Congratulations to both exhibitors. Entering the ring now in our Chianina ring is Class 14 Summer Yearling Females. We need Class 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring, please. Chianina exhibitors, we need Class 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring, please.
Just a July single entry here, a long feminine headed heifer, gets out and travels very sound, out on the move, maybe not quite as elite in terms of just her balance as some of them that we've had in the show today, but a functional female in terms of her structure. Thank you.
Our single entry in Class 14 is HHCA Gamble in Mud and Lace, shown by Double H Chiangus, Somerset, Kentucky. We now need Class 15 Chianina late spring yearling females to the into the ring, please. Class 15 Chianina late spring females to the ring, please. We need Class 16 and 17 to the makeup ring, please. Following this class, we will be selecting our division Summer Yearling Chianina female.
This is a tremendous top end and front end of this class here, and both the heifers come to the top, and really all three of them here at the front of the class get out and move pretty well. I think where this heifer kind of handles the class is her combination of style and quality from the side, but yet freshness. And then when you dig into them, I think you'll find that this heifer is a little truer in the shape of her forerib and just how she maintains that back through the rear third of her body. A very attractive hip and hind leg, and a really nice footed heifer down at the ground. It's just her combination of freshness and where that chest floor sets in her relative to the shape back through the rear third of her body. Very high quality female that wins this class. One and second, I really do like the length of body, the strength of this heifer's top line, and that's where I like her in comparative sense over the heifer that sits in third. She's got a really attractive hind leg. It's very functional in how she gets out. Maybe up front she'll turn out ever so slightly there at the point of her knee and turn that out just a little bit more, a little more chest and how it sets into her, but a very attractive female that I like in terms of just how her pasturing and the flex of her hock, and again that top line over the heifer in third. One and third to me just as fresher and a little more feminine than the heifer that sets in fourth. Like the shape of her neck, pretty smooth there in her shoulder. She wants to run downhill just a little bit when she gets out on the move. I wish she had a little more flex and give there so she could take a longer stride there off of her hock. Red and white heifer in fourth is as massive and as stout as anything in the class. Like the width and power that she offers. Again, a heifer that's just a little staler in terms of her condition though. She gets tighter in her top line, and that affects just how she gets around the ring. Full blood that will end the class with a tremendous amount of length and extension and just growth in that female, with a lot of muscle, just a little bit harder than what I like. Thank you.
Over here on our Hereford side, a really nice class of females here, an exceptional one that I think starts our class off, and you really got to admire that 3-1 to 109 on that EPD profile. I really like that, and especially in terms of a female, you can use her a lot of different ways on a lot of different bulls. Now, to analyze the female in her own right herself out here, you like the rib and the softness that she has, you like her structure integrity, you like her bone and her footwork, you like her power out of her hip, her pin width, and yet she still keeps it in a cool, elegant look. Now, I would like to get her neck coming out top of her shoulder just a little bit better. Wouldn't like to make her a little bit longer through that front 1/3, but a very, very good, high quality kind of female. Female that comes next has a definite advantage in length of neck. No question there. I like this heifer a lot. This was a close decision in my mind for those of you ringside. She's really big-bodied, really soft-made. You really like the way she cats around the ring when she's not fighting the halter. But for me, she wants to get just a little coarse and open there in the front part of her shoulder. Needs a little more meat right there in the center portion of her shoulder blade, right there in her rib. Like to boulder out ever so slightly, make her a little boulder out of her hip, maybe make her just walk just a little bit truer from her hock to the ground. She wants to hock in when you view her from behind, but boy, that's a really nice heifer. I think has a bright future. Heifer that comes next is really sound functional. You really like her off her hind two better than the ones above her, but she too wants to get a little short neck. She wants to get a little waisty in their chest floor for me. Gets a little heavy in terms of her condition. The heifer that comes next is one that I truly appreciate the growth and performance, the length of spine. She has a really nice look. She just wants to get a little straight and steep in her shoulder, wants to get a little pinched right there behind her shoulder blades all the way down there to her forerib. Maybe wants to get just a little bit hockey when you view her from behind, just like to square out on the corners there when she gets out and goes. Just a really good, complete kind of a female right here that's sound and functional and has a good look. Just runs out a natural rib and dimension and boldness of rib when you view her out of the center portion of her spine all the way down to her navel for me to get her any higher. Heifer that comes next, I truly admire that about her. She's bold and bold sprung, good in her rib. She just wants to get a little short strided off both ends, gets a little short and straight and steep in her shoulder for me. Heifer that comes next has got a lot of brood cow potential, and I admire that about her. But for what I'm looking for out here, she gets a little up in the center portion of her spine when we set her into motion. Like to lay her shoulder back there into her better and give her just a little bit more show ring pizzazz to get any higher, but I like and admire the cow power that she has. A really good green skinny one right here, and she's the skinniest one in the class, but yet when you view her from behind, she's got an exceptional width of base and width of pins. I think that heifer does nothing but get better with more days on feed, and she could sure be up there at the top end one of these days. I really like that heifer. She just needs more time. The next three heifers that round out the class, they have some structural issues, like to see them a little bit sounder and smoother off their hind wheels. One may break in her loin just ever so slightly, the other one just gets outperformed in this class today.
Placing first in Class 15 in our Chianina ring is entry 171, KBSC Bad Romance, 454B, shown by Kinsey Crow, West Alexandria, Ohio. Second is entry 172, Miss Backpin, shown by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Third entry 174, shown by Wilson Cattle Company and Green Hills Cattle, Cloverdale, Indiana. Fourth entry 178, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. And fifth entry 180, Together Chianina, shown by Polk City, Iowa. Go ahead, Shane.
Not a lot of numbers again, but we're going to send a couple here to the grand lineup here after a bit that are sure going to stand out. I think cattle that sure represent some quality and some valuable breeding parts and pieces that they offer. Female out of the first class, we talked about her being long striding and pretty sound and functional there in her structure. When you get her back out here in this division, just gives up a little bit of those extras in terms of just that extra look and quality, maybe a little more power and substance. But that's what's refreshing, I guess, in the class winner out of the second spot there, is that she doesn't sacrifice any of those good fundamental traits in terms of her movement and her joints, and still has a tremendous amount of show ring presence and quality to her. So that's the way we're going to go here in this division. We'll go with the young lady out of Class 2 there and follow with the second right in behind her. Congratulations. Good job.
Selected as your Division 4 Summer Yearling Female Champion is entry 171, KBSC Bad Romance, 454B, shown by Kinsey Crow, West Alexandria, Ohio. And your reserve division is entry 172, Miss Backpin, shown by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Chianina exhibitors entering the ring now is Class 16. Last 16 spring yearling females. We need Class 17 and 18 to the makeup ring. Let's bring Class 17, 18, and 19 to the makeup ring. All Chianina females to the makeup ring, please. On our Hereford side, placings for Class 5A Junior Heifer Calves. First went to entry 119. Purple Tootsie, 34C, shown by Nigel and Ethan Howey, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 126, Mav Tia, 504C, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Third, entry 350, shown by Emily and Sarah Beanblossom, Bradford, Ohio. Fourth, entry 129, shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fifth, entry 124, shown by Davin Sherman, Cardington, Ohio. Sixth, entry 127, shown by Castle Cattle Company, Kearney, Michigan. Seventh, entry 130, shown by Sweatman Hereford Farm, Virginia, Illinois. Eighth, entry 122, shown by Wyatt Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Ninth, entry 125, shown by Castle Cattle Company, Kearney, Michigan. 10th, entry 123, shown by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. And 11th, entry 121, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. Entering the ring now is Class 5B, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. I need Class 5C, Junior Hereford Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we're missing for Class 5C, we need entries 153 from River Circle Farm and entry 166 from Hap Herefords Please bring those cattle to the make-ready area immediately.
I told these two exhibitors it's a shame that they both have to be in the same stinking class here, because both of them are of the quality and the kind that I value a lot, and it's just it's unfair that both of them ran into each other. I'll tell you what I like about the black heifer, and it's just a stunning amount of balance and feminine character about this heifer. Totally unrivaled in the amount of freshness and just still the true shape, the length of hip, and I like the extra strength that she has right in behind her shoulders. She lays that point of her shoulder and probably handles that shoulder and front end just a little bit more comfortably there out of the move. Just a beautiful heifer to look at there from the profile with a little extra bone and substance there at the ground. She certainly doesn't sacrifice that. You bring the Bronco face heifer in here and just study her. She has an undeniable amount of just center rib and volume. I love the moderate heifer's just build and just width that she maintains all the way through. Very feminine and good there at the top of her neck and the shape of it. Very powerful female that just maintains that extremely well all the way through. She'll get a little bit off right there and behind her shoulder and just probably doesn't lay it in quite as good into her body, but a tremendous heifer. You certainly can't deny the substance and power of her. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 16 is entry 183, KBSC Adeline 205B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. And second is entry 181, BMW Madge 424B, shown by Zach Altvader, Alveda, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 17 Spring Yearling Females. Please bring Class 18 to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, another outstanding class here. The female that wins for me, though, I just think she simply puts the most good things together. Cow power, structural integrity, rib volume, bone, foot size, and yet still keeps a classy, elegant look from the profile. Just a really good, complete kind of a female. You know, if we're going to change her in one aspect, I'd like to tie her together right there, top of her shoulder blades, ever so slightly. But boy, that's an awfully nice female. Then it gets down to personal nitpicky preferences from second to fourth here. I like all three of these females. The female that comes in second, though, I just really like her in terms of her look and her balance. I like her added rib and volume, especially in the center portion of her midrib all the way down to her navel, and yet she still keeps a cool, classy, elegant look that's hard to do in this breed and any other breed for that matter, and yet she's still sound and true off both ends. If we're going to pick on this female, I might like to make her just a little bit truer there in her loin when she gets out and goes, and give her just a little bit more natural rib and dimension right there behind her shoulder, and the center portion of her shoulder all the way down. Just gets a little flat right there for me, but a really good kind of a female. Female that comes next is a powerfully designed female. I really like a lot of things about this female, but for me, she wants to get a little coarse and bold in her shoulder, wants to get pulled apart there in the top side of her shoulder blades. Maybe like to see her neck come out top of her shoulder just a little bit more free and easy to get her any higher. A very unique and captivating heifer right here. Love the look that she has. I like her soundness. I like her integrity. She just needs more natural rib and volume for me, and needs to be just a little bit bigger out here, but I do think that heifer will be one to watch out for down the road. A nice female. Female that comes next is one that you really appreciate how flat-shouldered she is, but she just gets a little bit too straight off of both ends for me to get her any higher today, but you really appreciate the power and the width and dimension that she has. The heifer that comes next is probably a sounder version, especially off her hind two, but she gets really pinched right there under her forerib for me. Wants to get real waisty and chesty there in her brisket. Like to just clean her up and make her look a little bit more classy. A really big, stout, powerful kind of female that comes next. You really admire that about her, but she wants to be just a little bit hard in her hock. Wants to get a little waisty in that front 1/3. And for this stage in the game, pushing the frame score envelope for me ever so slightly. The heifer that comes next is just real sound, functional kind of female. She is sounder off her hind two. She just gives up too much power and look to the one that's above her. Same goes for the heifers that round out the class. They're all good cattle. They have a look. They have length of spine. They have rib and volume. Just like to maybe fix their structure off their hind end. You know, give them a little bit more look. Maybe add a little bit more added rib shape and dimension to get them any higher today. But an excellent class of females.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 5B, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves is entry 146. Soul Diana 5130C, shown by Kessler, Corbin, Cagney, Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Second, entry 141, JBC Anna 5213, shown by Chapman, Hereford, Seneca, Illinois. Third, entry 148, shown by Riley, Lauren, Brett, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 138, shown by Ryan Starkey, Pisgah, Alabama. Fifth, entry 142, shown by Hopper Herefords, Maysville, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 132, shown by Kaya Howie, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 143, shown by Pierce's Hereford Haven, Baraboo, Wisconsin. Eighth, entry 140, shown by Stephen Green, Munfordville, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 134, shown by Justin and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. 10th, entry 137, shown by Hopper Herefords, Maysville, Kentucky. 11th, entry 145, shown by Sweatman Hereford Farm, Virginia, Illinois. And 12th, entry 136, shown by Andrew Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Entering our Hereford ring now is Class 5C, Junior Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 6A Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, Class 6A, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately.
What a class here on the Quayside, and man, just get your heart racing, and just the quality that you breeders have put together, and the time and the effort and the miles and the blood, sweat, and tears put into raising cattle like this is just flat impressive. I don't care what color they are. And so my hats are off to you, and an excellent job, and just an excellent display of what showing big breads on the green chips that the North American's all about. And so why don't you give them a good hand here? This is fun. This is an outstanding set of cattle here. I think as we study the front end of this class, you'll find some fresher condition heifers, and that's really where I'm going to start here on the class winner in terms of just her quality up through her front 1/3. I really like how she gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder, and then just wow from there back, how she turns it back through the rear 1/3 of her body. Really elegant and just collected and correct in her top line when she gets out on the move. It's because she set back in her shoulder so well. And in comparison to the heifer that sits in second, the way that shoulder lays into her body, the way the top line hooks into the top of her shoulder, and to still get that kind of volume and rib and body underneath is flat impressive. Heifer that comes next in second, a little heavier structured down at the ground. Love the body volume and just the rib through the rear 1/3 of her. She's a stout structured heifer that's still very sound and athletic when she gets out on the move. She wants to run downhill just a little bit more, drop those shoulders out of her a little bit more than what I'd say is ideal, but still an outstanding female that has a tremendous amount of presence there about her. Female that comes next in third, I like her there in terms of her freshness. I like the extra dimension and width that this powerful female maintains, still with some extra moderation and width there to her. We could tweak her just a little bit. She gets a little staler there in terms of just her chest and maybe just in her top line a little bit, but still a clean condition heifer in terms of her lower body, how she maintains that throughout. A little more moderate heifer coming out next. It's really nice from the side in terms of her femininity and the quality and just the presence that she offers. When we get her going, I think she just gets a little tougher and a little maybe tighter there in her hock, and maybe doesn't have quite the turn and just the true base width as you step right in behind her. Different type of heifer that comes next, and one that's very moderate, very massive bodied, maybe just a little heavier condition and staler than what I prefer, but it's still a female that has her place. Blue roan heifer coming out, long-bodied, kind of a performance-driven heifer that's still very athletic and sound in terms of her movement. I think a plainer heifer, though, in the same breath that just gets a little staler there through that front end and chest. We'll close the class with a couple of very high-quality heifers still. Bronco-faced heifer, long-bodied and still tremendous in her shape. She comes apart a little bit more in her top line. I wish she had a little more base width and rib shape relative to the added frame that she has. And black heifer that we'll close with is stouter structured and more powerful in terms of her width and her muscle, just a little tighter both in her forerib and rib and structure. Congratulations. Let's give them a good hand, please.
Go ahead, Matt.
Boy, really nice pair of heifers here, folks. And I'm telling you, this top pair, you could flip it either way. Those of you ringside, and I wouldn't argue with you, not one bit. Two exceptional females and nothing against the rest of the class. Heifer that wins this class, though, I think for me, the reason that she's here, I think she's just naturally tied in tighter at the top of her shoulder blade when you see her get out and go. I think she's just a little bit longer from her hooks to her pins, and yet still classy and elegant, bold and big rib, sound and functional, just a good kind of female. If we're going to pick on this one, though, I'd like to give her just a shot more power down low, maybe make her just a little bit ever so slightly smoother in her top. She wants to get up just a nickel, but not bad. Heifer that comes second, gosh, you just really love her on the profile. I mean, she's killer and deadly. You love the power that she has, the bone in the foot over the heifer that's above her. But for me, she wants to get a little pulled apart there in the top side of her shoulder blades. Well, I'd like to blow her apart from right behind her shoulder blades all the way down to her forerib to make her ideal for me. But guys, that's really splitting hairs. What a pair of females. Nothing against our heifer in third. Big, stout, broody kind of a female, and I really admire that about her. She just gets a little bit outlooked today. Like to see her just a little bit classier you're looking for what I like, maybe track's just a nickel base narrow, but boy, what a cow in the making right there, folks. Heifer that comes next is awfully good too. Boy, she has a nice look. She has a nicer look than the heifer that's in front of her, no doubt about it. Probably a little truer off her hind too. But for me, she wants to get a little straight in her shoulder, like see her neck come out a little bit easier out top of her shoulder blades to get her any higher today. A really good growthy performance, kind of a female right here. Love the length of spine. You love the width, the base that she has, the skeletal design, the ribbed shape that she brings out of the top and center portion of her spine. She just gets a little straight off those hind two for me to get her any higher today. A really classy, elegant, big, broody kind of a female that just gets outpowered in this class. That's just simple fact right there. Like the female, just need to make her a little bigger, a little stouter. Really good kind of a female right here. You appreciate their length of spine, her length of hip. She's maybe one of the longest bodied heifers that's out here. But for me, she just wants to get a little hard in the center portion of her belly and just like to see her just track out a little bit freer and easier off those hind two. Female that comes next is one that just gets a little plain through her front 1/3. Like to just level her up from her hooks to her pins, especially on the standstill. Heifer that comes next, real cowy in her design. Just needs more show heifer look for me. Maybe like to get her a little softer on those hind two pastures and true her up there from her hock to the ground as she gets out and goes. Two heifers that round out the class are green yet. I think there's a lot of good to these females. They just need to see more days on feed. Thank you.
In our Chianina ring, in our last class, Class 17. First, entry goes to 198. Udale She's Stylin', shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second entry goes to 192. Sarah S. Soul Who Dat Darling, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third entry 197, shown by Morgan Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Fourth entry 193, shown by Isabel Schultz, Cairo, Nebraska. Fifth entry 189, shown by Megan Craig, Economy, Indiana. Sixth entry 188, shown by Leslie Rogers, Paducah, Indiana. Seventh entry 194, shown by Devin Hay, Leesburg, Indiana. And eighth entry 195, shown by Austin Schneider, Wilmington, Ohio. Shane?
Really nice pair of them here at the front end of this class, and they're quite different in terms of kind. I guess what I came down to is if he had to have 100 of them, the blue roan heifer, I think just in terms of her turnout value, and once we get the calf out of these big breds, I just think there's going to be more there when she calves out, just in terms of her substance and her forerib, the shape of her underline, but yet she's still clean down in her udder. She's maybe not as extended and as a clean condition there at the top of her neck, but there's just so much more cow volume and character there about her, and it looks like she's starting to form a really nice udder underneath her there. The Baldy heifer, really love her length of body and just that length and extension she has there through her front 1/3, a long hipped heifer that gets out and moves pretty adequately. I guess for me, relative for the amount of condition she has down through the floor of her chest, I would like to see a little bit more shape there and turn there to her rib and her body, but she's so long-sided, it's hard for that heifer to have the amount of volume that the blue roan heifer does, but good pair of them there. We'll finish up the class with the most moderate framed heifer that's very dimensional, very bold and true in terms of her width, maybe just gets a little rounder in terms of her kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 18, Chianina females is entry 199. J. Saul Lady Jalen 4970, shown by Addison Neese, Shelby, Ohio. Second entry 203, GXK Miss Broker Jean 01B, shown by Rebecca Griggs, Glenwood, Indiana. And third entry 202, shown by Sharon Smith, Lynn, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division 5 Junior Yearling Chianina Champion female. In our Hereford ring, placings for Class 5C, junior heifer calves are as follows. First is entry 411, Del Hawk Mist Arista, 22C, shown by Chris and Kaylee Shelton, Frederick, Maryland. Second, entry 149, Del Hawk Wilmette 30C, shown by Hill Beef Cattle, Wakarusa, Indiana. Third, entry 163, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Fourth, entry 410, shown by Nicole Peterson, DeWitt, Iowa. Fifth, entry 153, shown by River Circle Farm, Hartsville, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 158, shown by Chapman Hereford, Seneca, Illinois. Seventh, entry 162, shown by Ty Lightzow, Sparta, Wisconsin. Eighth, entry 166, shown by Hap Herefords, Mendota, Illinois. Ninth, entry 157, shown by William Duig, Waldron, Indiana. 10th, entry 151, shown by Madison Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. And 11th, entry 152, shown by Newbold Farms, Oblong, Illinois. In our ring now is Class 6A, Junior Heifer Calves. We need Class 6B, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Class 6B, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention Chianina exhibitors. We only have one more division left in our Chianina female show, so let's bring in those Chiangus bull calves. First call, class 20, 21, 22, and 23. To the makeup ring, please. Chiangus bull calves, class 20, 21, 22, and 23. To the makeup ring, please.
Tremendous division here, and we'll finish this up just here in a little bit, but very, very well done exhibitors and breeders of these cattle. The heifer out of the first class is the freshest one out here that we've seen in these junior yearlings, and I know she's one of the youngest females, but at the same time, her look, quality, and presence, and yet still soundness, her foot shape, and just the amount of just presence that female has from the profile to still have enough body and enough rib shape is, I think, where we need to be, and I really, really like that heifer a lot. Heifer that won the second class just kind of falls right in the middle of both of the heifers on either side of her. She has the freshness and just that elite quality in terms of that presence from the profile, like our class winner, but yet as we get into the blue roan, she has that maternal shape and rib and body that we get in that female. And so when you do that and find a heifer that puts those together, it's pretty hard to do, and I think she represents a very, very high quality kind and a female that still has some real world turnout value to her when it's all said and done. Blue roan heifer, a tremendous cow in the making. I love the production and just the quality of teat structure that heifer has. A tremendous broody female that really should be out here in this division lineup, and I think represents some basic cow character. So congratulations, an outstanding division. Put your hands together one more time and I'll show you my two favorites.
Selected as your champion Division 5 female is entry 198, Udell's She Stylin', shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado.
Over here.
Hold on, Matt, hold on just a second. And selected as your reserve Division 5 female is entry 199, J Soul Lady Jalen 4970, shown by Addison Neese, Shelby, Ohio. Now comments in our Hereford ring for our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Thanks, Jakey. And
Oh, 81. Hold on just a second. I have a correction. Entry 183 was your reserve female. I'm sorry. KBSC Adeline 205B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Okay, Matt.
are you sure?
I hope.
Okay. Back here to the Hereford side. Really nice female that starts off this class. I just think she overpowers her, the one that's in second. She's sound, she's functional, she's catty, she's big ribbed. You know, if we're going to change this female, though, I'd like to see her maybe a little bigger in her foot size, maybe a shot more bone, maybe clean her up there right in her throat to make her ideal for me, but just a really good, complete, honest kind of a female. The female that's in second is one that you love on the stop. You love the look that she has, the way that her neck extension comes out top of her shoulders, so nice, the way she's fresh and tight there into her chest floor. But for me, she wants to get a little round from hooks to pins when she gets out and goes, just like see her little bloat apart there in her forerib to get her any higher. I love the female that comes in third. She's cow power written all over, and boy, folks, that EPD profile of 3.1 to a 109, there's a lot of good to that female as far as numbers goes. But for me, she wants to run downhill just a smidgen. She's a little too heavy in terms of her condition and her chest floor for me. Wants to get a little pulled apart there in the top side of her shoulder blade, like see her with a little more natural width the base as she gets out and goes, but I think they have a really unique cow prospect on their hands. Great big stout growthy performance, kind of heifer here, just needs a little more rib and volume, needs to be a little softer off both ends for me today. Heifer that comes next is a sounder version of the heifer that's in front of her, but she too wants to be a little too steep in her shoulder. She wants to get up in the center portion of her spine and break in her loin, like see her with a little more natural rib and dimension and volume as she goes. The two heifers that round out the class are very similar types and kind. They're good cattle, they're stout, they're big rib, just like see both of them get out and go just a little freer and easier off their hind two and their front wheels to get them any higher today. Jakey, back to you.
Shane, go ahead.
Great senior yearling here, and it's a shame that this young lady couldn't go up against a few more in this division. I think she's very deserving of this honor. A female that just has a lot of character to her and femininity, still fresh for one that's you know, a little later bred like this, but you know, they've done a great job of managing her. Female that's still great in terms of her structure and her feet when she gets out on the move. Congratulations. Let's give her a good hand, please.
Single entry in Class 19 Chianina females is entry 207, GOP Cynthia Alexandra 330A, shown by Laurel Culp, Nicholasville, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Chianina female. Let's bring our division champions in, folks. Hereford exhibitors, we are missing entry 188 and 190. We need entry 188 from Alan Hopkins and entry 190, Kaylee Stoutenborough. You are late to your class. We are coming in the ring. Hereford exhibitors, we need Class 6C. Class 6C, junior heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 6C, Hereford junior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 6B is in the ring. Chiangus exhibitors, we are selecting our champion Chianina female. Please be bringing Class 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 Chiangus bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 Chiangus bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, another nice lineup of females out here, folks. This heifer that hits the chips, these beautiful green chips, and makes these Heifers just look outstanding in my mind. Just really, really captivating kind of a female. You love her rib and her volume, her natural shape and dimension, and yet she's still powerful and in her design and her bone and her footwork, but yet still flat and elegant like a female should be. She has a really nice look through her front 1/3. If I'm going to change this female ever so slightly, might like tidy her up there into her chest, maybe make her just a little bit longer neck, but folks, that's picking on one I think's awfully nice. Nothing against the heifer that comes in second. Love the front 1/3 of this female. It's just elegant and gorgeous is the best way I can describe to talk about her. But for me, she wants to get just a little bit narrow in her designer skeleton. She wants to be a little narrow chested. She wants to be a little narrow based, wants to hawk in just a smidgen. We just like to stouten her up in her lower 1/3 to get her any higher today. Heifer that comes next is just a really good, complete kind of a female, but she wants to get a little straight in her shoulder and at her knee, like to set her in her knee, blow her apart there in the lower 1/3 of her skeletal design, make her bolder ribbed in that dimension. We do that, and she moves up a spot or two today. A really good, complete kind of a female that comes next. I like that rib and volume, especially from her navel back to her udder compared to the ones ahead of her, but she just gets flat in her rib shape right behind her shoulder blade, just gets a little plain through that front 1/3, just a little plain in her head for me. me. Heifer that comes next, you admire and appreciate the growth and the length of spine and length of body that she has, but she just wants to get a little too flat in her rib design when you view out the center portion of her spine all the way to her navel, wants to get a little hard in her hock as she gets out and goes for me. The two females that round out the class are good, high quality, sound, functional kind of females. They just get outperformed and outpowered in this class.
In our Chianina ring, thank you, Matt. In our Chianina ring now, let's hear comments before our grand champion Chianina female from our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
I've certainly enjoyed the opportunity and really appreciate the board and the guys behind the scenes asking me to come and evaluate what I thought has been an excellent show from start to finish. And I think it's very evident when you study the first two division winners out of those respective classes. I think females that both have a bright future about them and will continue on to develop, hopefully to get down to that lineup next year as some very competitive breds, because I see a tremendous amount of future there in both of them. They're a little different how they're built, both of them, but I think quality comes in different packages, and those are two very stunning heifer calves that are presented to a T today. Get into the middle in our fall, and I think another very quality heifer, has a tremendous amount of look and good to her future, and just will make a nice bred for that young lady. Then I thought our heat started developing a little bit again in those junior yearlings, and we get into the summer division. Very powerful female that still has a look of freshness and quality about her. I love her back leg and how she stamps it to the ground. She's got a nice foot underneath her and gets out and handles it very well in terms of that hock and the length of stride. Really like the power and the substance and stoutness of that heifer quite a bit. Female that won our competitive junior yearling division, I think just stands and represents what a female should be built like from the side, and just that front end quality with an unrivaled amount of volume and rib and cow character. And our senior yearling that will finish up this lineup with tremendous heifer that is very deserving to be out here in this lineup. So it's been an honor. I want to congratulate all the breeders involved, regardless of where you stood. I think you're doing a lot of the right things and making these cattle better and better, and that's all you can ask for. So congratulations. Put your hands together and I'll show you my two favorites.
Thank you. Once again, our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell from Holt, Missouri. Selected as your grand champion, Chianina female, is entry 198, Udell's She Stylin', shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations, Veda. And your reserve grand champion female, and I'll get this right this time, is entry 183, KBSC Adeline 205B, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Congratulations to Veda and to Gracie. We now will take our pictures and then move right into our Chiangus bull calves. On our Hereford ring, placings for Class 6B junior heifer calves. First was entry 189, Purple Jersey 8C, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second, entry 196, Ramsey ACC Sylvia Silk, shown by Aubrey Cattle Company and Ramsey Herefords, Monrovia, Indiana, and Greenfield, Indiana. Third, entry 188, shown by Alan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 193, shown by Hannah Abigail and Brooke Billing, Greendale, New Jersey. Fifth, entry 187, shown by Grace Galat, Salem, Alabama. Sixth, entry 191, shown by Daniel Barfett, Wallacestown, Ontario. And seventh is entry 194, shown by Daniel Barfett, Wallacestown, Ontario. In the ring now is Class 6C Junior Heifer Calves. Hereford Class 6C Hereford Junior Heifer Calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Calf Champion. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 9 late winter heifer calves to make up ring, please.
Before we get started, folks, for those of you on the Hereford side that don't know, how about that guy over there on that other side that just got done doing a tremendous job over there? That's the newest member to our Hereford breed, and I think we're very honored and privileged to have him on staff taking Jack's job. And again, for those that you don't know, now you do. That's a great man that we have on board with us. Thank you, guys. Now, this heifer here that wins this class, boy, she's just so sound and so complete. She's good looking. She floats around the ring. She's big rib, she's big volume, and she's good looking. Just really complete, good balance, good kind of a cattle. I really like that female an awfully lot, folks. Nothing against the heifers in second and third. Very close decision. You want to flip-flop it in your mind, I won't argue with you. The heifer in second is just a little bit more powerful for me. Neither one of them's ideal. They both have their holes. The heifer in second wants to get up in the center portion of her spine ever so slightly, wants to pinch right there behind her shoulder blades and get a little coarse and open. But she's smoother at the ground. I like the way she is off her front too better than the heifer in third. The heifer in third, when she stands, is just too wide fronted for me. Wants to break in her loin just a smidgen, but that's an awfully close decision right there on two very good females. Heifer that comes next is one that I appreciate the look that she has, the profile, the angularity, the symmetry of her front 1/3. Boy, she's about as good looking as you can make one there. But for me, she just runs out of natural rib and volume for me. Like to open her up there in her chest floor all the way back to her udder. Just give her a little bit more skeletal design and rib shape and just blow her apart from there down to the ground, and I think we get her in a higher spot. Heifer that comes next is definitely a stout female, but she wants to break in her loin ever so slightly, wants to get up in the center portion of her spine, just like to get her free or move, just make her move free and easy out of her spine and out of her front 1/3. She wants to be a little short and choppy stride off those front two. Big, stout, growthy female here, and I admire that about her. Just gets too flat ribbed for me today to get her any higher. Heifer that comes next got a world of look. Boy, when she stopped, she's in the top 3 of this class real easy. But for me, she wants to twist out up front. She wants to get up on those pasterns. And if we fix that, she moves up a spot or 2 for me. The 2 females that round out our class are classy and elegant kind of females. Just need more cow power for me today.
Placing first in Class 6C Junior Heifer Calves is entry 209, LCC FBF Miss Shake and Bake, 507 ET, shown by Allison and Nicole Folkman, Ionia, Wisconsin. Second, entry 213, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime, shown by Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Third, entry 202, shown by Ye Old McDonald's Farm, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Fourth, entry 200, shown by Aubrey Cattle Company, Monrovia, Indiana, and Ramsey's Herefords, Greenfield, Indiana. Fifth, entry 214, Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Sixth, entry 207, shown by Carter Gillum, Sullivan, Indiana. Seventh, entry 212, shown by Emma and Libby Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 210, shown by Travis Drum, Winchester, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 206, shown by Sandy Ridge Farms, West Lorne, Ontario. We now will be selecting our Junior Hereford Calf Champion. Attention in the Hereford barn, we need Class 9 late winter heifer calves to make up ring, please. We are selecting our division, and we will be moving right into Class 9 late winter heifer calves. Please bring those to the makeup ring immediately.
What an outstanding division. Let's give all these exhibitors a great round of applause for an outstanding set of cattle out here to us. The heifer that wins our first class, you know, one that you appreciate the bone and the footwork that she has, the structural integrity as she floats around the ring, the rib and the volume and the power. Now, if we're going to make her ideal, in my mind, she wants to run downhill just a smidgen. Might like to make her a little bit longer neck, but I think that's picking on one that's awfully nice. heifer that wins our second class is one that's very captivating and a nice silhouette from the profile. You know, you really like a lot of things about her. You like how sound and catty she floats around the ring. You like her rib and her volume too. You like her stoutness from end to end. Maybe when she gets on the move though, and we talked to her in class this way, maybe wants to get a little pulled apart there at the top side of her shoulder blades, like to let them lay in there a little truer there into her chine bone right there, but a nice kind of a female. Female that wins the next class is one that's sure elegant made, no doubt about it. She's sure got an awfully good look, the look that I like to see in one, and yet she too is sound and she's functional. In this lineup, if we're going to pick on her ever so slightly, might like to just power her up there in her bone work, maybe give her just a little bit stoutness from her rear, but boy, that's one that's sure awfully good looking, and I think that one down the road, maybe it may take till she's a big bred, but I think that, and folks, you're going to see a lot of that one. That's a good female. Female that comes next is just a really complete ground sow, if you will. She's just stout and burly in a good way, though. She's feminine and she's elegant. Just got a little too much stuff up front for me, but a really good, complete kind of a female. I think a unique breeding piece for those exhibitors. Heifer that comes next is one that you really appreciate the power that she has, the bone and the footwork, the natural rib and volume and dimension, and yet still keeps a nice look to her. As we talked to her in class, though, we might like to make her just a little bit longer, right there behind her ear all the way to the point of her shoulder, but that's getting awfully picky on one. That's an awfully good female. The female that wins our last class is one that's just really long and super cool neck. She's flat shouldered. She's real sound, really attractive made, just really good and high volume and good bodied kind of a female. You know, if we're going to evaluate this heifer and compare to the rest of the lineup, if we're going to change her ever so slightly, we might like to level her up from her hooks to her pins, raise those pins set up just a smidgen. Maybe wants to get just ever so slightly, I'm talking ever so slightly, just a little bit easy right there behind her shoulders. But boy, that's an awfully good one. Hats off to the respective seconds out here in this division. Awfully good cattle. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Selected as your junior heifer calf champion is entry 189. Purple Jersey 8C, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. And your reserve junior champion female is entry 209, LCC FBF Miss Shake and Bake 507 ET, shown by Allison and Nicole Folkman, Ionia, Wisconsin.
And one that won is not Purple Rain, it's Styles. Purple Rain raised it.
209?
189.
Oh, excuse me. It was raised by Purple Rain, shown by Lily Skiles, Delhart, Texas, on our champion. Excuse me, Lily.
Set up and we'll be using it Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. You better call Mercer County and see if you can get those. Thanks, Joe. Bye-bye.
Hereford exhibitors, we're ready for Class 9 late winter heifer calves. Entering the ring now in our Hereford ring is Class 9 late winter heifer calves. Please bring Class 10A early winter heifer calves to the makeup ring. Hereford exhibitors, please bring Class 10A early winter heifer calves to the makeup ring. Attention Chianina. Attention and Chianina on our Chianina ring. It is my pleasure to announce and award and make representation to two of your breeders that have dedicated 40 years of service of breeding Chianina cattle. They started their herds back in 1975 and have been active members in the National Chianina Association since that time. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Randy Beller, Wisner, Nebraska, and Gordon and Linda Warner from Canby, Oregon, to the ring to receive special recognition on 40 years of dedicated service to the Chianina breed.
Hey, this is Tommy. Larson District. We got a meeting Tuesday.
It is also my pleasure in our Chianina ring, too, to recognize 3 of your retiring board members that have dedicated many years of service to the National Chianina Board. Mr. John Higgins from Watertown, Tennessee, Mr. Don Ash from Unadilla, Nebraska, and Mr. Ed Miller from Big Spring, Texas. Let's put our hands together for those 3 gentlemen. I don't know how many years they spent on that keyboard, but I thought they'd been on there forever. I thought they were going to be forever. So congratulations to those 3.
In our Hereford ring, attention in the barns, we need Class 10A to the makeup ring. Class 10A to the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 10B as well. Hereford entry 230. Hereford entry 230. We need Katie Musser. We need that entry to the makeup ring. Over in our Chiangus show, we're ready to get started. Class 20, single entry in this class. Starting into our bull show. Class 20, this bull calf, April 7th, 2015. Single entry in the class. He'll be a single entry in the division as well. We need Class 21 and 22 Chiangus bulls in the makeup ring.
Well, a really nice top pair of females here. And for those of you folks ringside that want to flip this, I sure wouldn't argue with you. The heifer that wins for me, though, I just think she puts a few more nicer things together. She's better through her front 1/3. She's more elevated at the top of her shoulder blades, gives you a nicer look. Now, with that being said, I'd like to change her off for Hawk. She needs to be a little sounder for me right there. That's where the heifer in second has a definite advantage. She's sounder as she gets out and goes right there. Really like the way she cats around the ring, like the rib and the volume and the power. But for me, she wants to run downhill ever so slightly, wants to get a little short-necked, maybe just a little bit waisty there in that chest floor, but that's an awfully good pair of females right there. The heifer that comes next is just really cowy and maternal in her makeup. She's big and bold in her rib. She's sound and she's functional. But for me, I'd like to blow her apart there in her pin and her hip shape. I'd like to maybe just make her just a little bit freer and easier off those front two and tighter up there in her chest floor in terms of her condition as well today. The heifer that comes next, boy, she sure has a nice look from the profile. Love the silhouette that she gives. She just gets flat and hard in her rib, flat in her forerib. If we just give her just a little bit more cow power right there in rib and volume, she'd move up a spot or two. The heifer that comes next is just a good, honest kind of a female. She's big ribbed, she's stout, and she's thick-ended. She maybe just wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly, wants to get a little straight out of that shoulder, maybe wants to round from her hooks to her pins. We fix that. The two females that round out the class have a nice look. They're good rib. They just need to be sounder off both ends for me to get them any higher today.
Into our Chiangus bull show with a nice green bull calf in April. Comes in still at 670 though. Like his moderation and the shape that he has there to his top. Bull that still has some length of body to him. If we could correct him just a little bit, we could relax him down at the ground in his lower joints there, but a bull that still has enough presence to him and still green in his body condition and true in his muscle. Thank you.
In our Hereford show, Class 9, late winter heifer calves. First place, entry number 215, Del Hawk Jazzy 1420, exhibited by Del Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Second place, entry number 217, BF Exception 4296, exhibited by Kendall and Cade Boatman, Rockford, Illinois. Third place, entry number 223, exhibited by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 224, exhibited by Libby Rustin, Waverly, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 1, exhibited by Jordan, Nathan, and Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 221, exhibited by Chase and Bailey Loudman, Bremen, Indiana. And seventh place, entry number 220, exhibited by Oakledge Farms, Belmont, New Hampshire. In the ring now in our Hereford show is Class 10A. 10B should be in the makeup ring. Over in our Chiangus show, Class 20, first place, and automatically your late spring bull calf champion, entry number 4, PCG Reflection 2CA, exhibited by Premier Genetics, Horse Cave, Kentucky, and Foundation Genetics and Diamond MK, LLC. In the ring now in our Chiangus shows, Class 21, Class 22 should be in the makeup ring. Class 23 and 24 to the makeup ring, Chiangus bulls. Chiangus exhibitors, these bull classes are small, so keep those bulls coming to the makeup ring.
Pretty impressive WDA on both of these middle and March calves here. Guess the one that I opt to use is a little more comfortable in terms of what I like, just his forerib shape and how that ties into his top line at the stand. I think that bull puts together a little more style. Although he maybe is a little more off in his hip and gets underneath himself on the move, I think the function of his hind leg is just a bit nicer. And then he comes with a bigger set of testicles, and he's a cleaner sheath bull on top of it. And so just a few added bonuses there to go along with all those other attributes. Very long-bodied, high-performing bull here in second. Has a tremendous amount of frame and length of body. I just took issue with his rear structure there. He wants to kind of cross over and just be a little too insecure how he sits down off of his hind leg. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Placings in Class 21, Chiangus bulls. First place, entry number 10, WCC Poker Chip 412C, exhibited by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Second in class, entry number 8, SLD DCL Let It Rock 5S17C, exhibited by Ty Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is Class 22. Single entry in this class, entry 11. Immediately following this class, we'll be ready to select our early spring Chiangus Bull Calf champion.
What a way to start off a class of balanced EPDs. -1 ahead in here. This is probably the nicest, most uniform group of EPDs cattle that we've had bring to us. Heifer here has sure got a really nice ribeye marbling EPD for me. I think that's a added value to her. And then evaluating her as an individual in her own right, boy, she's just so sleek and elegant. She's long-spined, so sound as she gets out and moves and floats around the ring. Love her in terms of her condition, that the way that she's brought to me today, I like that about her. She still has gas in the tank to go, and that's what I'm looking for here when we start getting in these bigger cattle today. Just a really good kind of a female. A nice kind of a female that comes next. She's long and she's sound and she's functional. Doesn't have the power down low as a heifer that wins, but sure has a nice look. Just like to stouten her up in her bone work, give her a shot more shape and dimension, but a really good, complete kind of a female. Really stout, powerful, functional kind of a female that comes here in that regard. If we could just free her up off both ends and get her moving better, she'd just get up higher today for me. Really like a lot of pieces to that female. Female that comes next definitely has the advantage in structural integrity, but she just wants to get a little small in her kind, coarse and open her shoulder and a little plain through her front 1/3. The heifer that comes next is one that I like a lot. She just gets steep in her shoulder, up in her spine, and breaks in her loin. Same as the heifer that rounds out the class.
A lone February bull calf here, and plenty of performance and gas in his tank, but I'd say a bull that still has a tremendous future to him in terms of just his joint flexibility. He's clean jointed. Bull's still very far along in terms of his testicle development, and I think he strikes a tremendous amount of style, and really like his length of hip, how he comes down to the ground and to his hock there. Very deserving bull to be a class winner. We'll get him back out here in this division.
In our Chiangus show, Class 22, single entry in this class. First place, entry number 11, DCL, Mr. Golden Hustle, exhibited by Clarahan Farms, Harper, Iowa. We're now ready to select our early spring bull calf champion from Class 21 and 22. Chiangus bulls, Class 23 and 24 should be in the makeup ring. Over in our Hereford show, Class 10A. Congratulations in first place. Entry number 232, Sankey Sylvia 45B, exhibited by Burke and Cole Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 230, BF Party Time 4244, exhibited by Katie Musser, Otterbein, Indiana. Third place, entry number 228, exhibited by River Circle Farm, Hartsville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 231, exhibited by Addison McFarland, Cottonwood, California. Fifth place, entry number 234, exhibited by Claiborne Perry, Madison, Mississippi. And sixth place, entry number 227, exhibited by Hannah and Abigail Billing, Greendale, New Jersey. In our Hereford show, in the ring now is Class 10B. Immediately following this class, we'll select our winner heifer calf champion. We need Class 13A to the makeup ring.
First division here, a pair of bulls that we have out here, and both of them I think merit some talk and some quality there to them. The bull out of the first class, like what we talked, deep-hearted bull. He's got a very good shape back through the rear third of him. Bull that still has some ruggedness and masculine about his head, and that's an advantage that he has over the older bull calf there and behind him. We talked in class and how he maybe gets a little lower and more off there in his hip, and the bull out of the February class to me has a little bit more of that attractive but yet still functional set there to his hock and his hind leg. He probably gives up just a little bit more forerib relative to his frame and his size, but you know, a bull that puts together still a tremendous amount of performance, but still remains clean jointed and sound. And so he's the one that best suits me out of the February class to win our division, and then we'll follow up with this bull for reserve. Thank you. Yep, congratulations. Yep, good job, Chad.
Early spring Chiangus bull champion goes to entry number 11, DCL, Mr. Golden Hustle, exhibited by Clarahan Farms, Harper, Iowa. And your reserve comes out of Class 21. He's entry 10, WCC Poker Chip 412C, exhibited by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Coming into the ring now in our Chiangus shows Class 23. We need entry 18 Chiangus Bull to the makeup ring. Entry 18 Chiangus Bull to the makeup ring. I'll check back on you later. What do you got over here?
Folks, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my replacement there for a little while, Mr. Eddie Burks. Eddie, thank you so much for filling in for me. Eddie is the one that recommended me for this job, and I appreciate it, my friend. I'm having a ball. For any of you that might be interested tonight, if you are in town and looking for something to do tonight, we'd love to have you come to our Sale of Champions. We will be selling our champion market animals tonight in East Wing, in the East Wing by North, in the north entrance of East Wing. That festivities tonight start at 6 o'clock. We'll have a social half hour at 6 o'clock, followed by the auction about 6:30. So if any of you are still in Louisville tonight and would love to come to the Sale of Champions, we'll be selling our champion market animals tonight at 6 o'clock. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need Class 13A senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 13A senior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately.
I like this mid-November bull to win the class pretty handily. I think he's just a little more rugged in terms of his feature. A bull that has a tremendous amount of turnout value, I guess, from my standpoint. Really bold and massive in his rib and body, athletic in terms of his hock and his pasturing and how he sets down at the ground in his foot. Just a really stout bull that has some real-world function there to him. Bull that comes next in second, a little sharper up through his front 1/3. Still a bull that is tremendous in terms of his top shape and how he maintains that out towards his hip. In terms of just his lower joints and his movement, I don't know if he's quite as comfortable, but at the stand, he can give you a very stylish image, tremendous amount of bone and muscle there to him. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 23 was entry 14, WCC Spoiler 461B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Second entry 15, TR Believin' Magic PCA, shown by Talmo Ranch, Talmo, Georgia.
Boy, a really
the
nice
ring now
female.
is Class 24. Sorry, Matt.
Boy, a really nice female here on this Hereford side. Boy, you really got to appreciate that yearling EPD on her, plus that spread to that high ribeye. Maybe just a smidgen high on her birth weight, but I think it's still manageable. Boy, she's stout and powerful and cowy and broody, just the way that I like them, sound and functional. You know, still classy and elegant. I think in terms of her condition, she's just right on the money. Maybe just a smidgen chesty, but not bad. If we're going to pick on this female ever so slightly, she wants to get pulled apart there and top of her shoulder blades. Might like to make her a little bit more youthful looking in her head. She's getting a little stale right there, but that's a good, awfully good female. Really classy, elegant female right here, and I truly admire the ribeye and the marbling EPD that she brings to the table. I think she's going to offer a lot of value down the road for these exhibitors of that. She's really sound, she's really classy, but maybe just gets a little too chesty for me. Maybe gets a little bit plainer in her whole makeup design, wants to break in her loin when you set her into motion, but an awfully good kind of a female. The female that comes next is very highly presented, good kind of cattle. She's big ribbed and volume, big boned and big footed, but she just wants to get too short coupled. She wants to roll from her hooks to her pins, get up underneath herself when she gets out and goes. We fix that. She moves a spot or two higher for me. Just really good kind of complete kind of cattle here in fourth. You like the rib and the volume and the stoutness. Just like to make them truer from her hock to her ground, and she wants to get up on those hind two pasterns as she gets out and goes. A really good looking female here on the profile, but one that for me just runs out of power. She wants to break in her loin. She wants to get flat in her rib design. Just like to open her up underneath and give her just more added rib and volume and dimension. Maybe make her just a little bit bigger in her type and her kind. A really big rib, big growthy, big bone kind of a female, but she too wants to break in her loin. She wants to get up in the center portion of her spine, maybe wants to get a little coarse and open in her shoulder. Might like to just clean her up through her front 1/3 to get her any higher today as well. Heifer that comes next is one that's probably a little bit more elegant made. She's bigger boned and bigger footed, no doubt, but she too wants to break in her loin. She wants to get awfully stiff and straight off of both ends when she gets out and goes. Two heifers that round out the class are similar types and kinds of cattle. They're good cattle. They just get outperformed for me.
Now comments in our Chianina or Chiangus ring from our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
All right, we've got a September bull here, another single entry. We'll walk him in division here in a little bit, but tremendous amount of performance, and WDA working alongside this bull has a nice amount of style to him there from the profile. Deep rib bull that has plenty of volume. We'll get him back out here in division, talk him in a little bit.
Placing first in Class 24 in our Chiangus division is entry 17, WCC Adventure 450B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division 3 Senior Chiangus Bull Calf. Class placings in our Hereford Class 10B early winter heifer calves. First went to entry 236, RJ Abigail 4906, shown by Shaylee Goings, Royal Center, Indiana. Second entry 246, Del Hawk Winsley 1412 ET, shown by Nicole Peterson, DeWitt, Iowa. Third entry 248, shown by Jesse Johnson, Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth entry 235, shown by Travis and Rachel Drum, Winchester, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 247, shown by Eliza Hurst, Lancaster, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 245, shown by Lincoln Hart, Pikeville, Tennessee. Seventh, entry 237, shown by Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 239, shown by Michelle Smith, Hartsville, Tennessee. And ninth, entry 244, shown by Michelle Smith, Hartsville, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our winter calf Hereford champion, Class 13A Senior Hereford Heifer Calves, to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, folks, let's give these Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause for a really stout division out here. The heifer that wins our first class, you know, as we talked her, really cool, really elegant, big rib, high volume, big bone, big footed, stout made kind of a female. As we talked her though in class, like to change her right there in her hock. I'd like to see her just get out and go just a little bit better for me, but I still think it's plenty good enough or she wouldn't be standing out here. The heifer that wins our second division is second class is one that's sure awfully good looking. She's sound and she's functional and she's good ribbed. She probably looks her best when she gets out and goes, and that's probably the way a cow ought to. I mean, just a really good, complete kind of a female. You know, if we're going to pick on her ever so slightly, with the heifers that are on either side of her, might like to stouten her up just a smidgen, you know, but just a really good, complete, honest kind of a female right there. Then the female that wins our third class, just power cow, big yearling EPD, still has plenty of carcass to her. You know, as we talked her too, you just really admire the power that she has and the rib and volume, yet she's still sound, functional, flat enough shouldered. As we talked her though in class, might like to give her just a little bit more brood cow look to her head, just a little short-faced for me, but I don't think that's very critical. That's an awfully good female. And nothing against our respective seconds down here, awfully good lineup. You folks, I'll go show you my two.
Selected as your winner heifer calf champion is entry 236, RJ Abigail 4906 ET, shown by Shaylee Goings, Royal Center, Indiana. And selected as your reserve winner heifer calf champion is entry 232, Sankey Sylvia, 45B, shown by Burke and Cole Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Congratulations.
Back on the Chiangus side, we've got a good pair of bulls here that are a little bit different in terms of type and kind. I'll just tell you what I see in them, and we'll go one way or the other out here. But the bull out of the November class, talked to him in his particular set. I really like the ruggedness of this bull, the function of this bull, and particularly his forerib and how he's shaped and just maintains that so well through the rear third of his body. I think where he has an advantage in this particular division is his foot and his back leg and his hock and how he sets that to the ground. I think that bull has a tremendous amount of quality and style to him, but yet still a tremendous amount of function. He's given up about 300 pounds based off of the scale weight that we have, and there's, you know, about 2.5 months age difference there between the bulls, but by no means do I think he's too small for that matter. He's 1,300 pounds right now, or close there to it, and so that's plenty big for a yearling bull. And I just really like his shape and the turn of that bull and the function and set there to his back leg. The bull out of the September class, tremendous amount of length of body, still deep enough there in terms of his volume. I like the smoothness in terms of that bull's muscle, how he lays that all the way from front to rear. Up front, you know, he lays in good enough there in his shoulder. We might correct him just a little bit at the point of it, but that bull has a tremendous amount of performance and length and their growth to him. A good bull there in his own right. So congratulations. Let's give these exhibitors in the bull show a nice hand. We'll get you a division champion.
Selected as your Division III Senior Chiangus Bull Calf Champion is entry 14, WCC Spoiler, 461B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. And selected as your reserve Division III Senior Bull Calf Champion is entry 17, WCC Adventure 450B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Congratulations. We now need Class 25 spring yearling bulls into the show ring, please. Class 25 Chiangus spring yearling bulls to the show ring. We need Class 26 and 27 and 28. Let's bring classes 26, 27, and 28 to the show ring immediately. Class Chiangus, Class 26, 27, and 28 to the makeup ring immediate, please. On our Hereford ring, we have Class 13A Senior Heifer Calves in the ring. Hereford exhibitors, please bring Class 13B Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately.
$263, $274.
Hereford exhibitors, we are missing entries 263 from Victoria Chapman and entry 274 from the Sayer family. We need your entries to the makeup ring, please.
Really nice pair of May bulls here, coming 2-year-olds, and give up just a little bit of width to gain, to me, just a more complete bull in terms of his general flexibility, the soundness and athleticism that he has. A bull that's still deep-ribbed and high-volume, like the smoothness up through his front 1/3, and just the athleticism of that bull, just a little smoother in his muscle, and how he handles that, I think, is more ideal in my opinion. Really like the bull in second at the stand in terms of just being a stout-structured, heavy-muscled, powerful bull. Up front's where I'd tweak him. He's a little more up on his front feet and his toes, wants to roll just a little bit there over his shoulder, but a massive bull that has a lot of power and mass to him.
Placing first in Class 25, Chiangus Late Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 18, WCC Gangster 415B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Clarahan Farms, and G. Walker, Cloverdale, Indiana. Second, entry 19, GHC Northern Momentum 081B, shown by Justin Holt Cattle Company and Kelly Seward, Aberdeen, South Dakota. We now bring it in Class 26. Class 26, Spring Yearling Chiangus Bulls. Our judge has made his placings in our Hereford ring, Class 13A. Comments from our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Boy, really nice way to start off a female, and the nicest numbered one to go along with it, 2-3 to 109. Boy, that gives you a lot of room as a breeding piece to do stuff, folks. She's sound, she's functional, she's big boned, she's big footed, she has a nice look, she's fresh in terms of her condition, she's bold in her rib design, she's soft in her flank, good in her forerib, just a really good, complete kind of female. If we're going to change one thing about this female, I might like to see her just a little bit longer in the crest of her neck, maybe make her just a little bit longer in her face. She wants to get a little short face for me, but folks, that's picking on one that's awfully good, I think. Heifer that comes next is just a really good looking, sound silhouette kind of a female. You love the structural integrity that she brings you. She's just so soft and fluid and moves so good. But for me, she wants to get a little flat in her rib design right behind her shoulder, gives up a little power to the one that wins, maybe has a little chest and a little throat compared to the one that wins, but an awfully good brood cow prospect right there. Heifer that comes next, it gets real close in these next three for me. So there's just simply more cow power to her, the reason that she rolls to there. She's bigger volume, bolder sprung. She's stouter made. I'd like to see her a little bit truer off of both ends to get her any higher today. A heifer that follows her is one that is sounder at her knee as she goes, probably has a little bit more look, but she just gets too flat and hard in her rib design. The heifer that comes next is just a good, honest, kind of functional kind of a female, but she wants to break in her loin when she gets out and goes, wants to get a little coarse and open in her shoulder, just like to make her a little bit more elegant about her front 1/3. Heifer that comes next is just a really good, high-quality kind of a female. You like her rib and her volume, her length of spine. She has a nice look to her. We just like to make her a little softer off those hind two pasterns, maybe level her from hooks to pins as she goes to get her any higher. Same with the heifer that comes next. She needs a little more added rib and volume and dimension and bone work for me. Heifer that comes around next is one that's probably the styliest heifer out here. You really appreciate her look that she gives you. We just like to make her bolder in her skeletal design, just give her more natural base width and rib dimension. The two heifers that round out the class are similar types and kinds of cattle. They just need more of them and a little bit more show ring appeal for me today.
Back on the Chiangus side, a very competitive single entry here again, a bull that is in show shape for sure, but still has a tremendous amount of turnout value from my standpoint. Just the extra doability and the practicality of this bull, very functional, and how he gets around the ring in terms of his hind leg. We'll get him back out here in division in a little bit.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 26, MEFC Sergeant 419B, shown by Holt Cattle Company, Mina, South Dakota, and Melrose Farms, Gwinner, North Dakota. Entering the ring now is Class 27, Spring Chiangus Bulls. Placings in our Class 13A, Senior Hereford Heifer Calves. First went to entry 255, B.R. Gabriel 4415, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Second, entry 261, Purple Chloe 115B, shown by Jacob Fiskus, Oblong, Illinois. Third entry, 257, shown by Jared Hart, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth entry, 259, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Fifth entry, 260, shown by Cash Langford, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Sixth entry, 256, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. Seventh entry, 251, shown by Michelle Smith, Hartsville, Tennessee. Eighth entry, 253, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. Ninth entry, 250, shown by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. And 10th entry, 254, shown by Michael Dayton, Maysville, West Virginia. In our ring now in our Hereford show is Class 13B, Senior Heifer Calves. We need Class 16, late summer yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 16, late summer yearling females to the makeup ring immediately. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior Heifer Calf Champion.
Yeah, another high-quality bull that puts together a lot of power and stoutness here in our February class. Very thick-top bull, a lot of mass and width there to him. He still handles it really well out on the move and remains still pretty fresh in terms of how he's presented to us today, so congratulations on a competitive entry.
Our single entry in Class 27 on our Chiangus ring was entry 22, CTF Bow Whiskey, shown by Circle T Farm, Abington, Virginia. Entering the ring now is Class 28, Junior Yearling Chiangus Bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 Junior Yearling Chiangus Bull Champion. Attention in the Hereford barn, we need Class 16, late summer yearling females, entry 281. Entry 281 from Class 16. We need you to the makeup ring immediately.
Sure, an interesting pair of bulls here and quite different in terms of their mature size and where they're going to be long-term. You know, both the bulls we might tweak just a little bit up front in their front shoulder designs, but at the same time, the bull that I chose to win the class with, I'm more comfortable with in terms of just his amount of body relative to his frame. You know, he gives up some size and a little bit of weight, but still a bull that comes in 1,800 for a coming 2-year-old. You know, I think that's enough in a lot of cases. Stouter in terms of his bone and just his rib shape and his width all the way through, I think better matches him. Bull in second, very long-bodied bull that's presented in a competitive way. I like the strength there to his top line. He's more correct in terms of his levelness there out through his hip. Like I said, both the bulls up front kind of have a little more spread, and they set that shoulder out of him a little bit more than ideal. Than this bull, just the way that he gets around the ring, for me, needs to be more athletic in how he goes. So that's how I see him. Let's give those two exhibitors a good hand, please.
Placing first in Class 28 Junior Yearling Chiangus Bulls is entry 23 VBS Tyrion 515B, shown by VBS Farm, DeMossville, Kentucky. And second is entry 27 SSTF Godfather, shown by Soapstone Farm, Olney, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division 5 Junior Yearling Chiangus Champion Bull. Matt?
Boy, a really nice female here to start this class off, and pack that much power at a 1.1 EPD, I think sure awfully impressive. Is she the biggest, fattest, stoutest one out here in terms of white muscling? No, I don't think so. But she's just perfect in terms of her condition, the way that I like to see them. I like how clean and tidy she is in her chest floor. She has a great look. And when you view her down her top compared to the one in second, she's bolder out of her hip. She's wider from her hooks to her pins, and she just gets around the ring truer out of her spine. Her tail head lays in better into her. Just a really good, fresh, complete female that I think has a world of potential down the road. Heifer that comes next is no slouch in her own right. Boy, she is big and stout and broody and big ribbed and still has a nice look. And she too is, in terms of her chest, is fresh in her condition. Getting a little bit too much fat pockets down there in them pones for me. Maybe wants to get up in her tail head ever so slightly. Might like to just see her just laid in truer into her spine like the one that's above her. Maybe wants to get just, ever so slightly, just a little weak right behind those shoulders, all the way down to her forearm, but an awfully good pair of females right there. Nothing against the heifer that comes in third. I like this heifer from her shoulders back as good as any of them that we've seen in this class. She's bold in her rib. I love the way she bounces up in her lower 1/3 from her chest floor to her udder. She's big boned, she's stout, and she's solid. Where I'd like to change her to get her any higher today, I'd like to just lean her up in the crest of her neck and make her a little bit more extended through that front 1/3. Awfully good female. Heifer that comes next is just a big stout power cow, if you will. And that's probably where her detriment is. She just got too much power. She's opened up and coarse in her shoulder. She wants to get up on those hind two pasterns when she gets out and goes. But a lot of good. There's a lot of bulls that exhibitor can breed too that'll fix that. The heifer that comes next, really classy and elegant, better looking than the heifer that's in front of her. She's flatter shouldered and more extended through her front 1/3 without question. But for me, she wants to get it flat in her rib and flat in her muscle pattern, just like to just give her a little bit more skeletal width and dimension. Young lady's heifer that comes next is probably the stouter version of the heifer that's in front of her. But for me, she wants to get pulled apart at the top of her blades. She wants to get coarse and round in the point of her shoulder and like to blow her apart there in her heart. She wants to get a little pinch there for me. The heifer that comes next is probably better there in her heart than the one that's above her, but she just wants to get a little too laborsome off of both ends for me. Just if we could just make her get out and go and glide around these pretty green chips a little better, she'd move up a few spots. Heifer that comes next is definitely sounder out of her shoulder, probably sounder out of her hock than the ones above her, but she just gives up too much performance to her. The two that round out the class are awfully good in their type and kind. They're cowy. They just need more oomph to get up there and more looked as this heifer in the last place getting higher day, but I think those are awfully good females, make them nice cows.
All right, back on the Chiangus side, we've got three of our class winners back out here in the ring, and the bull that won the first class, really admire that bull in terms of his style, but yet a tremendous amount of doability. Very practical bull, really like the length of him in terms of his hip, and then unmistakably he's the best bull down at the ground in terms of his rear feet and the function that he has. Every once in a while that bull set his front end maybe just a little bit out and want to roll those front toes in just a little bit, but at the same time, bull it's pretty hard to walk past and not appreciate all the things that he does right in terms of just that tremendous amount of body, but yet that smoothness and length of hip. Like the bull in second, leaner in terms of his condition. I like that about him. He looks like he's worked a little bit, and I appreciate his muscle and the shape and the moderation that bull has on him. I would correct him down at the ground and his rear toes, and maybe when he gets out on the move, that bull will pull up in his spine just a little bit more and get a little tight there. Bull out of the last class is as massive, muscled, and as rugged and stout in terms of his bone and foot as anything that we have in this lineup, but in the same breath, maybe a bull that's just a little coarser as well. So some give and take here in this division. I'll show you the two that I like, but put your hands together for these people bringing out these big 2-year-old bulls.
Selected as your divisional champion is entry 24.
Over here on the Hereford side, what a division here. We didn't have a
21.
lot of numbers, but the quality was deep. I mean, these four out here are great females, guys. And another day, another guy sorting, it may be flip-flop these pairs, and I sure wouldn't argue with anybody on that. I mean, these are four outstanding females that I wouldn't mind taking home to my place any day of the week. The heifer that wins our first class, you know, you appreciate the power that she has. I mean, she's the stoutest one out here, no doubt, and yet she's still sound and functional, and she's good rib. You know, as we talked to her in class, though, might like to lean her up there in the crest of her neck, make it just a little bit longer, maybe getting just a little bit heavy in terms of her condition and her chest floor right there, but I still think it's adequate enough. The heifer that wins our second class is one that, you know, you really admire the freshness that she's brought to you. It's the freshness is the way that I like to see my cattle presented, and I truly admire that and appreciate this exhibitor doing that. Just leaves a lot of future left to go. She's sound, she's functional, she's good looking, and yet when you get down her and read her, she does have plenty of power. I think the heifer's awfully good. Nothing against our respective seconds. They're awfully good cattle. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Selected as our Division 5 Junior Yearling Chiangus Bull was entry 21, MEFC Sergeant 419B, shown by Holt Cattle Company, Mina, South Dakota, and Melrose Farms, Gwinner, North Dakota. And selected as our reserve Junior Yearling Chiangus Bull was entry 22, CTF Bow Whiskey, shown by Circle T Farm, Abington, Virginia. We now will move into Class 29 Chiangus Bulls. In our Hereford ranks, selected as our senior heifer calf champion is entry 263, BK Barking Orders 4046B, shown by Victoria Chapman, Sulphur, Oklahoma. And our reserve senior calf champion is entry 255, BR Gabrielle 4415, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Congratulations to both of you.
Getting into our senior bulls here, bull that I like in terms of where he's at in his condition. I think a bull that looks like he's worked, but yet still has enough body, so long from the profile in terms of just his length of spine. A bull that still gets off his rear hock and is pasturing very well and athletic. I like the strength that he has right in behind his shoulders and the extra muscle and width. You don't really expect this bull to have the amount of power that he does until you get right in behind him and look at him, but a bull that I really like in terms of his athleticism, a bull that definitely has a lot of style to him. Congratulations.
Class 29 in our Chiangus show is entry 24, Exclusive Use, shown by Double G Cattle Company and Horsley Brothers, Albany, Missouri. We now need Class 30, Chiangus Bull to the end of the ring, please. And our Class 16, late summer yearling females in our Hereford ring, comments from our judge.
A nice single entry here that sure could have stood a little bit more competition in my mind. You know, she's got an awfully nice look to her. She's feminine, she's angular, she's good rib, she's sound and she's functional and she's stout. You know, if we're going to pick on this female, we'd sure like to see her have an EPD profile. But other than that, that's an awfully good kind of cattle right there.
Class 16, late summer yearling female. Our single entry is AK Almost Is Never Enough, shown by Andrew and Christopher Hart, Danielsville, Georgia. Entering the ring now in our Hereford ring is Class 17, early summer yearling females. In the ring now is Class 17 early summer yearling females. Hereford exhibitors, please bring Class 20A spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate champion female.
We'll get this bull out with our other senior bull here in a little bit and discuss him a little further, but just as an individual, a very deep-hearted bull, a lot of volume, still has that added substance at the ground and stoutness there in terms of his rear structure. Bull that's long-bodied and still maintains enough muscle and width there from front to rear.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 30 is entry 25, WCC Liquid Courage 455A, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Circle S Cattle, Wiley Nicholson, and Chuck Holder, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Division 6 Senior Yearling Chiangus Bull Champion, followed by a selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Chiangus Bull. Chiangus exhibitors, I need spring heifer calves, Class 31-32, to the makeup ring, please. Chiangus exhibitors, I need spring heifer calves, Class 31 and 32, to the makeup ring, please. Entering our Hereford ring now is Class 17, early summer yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate Hereford champion female.
All right, just two of these bulls, and we'll talk a little bit about them out here before we pick them. Bull out of the first class, I think holds the advantage in being just a little fresher in terms of his condition, and I like his genuine width and his base width that he maintains all the way through. Up front, this bull's a little better in his knee and how he comes from his shoulder down into his foot. He's just a little squarer there from that standpoint where that bull sets into it. I like his length of hip and just the power and the width in him. If I could change him, maybe just give him a little bit more just volume there to him. But that bull still weighs a tremendous amount and still has a lot of length and style there about him. Bull out of the second class complements him very well. He's softer. He's deeper there down in his heart and his forerib. Bull that's still very stout in his structure. I think at the stand, a bull that lines out and really has a great herd bull look about him. When we get him going on the motion, I think he just pulls up in his top just a little bit. He doesn't come to the ground quite as attractive and in his foot and his hock there as the bull right in front of him. So some give and take terms of just the volume and the substance of the bull out of the second class, or a little bit more of the shape and just running gear of the bull out of the first class. So my compliments to both of these exhibitors of dragging these guys around and just keeping them in show enough shape to get them out here and exhibit them for the crowd. It's not easy. It takes a lot of work. And so congratulations, nice job. I'm going to go with the bull out of the first class for a division champion. Bull out of the second class will be reserved. Thank you.
Selected as your Division 6 Senior Yearling Chiangus Bull Champion is entry 24, Exclusive Use, shown by Double G Cattle Company and Horsley Brothers Cattle Company, Albany, Missouri. And your reserve is entry 25, WCC Liquid Courage 455A, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Circle S Cattle, Wiley Nicholson, and Chuck Holder, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our grand champion, Chiangus Bull. Chiangus exhibitors, I need class 31 and 32. Chiangus spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 31 and 32 spring heifer calf Chiangus exhibitors to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments in our Chiangus ring from our judge on our grand champion bull from our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
A little time for the bulls through here to work them out, and you know, I still think, you know, there's some decisions out here that you have to make, because there's not necessarily one of them or two of them that go together and are the same kind. Calf out of the first class, nice bull in terms of his shape, just needs a little bit more time. Our other spring bull calf there, bull that looks like a Cavanese bull. He has a nice length to him, very clean in his joints, very smooth in terms of his length and just his shoulder, how it sets into him. Just needs a little more time to go ahead and mature and fill out. I started getting into a bull that I really liked in this fall division, a very moderate bull that has the amount of ruggedness and just masculinity to him that I like. Getting back out here, maybe he's just a little bit plainer in a spot or two, but a bull that's very real world and very functional. Bull out of this fourth division here, tremendous amount of style. I think that's his advantage out here in this lineup. I really like his athleticism and the attractiveness that he has to his hip and hind leg. Bull has an adequate amount of body and just volume to him in terms of the depth of his heart. You get in behind him and he's not maybe the most powerful one out here, but at the same time he's got enough probably for a lot of people, and I think his true advantage to some of these bulls out here is his athleticism and just the way he gets out. Nice show bull there out of the fifth division, and we talked about all of his body and his doability and just you know, the way that bull blends out with a very nice amount of style and quality there to him. I told you in division that up front, and I would change his front toes and how that bull rolls just a little bit there off of his front end, and probably of these set out here, he has a little more condition on him as well, and so I would like to freshen him up and just see those front feet and those toes set down just a little bit differently. The bull out of the last division, definitely a bull that's been out working and breeding cows. You can tell that. I think he's got a very massive shape to him, a bull that's sound and correct in how he comes down to his hind leg, and he's so long-bodied, he does miss his stride just a little bit, and maybe he's a little out of place for some of you because he doesn't have just that overwhelming spring and amount of volume to him. But he's a bull that's definitely in his working clothes, but still I'm glad the exhibitor brought him to the ring because he has some style and just that quality to him that I think some cattle can benefit from. So that's how I see your cattle out here. It's been an honor again judging them. Put your hands together for a great Chiangus bull show.
Selected as your grand champion, Chiangus bull, entry 24, exclusive use, shown by Double G Cattle Company, Albany, Missouri, and Horsley Brothers Cattle Company. Congratulations. He is. And selected as your reserve grand champion, Chiangus bull, entry 18, WCC Gangster 415B, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Clarahan Farms, and G. Walker, Cloverdale, Indiana. Chiangus exhibitors, we will be taking pictures and move right into our spring heifer calf class. Now comments in our Hereford ring from our judge, Mr. Matt Copeland.
Boy, a really nice heifer here to start off this class. I think she's the most complete and the nicest balanced in my mind. You know, she puts together cow power, rib and volume, bone and foot, structural integrity with a look and still really nice balance. Might like to tone down that fit job on the underline for me, but I just think that's the most complete heifer. Now, if I'm going to fault this female, I'd like to see her toned down in terms of her condition. She's sure pushing a little extra grease for me today. The heifer that comes in second is more my kind in terms of condition. She's fresher in her chest and throughout her pones, but she wants to run downhill just a smidgen. Maybe like to just elevate her there to the top of her shoulder blades as she gets out and goes. Maybe tie her in tighter right there, see her neck come out a little higher and truer, but a really good kind of a female. The female in third I love. I mean, I love this female. From the ground up, she's stellar. And folks, it's just one man's opinion out here today, but I'd like to see her have EPDs. That's why she's third. Simple as that. Heifer that comes next is one that has a nice look. She's big ribbed and sound and functional and stout, still has a nice look to her, but for me, she just wants to break behind those shoulders, get pulled apart in those shoulder blades, just like to make her truer from behind her shoulders all the way to her forerib. Heifer that comes next is, I really admire the terms of freshness. No doubt her days are later down the road, but for me, she just gets simply outpowered in this class today. Heifer that comes next is one that is just sound and functional, just gives up too much look and pizzazz and cow power to get any higher today for me. Same as the heifer that comes next. You really like how sound and functional she is. You like her rib and her volume and her stoutness, but she's just getting too stale and too past 12 o'clock for me to get her any higher today. Heifer that comes next is one that you appreciate her freshness in terms of her condition in terms of the one that's above her, but she wants to get up in her spine, she wants to break behind her shoulders, and wants to break in that tail head real bad. The heifer that rounds out the class, just like to see her sounder off of both ends.
Thank you. Placing first in Class 17 early summer yearling females is entry 287, Lake Barbara 34B, shown by Sage Sarah and Samuel Lawrence, Avila, Indiana. Second, entry 284, BF Barry 88X, Lacey 4108, shown by Emily Holt, Casper, Wyoming, and Bennett Holt, Caldwell, Idaho. Third, entry 286, shown by Hadley Dunklow, Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth, entry 295, shown by Cagney and Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Fifth, entry 290, shown by Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 283, shown by Caitlin Miller, Alexandria, Indiana, and Dustin Parker, Alexandria, Indiana. Seventh, entry 289, shown by Wyatt Hancock, Oologah, Oklahoma. Eighth, entry 292, shown by Dustin Ogburn, Sanders, Kentucky. And ninth, entry 294, shown by Kara Geppert, Otterbein, Indiana. We now will be selecting our intermediate Hereford champion female. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 20A spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 20A spring yearling Hereford females to the makeup ring immediately.
Boy, a nice division out here. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Heifer that wins our first class, you know, we talked to her, just a really good, complete kind of a female that we would like to see an EPD profile. For me, anyway, that is, we picked on another heifer in the last class for not having that. I just think as seed stock producers that we got to have that tool in my mind for my operation. Heifer that wins our second class is one that just really sound and functional, big rib, big volume, big boned. And then the heifer that was second to her, you know, just really good, complete kind of a female. That was an awfully tough class. I don't think we need to split these. These are going to go ahead and be your division champions.
Selected as our intermediate Hereford champion females, entry 287, Lake Barbara 34B, shown by Sage Sarah and Samuel Lawrence, Avila, Indiana. And our reserve intermediate champion is entry 284, BF Barry 88X, Lacey 4108, shown by Emily Holt, Casper, Wyoming, and Bennett Holt, Caldwell, Idaho. Congratulations to both of you. Entering our Hereford ring now is Class 20A, Spring Yearling Females. Hereford exhibitors, please bring Class 20B, Spring Yearling Females to our makeup ring, please. Class 20B, Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring immediately.
Folks, what a class. Wow, this is something now. And it's just going to keep getting better, I think. But this class here is just phenomenal cattle. And it all comes down to personal nitpicky preferences here. These things, you could go 4 deep in here, 5 deep in here, and sort it any way that you wanted to, and I sure wouldn't argue with you none. The heifer that wins for me, I just simply think that she ties the most good stuff together: power, bone, foot, rib, and volume, and hip, and still keeps a nice look up high. She's long in the crest of her neck. She's good into her throat. Maybe pushing a little too much brisket for me now. I mean, she's getting a little fat right there, but that's an awfully good kind of a female, just power cow. The heifer that comes next is no slouch in her own right. Boy, she's sound and athletic and good on the move. Got plenty of rib and volume to her as well. When you get to analyzing the pair of them, she wants to get just a little bit shorter right there from her poll to the top of her shoulder blade. Maybe gets one's a little crestier and thicker in her neck right there. But she is nicer in her chest, but that's the differences that I see in the two. Just awfully good cattle right there, folks. The heifer that comes in third, she's just really nice kind of cattle. Just really sound and functional. Maybe just a little bit too short coupled for me and too short spine to get her any higher today. The heifer that comes next, I love the way that she's presented. They've got her fit to a T. She's sound and athletic and big boned and big footed, and yet still really good looking. But for me, she wants to get a little smidgen high in her tail head. She wants to break in her loin ever so slightly when you get her out on the go, and I'd like to just flatten her right there in the point of her shoulder to match the rest of her body, but awfully good cattle. Heifer that comes next, same kind of mold, sound, functional, big rib, big volumed, but we'd like to flatten her up high in the top side of her shoulder blade, give her a little meat right behind her shoulders, maybe make her just a little bit more elegant made through the crest of her neck. She's getting a little beefy and a little stale right there. The heifer that comes next is sound and functional, stout, big rib and volume. She too's like the one that's in front of her though. Wants to get a little straight shouldered, maybe wants to get a little bit cresty in her neck. We fix that. She moves up a spot or two. Really nice heifer here. She's ultra cool looking. She's tight in her chest, but she's straight in her shoulder. Wants to get a little straight off those hind too as well, but love the power and dimension that she has. The three females that round out the class are good cattle. You know, they're good ribbed. They have a lot of good to them. Just get out horse in this class today.
Placing first in class 20A Spring Hereford Yearling Females is entry 309. B.R. Audrey 4075 ET, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Second, entry 312 ECR Miss Sensation 4406, shown by Chesney Effling and Kennedy Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Third, entry 298, shown by Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth, entry 305, shown by Delhawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Fifth, entry 310, shown by Cole and Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Sixth, entry 306, shown by Shelby Lane and Cale Zink, Oxford, Indiana. Seventh, entry 303, shown by Trent Ray, Abingdon, Illinois. Eighth, entry 307, shown by Amanda Bacon, Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. Ninth, entry 315, shown by Sweatman Hereford Farm, Virginia, Illinois. 10th, entry 319, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 20B, Spring Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Yearling Champion and Reserve Champion Female. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 23A Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Class 23A Hereford Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Chiangus exhibitors, let's bring Class 31 Spring Chiangus Heifer Calves into the ring, please. Class 31 Chiangus Spring Heifer Calves into the ring. Chiangus exhibitors, we need Class 32 to the makeup ring. Let's start bringing Class 33 and 34 to the makeup ring also.
I'm going to keep these two heifers just like how they came in the ring, read a little more future in the gentleman's heifer, and like her better at the ground. She's maybe a little more petite in terms of her bone, but at the same time, just a little sounder and more correct, and just see more future on down the road. Heifer in second here, a lot of power and substance and stoutness there to her. I think at times, though, she gets a little more erect there off of either end. Plenty far along here for a May heifer calf. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 31, Chiangus Spring Heifer Calves is entry 30, WCC Miss Rattle 443C, shown by Heidi Clarahan, Sigourney, Iowa. Second, entry 32, 6XTN Tender Wiggle 5S35C, shown by Kiefer Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 32, Chiangus Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I Junior Chiangus Heifer Champion. Chiangus exhibitors, I need classes 33 and 34 to the makeup ring, please. Chiangus exhibitors, classes 33 and 34 to the makeup ring, please. Attention Hereford exhibitors, attention Hereford exhibitors. Please bring Class 23A Junior Yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 23A Hereford Junior Yearling females to the makeup ring immediately.
What a tough class here. Boy, these here on this top end are awfully good folks, and like we made the comment in the last class, if a guy wanted to flip-flop it, I sure wouldn't argue with anybody. The heifer that wins does so because I think she puts the most good things together that I'm looking for. Is she perfect? No. But I love her length of body. I love her length of hip. I love her soundness and integrity as she hits the chips. I like the power that she has. I love the way her rib and her volume and her flank sets into her. Now, if we're going to pick on this female, I'd sure like to change her right behind her shoulders, make her a little fresher in her chest. She's sure pushing the envelope, folks, on that chest for me. The heifer in second is one that is fresher in terms of her condition through her chest, probably ties in a little truer behind her shoulders. But for me, she wants to run downhill just a smidgen. Like see her neck come out a little truer, little topper out of her spine. Like see her a little longer and leveler hip compared to the ones above them. But again, a great, great pair of females. The female that comes along next is the freshest, and I truly admire that about her. But for me in this class, she just wants to get too straight in her shoulder. I'd like to see her just reach out and grab with a more true athletic stride to get her any higher today. Heifer that comes next is just good sound kind of cattle, but it gets a little high in her tail head, gets a little too much brisket and too much condition for me to get her any higher today as well. That's where the heifer next has the advantage. She's cleaner and more in terms of her chest, in terms of her condition, but she just wants to get a little straight in her shoulder, like to flex her back at her knee, just make her get out and go a little bit more fluid at the ground, but an awfully good kind of a female that I like a lot of pieces about. Good female. Heifer that comes next is cool and angular from the side. Boy, you really like her from a profile silhouette standpoint. She's sound and she's athletic, but in this class, I just like to power her up from behind to get her any higher today. Heifer that comes next is one that needs a shot off forerib. Like to see her udder designed a whole lot better to get her any higher. The heifer that's next is definitely stout brood cow potential, but she's just 2 past 12 o'clock in terms of her condition for me. The heifers that round out the class, I appreciate the leanness that they're brought to us. They just run out of cow power for me.
Placing first in Class 20B, Spring Yearling Hereford Females is entry 320, ECR Miss Sensation. 4328, shown by Will Freaking, Alpha, Minnesota. Second, entry 343, KLD BR Corral 179D42, shown by Harrison Smith, Gatesville, Texas. Third, entry 334, Hap Game Point 14B, shown by Rebecca Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 321, shown by Lexi Lerblance, McAllister, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 330, shown by Brett, Riley, Lauren, and Bailey Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth, entry 345, shown by Amanda Bacon, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Seventh, entry 339, shown by Blaine Warnican, Schulenburg, Texas. Eighth, entry 338, shown by Rockridge Herefords, Versailles, Kentucky, Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Ninth, entry 333, shown by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. And 10th entry 348, shown by Lawton Holly, Gibsonburg, Ohio. We now will be selecting our Spring Yearling Champion and Reserve Champion Female. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 23A Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please.
Tremendous amount of quality in this class, and it's pretty easy to see when you're around ringside just the quality and the future in a lot of these heifer calves on down the line. I mean, there's not a bad one in the group. They're just different, and that's what it comes down to anytime, no matter what it is, just personal preference. I guess where I like the heifer that wins is just her freshness and the condition that they have her in. She's tremendous in the shape that she comes out of her rib with, and maintains that all the way through into her hip. And where I like her in a comparative sense next to the heifer in second is how she comes to the ground on her rear leg and her hock and her pastern and her foot really brings her together. And there's not another heifer in this lineup that comes together with the cow shape and the freshness and the quality that she does here in this class. Up front, I think the heifer in second, toes ahead, maybe just a little truer up through her front end. She has a tremendous amount of rib shape and volume to her. A little further along though, and I don't mind that because she handles it very well in terms of her movement and her structure. Maybe a little tighter right now down in her rear ankle, but an outstanding female that's shaped very well right there in her forerib and how she comes into her chest. Female in third is as long-bodied and is about as good as you can make one in terms of her silhouette. Her neck comes right out of the top of her shoulder. She lays that shoulder right into her body very well and drops a tremendous turn back through the rear third of her. I guess for me, she gets a little narrower underneath in terms of her chest, and that's where I got a little more critical on her, and maybe just a pinch more erect right there in her knee and how she kicks that out of her front end. But at the same breath, that's a very high quality female. Another heifer coming out that's a little more moderate in terms of her shape, tremendous amount of dimension to her, and again, another one that profiles very well when she's parked. She's a little more petite than I like through her head and her jaw. I would change her a little bit more through her forerib once you get through the hair. Female in fifth here just needs a little more time, a greener condition heifer that's very youthful in terms of her look and just needs more time to develop into it. Out here in a very competitive class, gets a little bit more off in her hip. Females that come next and finish out this class, a tremendous amount of weight per day of age and performance and just volume in them. I think they're cattle that get a notch plainer relative to our set that we have ahead of them, but outstanding set of females. Give them a good hand, please.
Thank you, Shane. Now in our Hereford ring to discuss our spring yearling division is Mr. Matt Copeland.
What a division. This is what makes being a Hereford breeder fun. You see these big stout power cows coming down the pike at you. The classes that these things came out of are exceptional. Our seconds are exceptional, and there's a lot of exceptional cattle back in the barn already out of this division that it just really makes me proud to be a Hereford breeder, folks. You know, these cattle are just exceptional, and it all comes down to nitpicky personal preferences. But let's give these exhibitors and breeders a big round of applause for a stellar division. The heifer that wins our first class, you know, you just truly admire her in her strength of top line, the way her shoulder blades sit in the top of her shoulders, the mass that she has. Gosh, she's so big boned and footed and yet still bold sprung and stout and sound and functional and yet still cowy. She still has a good look to her, like we talked to her in class, maybe getting just a little bit of brisket. I like to lean her up there in terms of her condition right there, but an awfully good female. The female that wins our second class, one that was a really close decision in my mind, a female that you just truly admire off her hind too. The way that hind leg and hawk and pasture and hit the chips, boy, she's just as sound as you can make one. You appreciate her length of spine. You love her added advantage out here in her length of hip. As we talked to her in class though, we would like to tidy her up there behind her shoulder blades and make her tighter in the top of her shoulder, lean her up in terms of her condition, maybe wants to roll up front ever so slightly, but a good female. Our respective seconds are awfully high quality. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Selected as your spring yearling divisional champion is entry 309 B.R. Audrey, 4075 ET, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Congratulations, Riley. And selected as your reserve divisional champion is entry 320 ECR Miss Sensation 4328 ET, shown by Will Freaking, Alpha, Minnesota. Shane?
Yeah, we've got a great class that we just finished up with to come back out here for division. Our class winner out of the first one, a very feminine heifer, sound in terms of her movement and gets out. Just needs a little more time to kind of feed into herself and kind of come together, but I think the right foundation's there. my opinion, the heifer's out of the second class, and as good as that class is, we're going to go with those two for our division. So let's give those two exhibitors a good hand. Champion here out of the second class, and we'll follow with the one that stood second to her.
Which one's
38 and 6. Selected as your Chiangus Division I Late Junior Chiangus Heifer Calf Champion is entry 38 BMW Why Not 409C, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. And second, and our reserve Division I Late Chiangus Heifer is entry 6 JHC Miss Cookie 201C, shown by Justin Holt Cattle, Aberdeen, South Dakota. I failed to give you our class placings in Class 32. Third in that class was entry 35, RSRS Kinsey 1CA, shown by Sheets Chiangus, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth, entry 36, Higgs Centerfold 503C, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 40, shown by Ventura Farm, Bath, Michigan. Sixth, entry 34, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. And seventh was entry 39, shown by Lyle and Stephanie Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Chiangus now, we have Class 33. Class 33, spring yearling females are in the ring. I need Class 34 and 35 to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, Class 23A, junior yearling females are in the ring. We need Class 23B, junior yearling females to the makeup ring. Hereford junior yearling females, Class 23B, to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the barn. Shorthorn exhibitors, you might want to go check tie-outs. There is a shorthorn heifer running wild and free in tie-outs. Shorthorn exhibitors, you might want to go check tie-outs. Attention Solaire exhibitors, we are on schedule to start your show at 2 p.m. Solaire exhibitors, we will begin your show at 2 o'clock.
Really functional female that wins the class, and I think from her shoulder back and particularly how she's built in her hip, how she comes to the ground in her hind leg makes her very attractive as well. tremendous amount of cow character to her, and I really like the shape and the turn there to her rib. Plain and simple, this heifer is the most effortless in terms of her movement and her motion out here in this lineup. A little deeper necked, and that's where the heifer in second really complements her quite well, because from the profile, that heifer gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder. She's very attractive and feminine, a little heavier structured, and probably just a little truer in terms of the amount of width and dimension that she lays down her top and comes from behind with. She's a little uncertain and maybe a little more uncoordinated how she's made there in her hock and how she comes down at the ground right now, but I see a tremendous amount of future, and I really like the greenness of that condition of that female and the future of her up to her front 1/3. Heifer that comes next in third, a really deep rib, sound female. Love the body volume and just the capacity in her. For me, she gets maybe just a little plainer up through her chest already, and relative to her frame, maybe just gets a little flatter, a little bit narrower there in terms of her base width. Female coming out next, again, another green condition heifer. It's got a tremendous amount of look and quality there through her front end. Maybe gets a little tighter in terms of her movement and her structure off of either end, but a nice high quality female that just needs a little more time. Female that we'll finish up with is a little further along and has more of that body and just softness there to her rib. Just comes apart more from a balance standpoint out here in this lineup. Thank you.
Boy, what a really nice class of females here. Two different types and kinds on the top end. Big stout power cow rises to the top for me. I think you just got to admire the bone and the footwork that she gets around the ring on the rib and the volume, the way she bounces up in her underline, how flat-shouldered she is. She's fresh in terms of her condition. You know, she's moderate in her size, which that's not bad. Any size is good for me. I really appreciate the power that she has. I'd like to see her with a little stouter yearling APD profile, but I still think she's got plenty of power. Get her in production, I think we can work on that. A really classy angler female here. I just love her silhouette from the side profile. She's flat-shouldered, she's long-necked, long spine, long hip, like the way their tail head lays into her. Folks, I think this heifer's days are down the road ahead of her. Today she just gets outpowered for me, but a great, great kind of a female. The female that comes next is definitely a stouter version of the one that's in front of her, but she just wants to get a little short and cresty in her neck, wants to get a little steep in her shoulder, might like to tidy her up there under her navel for the way that I like them, but an awfully good breeding piece right there, I think. Heifer that comes next is just really cowy and functional in her kind. You like the rib and the volume and the mass that she brings to you. She's big boned and big footed. You like her added pin width. You like her length of spine. Only thing that I'd like to change about this heifer is just clean her up through her front 1/3. I just think she's just carrying too much condition for me today. Heifer that comes next is leaner in terms of her condition. She's longer in terms of her front 1/3, but she just gets out powered, wants to break in her loin, gets a little piecey in her top line on the standstill, but a good high quality female. The female that comes next is a stouter version of the one that's in front of her, but she wants to get up in the center portion of the spine. She wants to break right there in her loin and tail head junction. Gets a little straight off both ends for me. Two heifers to round out the class are good kind of power cow females. They just need to be softer in terms of their movement off of both ends when they get out and go.
Placing first in Class 33, Chiangus Spring Heifer Calves is entry 41, MMK Girl Crush 315C, shown by Kenna Cattle Company, Middletown, Maryland. Second entry 50, JHC Webb Miss Tommy 2011C, shown by Hannah Webb, Groton, South Dakota. Third entry 44, Ardridge Lady 573, shown by Ardridge Genetics, Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth entry 42, VFTR Olivia 507C, shown by Ventura Farm, Bath, Michigan. And fifth entry 45, shown by Sheets Chiangus, West Lafayette, Indiana. Entering the ring now in our Chiangus division is Class 34 Spring Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 35 Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Placings in Class 23A. Junior Yearling Females. In our Hereford ring, first was entry 355, CH Miss 901 Peyton 4207, shown by Matthew, Megan, and Michaela Marion, West Terre Haute, Indiana. Second, entry 354, BFDER Bar 1 88X Daphne 401B, shown by Fallon Gore, Madras, Oregon. Third, entry 351, shown by Pleasant View Ranch, Poston, Michigan. Placing fourth is entry 359, shown by James Brown, Conklin, Michigan, and JC and Kaylin Schrader, Continental, Ohio. Fifth, entry 360, shown by Amanda Bacon, Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. Sixth, entry 352, shown by Maddox Cup, Lancaster, Ohio. Seventh, entry 358, shown by Abigail Pitstick, South Salon, Ohio. And eighth is entry 366, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. In our Hereford ring now is Class 23B Junior Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Yearling Champion Female. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 26 Senior Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 26 Senior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, this is your first call, Class 34 Spring Bull Calves. First call, Class 34 Spring Bull Calves to the makeup ring.
Another really good class here on this side of the ring, and really like this heifer in terms of just her rib shape and the amount of volume, and she can still do it while being very high quality and elite in terms of her balance there from the side. To get her back out here in her division and see what goes with her, but a very competitive heifer. It's really truer in her shape, and I think she maintains it just a little bit nicer there off of the top of her hip and into her pin set. At the stand, I really like the heifer in second. Super feminine made heifer. She's very clean and laid in neat and smooth in her shoulder, comes to the ground, really heavy structured and big footed. I guess this heifer gets a little piecier right now, right in behind her shoulder. Wants to narrow her a little bit more back into her pin set, but a nice heifer that has a very high quality look to her from the side. It's very moderate in her frame. Females coming out next and third and fourth are two stout, very powerful, thick, big rib cattle. I think both of them maybe we could tweak just a little bit more in terms of their lower joints, but in my opinion, the young lady's heifer is a little nicer up through her neck and cleaner there through the floor of her chest. The one and fourth takes that power and that volume and that condition maybe a step further, gets a little rounder there. With that though, the female that we'll close the class with is just a little leaner in terms of her condition. I appreciate that in her. At the same time, she's maybe a little bigger, a little maybe harder in terms of her body type and structure. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 34, Chiangus Spring Yearling Females is entry 210, LLW Card Caroline's Channel 36C, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Second, entry 54, WVW JDSF Diamonds and Lace 216, shown by Stevens Farms, Madisonville, Tennessee. Third, entry 53, shown by Sidney Kleeman, Ottawa, Ohio. Fourth, entry 58, shown by Sheets Chiangus, West Lafayette, Indiana. And fifth, entry 57, shown by Snake Run Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. Entering our Chiangus ring is Class 35 Chiangus females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Division II Early Junior Chiangus Calf Champion. Chiangus exhibitors, I need Class 36, 37, and 38 to the makeup ring, please. Chiangus exhibitors, I'd like Class 36, 37, and 38 to the makeup ring immediately.
A nice trio of cattle here, all just a little bit different. What I like about this female here that wins the class, I like her balance. I like the symmetry of her and just the smoothness of her up through her front 1/3. I think she's a little bigger footed at the ground. She's a little more hesitant just at the halter here, but I think she is just the freer jointed female that gets out of her front end just a little bit nicer there in terms of the angle of her knee and the set there of her front foot. Bob-eared heifer here in second, tremendously powerful in terms of her rib shape, the amount of dimension that she has. Up front, she gets a little closer in her knee and smaller there in her foot size, just a little bit more inconsistent right now in terms of her top line and how she plants it. Big rib, deep-bodied female coming out that probably has the most weight per day of age. Heifer for meat just gets a little deeper necked and plainer there from the profile, but a very competitive trio heifers, all just a little bit different.
Boy, a really nice class of females here, folks. The heifer that wins for me, she just simply outpowers the rest of the field, I think. Just love her in terms of her natural rib and volume, her softness of flank. You like the way that her teat design is. You like her soundness and functionality as she gets out and goes. You like the superb stoutness that she brings, but yet keeps it in a classy and elegant package, if you will. If we're going to change this heifer in one aspect today, I'd sure like to lean her up in her chest floor. She's pushing the envelope on the terms of her condition for me, but a good female. A female that comes in second is more ideal in terms of her condition, her chest floor for me, and I think this female's better days are ahead of her. You know, she's sound and she too is functional and she's smooth and she's flat in her shoulder, but she just gets a little outpowered out here for me. Maybe wants to get a little short and crestier neck compared to the one that's above her, like give her just a little bit more of that teardrop look to that lower 1/3 of her belly. I'm not saying she's shallow, just compared to the one that's above her. The heifer that comes next is one that I like a lot too. She too is sound and functional. She has a good look. I like her in terms of her condition as well, but she wants to get a little plain about her head for me, wants to break behind her shoulders when she gets out and goes, like to give her a little bit more power right there to get her any higher, but these three are exceptional and you can place them any way you want and I wouldn't argue with you. Heifer that comes in fourth is one that I like tremendously well too. She's big boned and she's big footed. You know, she's nice balance. She's good rib. We like to, in this class, make her just a little bit longer there in the crest of her neck, give her a little bit shot more power right there behind her shoulders all the way down into her full rib to make her ideal and perfect balance compared to the three above her, but good. Heifer that comes next is one that's got the killer look. I mean, this one is the show heifer of the group. You love her udder design too, but for me, she wants to get a little straight in her shoulder and wants to get a little straight in her hock compared to the ones that are above her, but a good high quality female. The female that comes next is just a good honest cow. I mean, she's not the show heifer of the deal and that's why she's where she's at, but she's a tremendous cow. Sound, functional, big rib, good kind of cattle right there. The heifer that's next is a little bit more elegant and classy made, but she wants to break in her loin. Might like to true her up from her hock to the ground as she gets out and goes. Heifer that comes next is one that you really appreciate from an EPD profile standpoint. She's got an awesome yearling weight. I think you can do a lot with her in a program that desires that kind of stuff, but she just needs just more power from the ground up for me today. The young lady's heifer that comes next is definitely a stouter version of the heifer that's in front of her, but she just wants to get a little short and straight off of both ends for me. Maybe like to just give her a little bit more power right there in her forerib. The two heifers that round out the class are exceptionally good, sound, functional kind of females. We just like to balance them up in their symmetry to get them any higher.
Back to our calf division on this side of the ring, three really high quality females, all maybe just a little bit different in a spot or two, but again, just pick the kind that you liked and market and can market. I think that's the biggest thing that dictates your breeding decisions and where you want to go is find the cattle that you like and can sell and market. And the heifer out of the first class, really like her back leg and the soundness and just the athleticism of that heifer when she gets out on the move. Deep ribbed and plenty of body and volume. A very moderate heifer that is true enough in terms of her shape. We talked in class how maybe she gets just a little bit deeper neck there out of her front end, and she's probably not going to be the biggest heifer in this lineup, but that's okay. A nice moderate cow, there's nothing wrong with that. Female out of the second class probably has as many hard to make things in her as any of them in this lineup in terms of just putting together the power and the rib and the body and the stoutness while still staying feminine up through her front 1/3. I like that about about her. You know, she fights the halter a little bit more today, and I think maybe alters her hind leg just a little bit. She probably has a little more set to it anyways, but I like her rib shape and the quality and just where she's at this stage of the game. And the female that won our third class, very typey heifer from the profile, smooth and strong there in her lines and her top line. Maybe doesn't have quite the shape of lower body as some of these other cattle, but I think she can get it long term because she's built right and the sweep to it is perfect. So nice job and an outstanding division here. Put your hands together again and thank him, and I'll show you my two favorites.
Selected as your Division II Early Junior Calf Champion is entry 210 LLW Card Carolines Channel 36C, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. And your reserve division champion is entry 54 WVW JDSF Diamonds and Lace 216, shown by Stevens Farms, Madisonville, Tennessee. Congratulations. Now comments in our Hereford ring, please.
Boy, what a nice division here. Exceptional cattle. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. The heifer that wins our first class is one that you really like a lot in terms of her bone and her footwork and her cow power and her rib and her volume. Maybe wants to run downhill just a smidgen, maybe like to see her just a little bit longer from hooks to pins, but like her freshness in terms of the ways that she's presented to us today. Might like to see her yearling weight just a little bit higher for my liking, but that's an awfully good female. Female that wins our second class is just power and class and elegance wrapped in a sound functional athletic ability that has a beautiful design in her teat placement. Just one that you really like a lot of things about. As you know, as we talked to her in class as well, like to tidy her up there in terms of her chest. She's pushing the envelope in terms of a condition for me, but I think that one's awfully good. Then we have our respective seconds that were down here out of that awfully good kind of cattle. We neglected to say in our last class, the one that's second, really admire the APD profile, folks, a 390-101. That's sure what I'm kind of looking for out here. I'll go out and show you my two favorites.
Selected as your junior yearling female champion is in our Hereford show is entry 376 WPF 90W 2020 Romalee 4054 ET, shown by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And selected as your reserve champion female in that division was entry 374 BK Brain Teaser 451B, shown by Rebecca Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Congratulations to both of our exhibitors.
As we start into our falls here, a very high quality, very typey heifer that puts together a tremendous amount of rib and volume, still carries it and maintains it. To me, just a notch stouter and just more powerful all the way through her. I think she remains clean in her joints and still good enough at the ground out here in this lineup, and just has a notch more presence and volume there to her to go ahead and win the class. A heifer in second, little longer spine, and I appreciate her length of body. A heifer that has enough top and muscle and just width in her. I don't know if she just balances up quite as good as that heifer that wins the class, and structurally, like I said, both of them could maybe be tweaked just a little bit there off of their hind leg. Both good heifers though.
Entering the ring now in our Hereford ring is class 26 senior yearling females. Please bring our senior yearling females into the ring. I'd like to go back and give you your class placings on class 23B. Again, placing first is entry 376, shown by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second, entry 374, shown by Rebecca Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Third, entry 373, shown by Cagney and Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth, entry 381, shown by Renee Locke, Avon, Illinois. Fifth, entry 367, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Sixth, entry 369, shown by Trent and Justin Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. Seventh, entry 383, shown by Kendi and Kyra Sayer, Ironsville, Illinois. Eighth, entry 372, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. And ninth, entry 368, shown by Ella Jones, Mooresville, Indiana. Ninth and 10th is entry 371, shown by Carly Musser, Otterbein, Indiana. And 11th was entry 380, shown by Robert Church, Hoosick Falls, New York. Entering the ring now is our final female class today, Class 26 Senior Yearling Hereford Females. Our first and second place female in this will serve as our senior champion and reserve senior champion female. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring all of our divisional winners back to the make-ready area, please. We will be selecting our grand and reserve grand Hereford female pretty soon.
All right, we've got a single entry here, Summer July Morn, coming junior yearling, tremendous amount of rib and body and volume in this female, definitely fitting to win her division here at the North American.
Single entry in Class 37 Chiangus females is entry 68, Harmony Hill Versace 71B, shown by Morgan Gale, Clarkson, Nebraska. Please bring entry, or Class 38, Summer Yearling Females into the ring, please. Class 38, Summer Yearling Chiangus Female into the ring, please. Chiangus exhibitors, I need Class 39, 40, and 41, and 42 to the makeup ring, please. Class 39, 40, 41, and 42 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Our single entry in Class 38 of our Chiangus female has been scratched, so that makes our entry 67, or 68, excuse me, out of Class 37, our Summer Yearling Champion female. Entering the ring now is Class 39, Spring Yearling Chiangus females.
Well, a nice division of senior yearlings here. I appreciate the freshness that all these females are brought to us today. The heifer that wins for me does so relatively easy in my mind. I think she's the nicest balance. She's the soundest and most complete, and yet still elegant, made about her front 1/3 and still packs plenty of power. Like her teat spread, I think she's going to have a beautiful udder when she gets into production. Just a really good kind of a female. And you know, also to an added note there, you know, she is the highest in her yearling EPD, and you got to admire that about her because I think it fits the heifer. The heifer that comes in second follows the type and kind of our female. Maybe just a little bit stale looking out here for me. Wants to break in her loin ever so slightly, but other than that, she's just good brood cow written all over. That's feminine and elegant and sound structured. Make these exhibitors a really nice cow. I'll be proud of that one. Heifer in third is one that just gives up a little cow power today. You'd like to see her a little bit more blowed out in her forerib, maybe a little bit more flex to that knee as she gets out and goes, and maybe tie her in too, just a little bit truer there in her loin. But also notice there with the ribeye and the IMF EPD, boy, she's outstanding and excels the class in that way. I think she makes a really nice breeding female. The two females that round out the class are similar types and kinds. They're good, big, stout, broody females. Maybe just need a little more volume, maybe need to move a little truer from the ground up to get them any higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 26 senior yearling females is entry 387. This female will also be your senior champion female. ADE 14U Jazzy 379A, shown by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Second, and your reserve senior champion female is entry 394, Purple Abbey 119A, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Third, entry 386, shown by Mary Gullett, Salem, Alabama. Fourth, entry 391, shown by Daniel and Robin Ricker, Ionia, Michigan. And fifth, entry 392, shown by Oakledge Farm, Belmont, New Hampshire.
Really good pair of April junior yearling females here, and they're just a little bit different in terms of what they do well in terms of their strengths, and maybe where we would just tweak them just ever so slightly. They're both good cattle, and they're both good big cattle. And what I like about the heifer that wins the class is her front 1/3, and to me, her shoulders and her front toes, her knee come out of the bottom part of her shoulder just a little bit more correctly. I love the massive rib shape and just the trueness that heifer carries there through the rear third of her body. She gets a little tighter in her top line and her spine. Maybe her tail head comes out of her just a little bit more. And I think you can make an argument and spend all day out here saying which one has the better back leg. I'm going to leave that alone and just use the front end difference there in their knee and their front end and that shoulder to sort the pair. When this heifer is stopped, oh my, that is a tremendously high volume, stout structured, big bodied female that has a very, very high quality presence about her there from the side. I'd tweak her in how she just comes out of that front end and pushes there out of her knee and her shoulder just a little bit more. A very competitive pair of breds there.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 39 Chiangus females is entry 74. Hig Bell 433B, shown by Grant Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. And second, entry 71, Rockin' Ace 2 413B, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Entering the ring now is Class 40 Chiangus Spring Yearling Females. Please bring Class 41 to the makeup ring, please. Chiangus Spring Yearling Females, Class 41 to the makeup ring. Hereford exhibitors, we are ready for our grand and reserve grand champion female selection. Let's bring our divisions in.
Very big ribbed, productive female here coming out of this class to win it. Tremendous amount of rib and just capacity to her. Still handles it very well when she gets out in terms of her structure. Congratulations. The heifer next and second here, a little longer bodied and maybe a little smoother there at the top of her shoulder and how everything blends into her body. I think a heifer that just gets a little more rigid in terms of her ankles and just her structure out here, but a nice female that's competitive at the stand.
Thank you, Shane. Placing first in Class 40, Chiangus Spring Yearling Females is entry 76, Ard Ridge Diamond Girl 22B, shown by Colin Howd, Paris, Tennessee. Second entry 77, JHC Miss Barbie 201B, shown by Hannah Webb, Groton, South Dakota. Entering the ring now is Class 41, Junior Yearling Chiangus Females. Entering the ring on our Hereford ring is our grand champion, Hereford Drive. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 34 and 35A. Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 34 and 35A, Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring. We will be weighing all of our bulls, so get here early to get those weights.
Tremendous class here of these February junior yearling females, and I think both of them here at the front end have an immense amount of presence and just quality about them. What I like about the young lady's heifer is that there's just so much strength to her in terms of just her body volume, but yet she stays very collected and correct there in her top line, and then at the ground she's the stoutest footed heifer, gets out and handles her hip and hind leg and stays very collected there in her movement. Up front, she's maybe not quite as sharp as the heifer in second up through her front 1/3 and how she blends that down in her chest, but down their tops, I do think she's the fresher heifer that maintains just a little bit more genuine width out of her hip and then down at the ground. Really attractive female here in second. Parked from the side, there's not a better heifer that has the amount of presence and quality that she does. Female that's still deep-ribbed and big-bodied, maybe just not quite as comfortable there on her front end. And like I said, I think she tightens up just a little bit more there in her top line when she gets out and moves. A really low input, practical female that sits here in third, very moderate heifer you can kick out, and she can just fatten up on air pretty much. She's just one of those easy flushing, low input kind. In this class, maybe it's just a little plainer. Female that we'll finish the class with, very powerful and stout. There's a lot of width and power in this heifer. I think she's pushing a little bit more condition down through the floor of her chest, and then movement-wise, we could just free her up a little bit there off of her hock. A really nice, high-quality class.
Hereford exhibitors and Hereford spectators, let's put our hands together for our judge again today, Mr. Matt Copeland, Narragansett, New Mexico, before his comments on our grand drive.
Well, thank you. It's truly been my honor and my privilege to do this. It's been a lifelong goal of mine to be able to judge on the green chips, the breed that I love. And I got the opportunity to do it. And it's just very humbling to me. And I appreciate the opportunity from American Hereford Association and North American to get out here and evaluate your cattle today. Whether you agreed with me or didn't is irrelevant to me, but I hope that you could find the type and kind of cattle that I was looking for throughout the day. We want them good looking, sound, functional, big rib, and yet still good balanced, and stuff that looks like a show heifer, but also females that look like are going to go out and make cows and raise females, herd bulls, whatever you're wanting to do with them. And I think all these females that are out here in our respective reserves are going to do that. And we've already talked to all these division winners. You folks, ringside, select your champions. I'll go show you my two. We'll give them one more last look. Again, thank you. It's been my honor and my privilege.
Selected as your grand champion, Hereford female, entry 376, WPF 90W 2020, Romalee 4054, shown by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Congratulations, Lauren. And your reserve grand champion female, entry 309, BR Audrey 4075 ET, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Congratulations, Riley. Hereford exhibitors, we're going to break and take our pictures of our champion females, and then we'll move right into our bull show. Give us 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay, guys? It's my pleasure to introduce at this time our Executive Director of the American Hereford Association, Mr. Jack Ward.
Well, thank you very much, Jakey. Yeah, you forgot how loud I was. I appreciate it. Why we have a bit of a break here, and I'll try not to take much of Shane's time here either. But we have some special guests here with us at the North American, here from Uruguay. And of course, as most of you know, we run our PACE, the genetic evaluation, with our friends from South America and Canada. And I've worked very closely with these gentlemen over the course of the last few years. But the real reason for these guys and the young lady to be here is to promote the next year's World Hereford Conference, which will be in Uruguay in April. So, gentlemen, and we'll step out here, and we have Jose Bonica, which is actually my friend named Pepe, all right? And Pepe is the current World Hereford Council Secretary. And so I wanted to introduce Pepe, and I'll let him introduce his fellow breeders from Uruguay. But they're here if you have any questions about going to Uruguay next spring. These folks will be able to answer them for you. And let me tell you, from someone who's traveled there a few times, you need to go. It's a great country, and they're fantastic hosts, and it'll be a lot of fun in April. So Jose, if you'll introduce your fellow breeders, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. With me, it's Pablo Servino, another Hereford breeder from my country, her daughter Lucia, and his eldest brother, Guillermo. We are very proud to be here with you today, and we invite you to join us next April, together with the rest of the World Hereford community in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you for being here.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Yep.
Okay, Shane.
A very impressive set of cattle out here, and my hat's off again as you guys as breeders, families that have worked so hard to get these big breds presented the way that they are. Not a lot of numbers, but man, even if you had more numbers, I think the quality of these females could run against a lot of them anywhere, wherever it may be. And so it's flat impressive, and I just want to say again, just the time and the effort put into this project. It's expensive, and you guys are doing a heck of a job, and I just commend you as breeders and exhibitors. The female that won the first class, I think, is in definite contention out here at the stand. I don't know if there's another heifer that puts together the blend of just mass and rib shape, still with the quality of front end that she has and the shape of her neck. I think she lays in very neat there at the point of her shoulder, still is very attractive in how she sits there at the ground. If I could tweak on her just a little bit when she gets moving, and I think she wants to run just a little bit out here, she gets a little tighter in her spine and her top line, and that tail head comes out of her ever so slightly, but a really fresh heifer that's massive in her rib, and she's starting to form a really nice udder structure there underneath her. The heifer in second spot here, the heaviest bone female probably of the drive, probably the stoutest heifer when you get right in behind them and study the amount of power and width this heifer has, and it matches the volume. You see what you get here from the side. She doesn't have the hair, and she wasn't blessed that way out here in the show ring, but I appreciate the rib and the body and just the volume in her. I think personally for me, maybe just a freckle plainer relative to a couple of these, but tremendous productive stout female, puts together a lot of good. Heifer out of the third class, really like in terms of her foot shape, the soundness and the set of her back leg and how she comes to the ground. A very bold rib, still yet fresh heifer, I guess, in my mind. How she comes out of her top and then just maintains it. To me, she comes to the ground the most attractive there in her hock and works out of it the same way. In a comparative sense, maybe not quite as clean there through the floor of her chest and up there from that standpoint, but she has the rib shape and the body volume to back it up where she's still in line from a balance standpoint. I think that's a tremendous female. So congratulations. We have 3 very competitive seconds here, and they could very well be out here. So congratulations. Put your hands together for these exhibitors, and I'll show you my 2 favorites.
Selected as your junior Chiangus champion female is entry 80, Hig Beyonce 423B, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. And selected as your reserve junior champion female is entry 74, Hig Bell 433B, shown by Grant Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations. I'd like to go back and give you those placings in Class 41 that I failed to get to you. Second in that class was, first in that class was our junior champion female, Lot 80, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Second was 81, Pays Best Yet, shown by Evan Dutenhofer, Watertown, South Dakota. Third, entry 79, shown by Cade Banner, Eaton, Indiana. And fourth, entry 78, shown by Hunter Royer, West Point, Indiana. We now have Class 42, senior yearling female, bring into the ring. She will be our senior champion female. I need Class 43, Chiangus, cow-calf pairs. Class 43, let's get those females up here for our into our make ring. Following Class 43, we will be selecting our grand champion, Chiangus female.
Heifer single entry here in our senior yearling division, a nice moderate frame feminine maid heifer. Looks like she's starting to drop a pretty well spaced and feminine udder structure underneath herself. Nice single entry.
Placing first in Class 42, senior yearling Chiangus female was entry 82, VBS Daenerys 415A, shown by Haley Simpson, Falmouth, Kentucky. She will be our senior champion female. Entering the ring now is Class 43, Chiangus cow-calf pairs. Attention Hereford Barn, we need entry 423. Entry 423 for Class 35A to the makeup ring, please, to be weighed. Excuse me, we need entry 33 for Class 35A from Travis Drum. Travis Drum, if you're going to show your bull, we need him to the make-ready area so we can weigh him.
We'll just keep these two pairs the way they came in the ring and leave them as they stand here. I think the pair that we have up front here is just a little more strength in the cow and performance. I like her top line and the tractiness there she has in her hip. I think the best stories in the next generation there with her bull calf, and that's what makes the pair probably that even more competitive, I guess, in my opinion. If I could tweak the cow, I would maybe just even her up just a little bit there in her quarters and shorten those front teats up just a little bit, but I like the performance and strength of her, and you can see that being passed down to the next generation. Cow here that comes in second, maybe just a little tighter bagged, and I like that and how it attaches there into her udder. She's a female that's very moderate. The calf looks to be that way. I just don't know if there's as much performance and quite as much strength there in this pair. Let's give them a good hand and we'll move on.
Selected as your champion Chiangus cow-calf pair is entry 83, WCC Miss Rattle 427A, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. And your reserve cow-calf pair is entry 84, Ardridge Barbara 142Y, shown by Double H Chiangus, Somerset, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Chiangus female. If you'll bring the females into the ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in our Chiangus show, as we conclude our last class of the day, let's put our hands together again for Mr. Shane Bedwell, Holt, Missouri, for evaluating your Chianina and Chiangus cattle. Shane, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come to Louisville, and it's always a pleasure to judge and down here and just hear the organ play and just see the quality of cattle, and particularly in this breed, what you guys do. And I think there is some definite value out in the industry, and these cattle definitely can work in a lot of different spots and places. I think out here in the lineup, there's several maybe ways you could go out here. You know, there's a phenomenally just an impressive heifer calf here at the start of the lineup that I just see continuing to get better and better each day of her life, and this day in her life right now is pretty darn good. Just a tremendous amount of future and quality. I think she'll just continue to get better on down the road, but I like that heifer calf a great deal out here. Female out of the second spot, just a tremendous stout female. We talked about her in her division. Then we'll get into her fall here that has a nice amount of presence and quality there to her. Junior summer yearling here is one that is very practical, very moderate and cowy, and it's nice kind of getting them back out here, because we didn't have maybe the biggest divisions where we can see them all together, but definitely a player out here in the division there for me. We got into the junior yearlings, and again, I told you there wasn't maybe a lot of numbers in there, but I think there's some tremendous females that these young people have brought, and you're looking at the one that I absolutely fell in love with, and I think her back leg and how she comes to the ground is as good as you can make one, and that heifer has that performance and stoutness to her, and she's a bigger cow, but at the same time, she's good when she gets out on the move and she can handle it. I think her condition's right on, and how they've managed her has been pretty tremendous. Senior yearling there, right in behind her, a nice feminine made heifer, and then we'll close the lineup here with a nice big stout pair, a 2-year-old pair there. And so, you know, pretty impressive here. Key breeders and Chiangus breeders. It's been a humbling experience, and I've just come out here and just gave you what I saw. I don't mean to ever tear up anybody's cattle. I just try to see the good in everything and let you know where I stand with them. But I think you're doing things right, and you've got a lot of really good breeding programs out here. So congratulations. Again, it's been a pleasure here. I'll go out and show you my 2 favorites. Thank you.
Once again, Mr. Shane Bedwell, Holt, Missouri. Thank you, Shane. Selected as your grand champion, Chiangus female, is entry 80. Hig Beyonce 423B, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Congratulations, Allison. And selected as your reserve grand champion, Chiangus female, is entry 74. Hig Bell 433B, shown by Grant Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations to both Allison and to Grant. Folks, I'd once again like to welcome you to the Sale of Champions tonight in the East Wing of the North American Complex for our Sale of Champions tonight at 6 o'clock. Any of you that would like to come attend, we encourage each and every one of you to come attend the Sale of Champions of our market animals tonight at 6 o'clock. Chiangus exhibitors, let's bring in our produce sedan, please. Produce sedan. We'll do our groups before we do our female pictures, please. Produce sedans. Hereford exhibitors, if you're ready.
Taylor to lead him in.
Did we do? Chiangus exhibitors, do we have any group, any produce a dam? Produce a dam, bring them into the ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, class 34, Spring Bull calves, let's bring them in the ring, boys. Entering the ring now in our Hereford show is class 34 Spring Bull calves. I need class 35A Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring and class 35B to the weigh scale, please. Let's bring class 35A to the makeup ring and class 34B Spring Bull calves to the scales, please. Chiangus exhibitors, we need all produce a dam.
Well, what a nice way to start off our Hereford Bull Show here. A bunch of young little baby calves that still got a lot of growing and a lot of future ahead of them. And the calf that I used to win, he's not the coolest necked one that's out here, but I think he's the soggiest made. He's the soundest and the most functional bull. You read a lot of product out of his top and out of his hip. Got a really nice balanced set of EPDs, like his testicular development. Just a really nice calf. I think sure has had lots of nice future to him. Really classy and elegant bull that comes next. Love his front 1/3 over the one that's in front of him. But for me, and they're young, I know, and they're green and skinny, but he just needs a shot more rib and volume. Maybe like to see him track a little truer off those hind two. Wants to hawk in just a smidgen, but an awfully good calf in his own right that I think his best days are sure ahead of him for that young lady. Then we get down in here to a pair of bulls. Both of these bulls need a shot more performance. The one that comes next, he's just soundness is the issue that puts him where he is. The bull that comes around our class, he's just simply not mobile enough off either end for me today.
Placing first in Class 34 Spring Hereford Bull Calves is entry 420, Perks CNL 2099, Swagger 5109, shown by Perks Ranch, Roxford, Illinois. Second, entry 417, ROF 10Y Bandit 509C, shown by Lauren McMillan, Tuskilwa, Illinois. Third, entry 413, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. And fourth, entry 421, shown by Pullman Cattle Company, Owensville, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 35A, Spring Bull Calves. In the ring now are Hereford Spring Bull Calves, Class 35A. Please bring 35B Spring Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately. I need Class 35B Hereford Spring Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention Solaire exhibitors. Attention Solaire exhibitors, I need Class 61A Optimizers Summer Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 61A, 61B, 61C, and 61D. Please bring your Optimizer Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. We will start your show at 2 o'clock. If you're done with our groups classes, let's get our champion, reserve champion Chiangus female photograph, please.
Boy, another nice class, spring bull calves, calf that wins the class does so relatively easy in my mind. You like the look that he has. You like the growth and power and potential that he brings to the table. Really square hip, good rib, good volume, sound enough structured. Love his EPD profile. It's just great all the way across the board. The best testicular development bull that's out here. If we're going to pick on him, maybe gets a little hard in his hock and a little base and narrow for the product that he has up high, but a good calf. The calf in second, just loaded with red meat and muscle, big back, stout, thick-ended, huge boned and huge footed. But for me, he wants to get a little coarse and rugged made into his shoulder, wants to get a little cresty for this stage of the game in his front 1/3, like to give him a little better look. He might do that when he's not fighting the halter so bad. Next calf that comes next, boy, you really like him from a profile standpoint. We just need to stouten him up and make more bull right here for me to get him any higher today. Same as the calf that comes next, got a beautiful silhouette of a profile, just like to make him stouter from the ground up and give him more skeletal dimension and width, especially when you view him from behind. Calf that rounds out the class has got a neat look, got a lot of product to him. He's big boned and big footed. This little guy just gets outperformed in this class today, but a really good kind of a calf.
Placing first in Class 35A, Hereford Spring Bull Calves is entry 423. Showtime Sniper 525, shown by Showtime Cattle Company, Moreland, Indiana. Second, entry 428. Lake B Jurassic Park 55C, shown by K-Bar Cattle Company, Canute, Oklahoma. Third entry 426, shown by Brett Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Fourth entry 427, shown by Seeley Sayer, Savoy, Illinois. And fifth entry 33, shown by Travis Drum, Winchester, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 35B Spring Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 38 Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring. Class 38 Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. Okay, in the Chiangus group classes, our produce of dam went to Wilson Cattle Company on Miss Rattle 107P. Second went to Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana on WCC Miss Rattle 362X. In our junior Get a Sire, first went to Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana on WCC Teflon Dawn. Second went to Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana on a Get from Man Amongst Boys. In our senior Get a Sire, first went to Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana on Man Amongst Boys, and second went to Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana on WCC Teflon Dawn, and our best six ahead was shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Do you have a premier breeder and exhibitor?
No, sir.
And congratulations to Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, for being our premier exhibitor and premier breeder in our Chiangus show.
Boy, another really exceptional class of bulls here. The calf that wins for me just does so just because he's so sound and agile and mobile. Really like the set to his knee and that front pastern, the way it hits the dirt, and this hind tube, boy, he just gets around the ring just like we wish they all could. Has plenty of shape and product to him and still gives a really nice look. You love his length of body, length of spine, and the power that he's packing. Maybe wants to get a little easy behind his shoulders when he gets out and goes, but I think that's one that's an awfully good bull. Really good, stout, performance-oriented bull here. You like his ruggedness, design. You like that he has a nice look to him. You appreciate the product that he has. But for me, the reason he's second, he wants to toe out up front just a smidgen, wants to get a little bit base and narrow compared to our class winner, but exceptional pair of bulls right there. Just a good meat and potatoes kind of a bull here that's got a great EPD profile, just sound and rugged in his design. He's soft ribbed, he's good bodied, sound and functional, just needs a little bit more look for me, but that's the kind that we need a lot of right there. Calf that comes next got a really nice look from the profile, maybe wants to get a little short and straight and steep in his shoulder, wants to pinch right there behind his shoulder blades, like to give him just a little more added dimension of body, tighten him up there and do his sheath, wants to get a little loose for what I like. Calf that comes next is the same mold, a little stouter version of the ones above him, but runs out of natural rib and volume for me, kind of wants to get a little base in there, like to open him up in his skeletal design. Calf that comes next and gives up some performance in this class. Appreciate his soundness, his functionality. We just need more bull right here to get any higher today. Same goes for the two that round out the class. They're good, stout, long-bodied bulls. They just need just more performance for me.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 35B Spring Bull Calves is entry 439, HVW Rule Breaker 102C, shown by Hannah Wine, Marshall, Virginia. Second, entry 443, WCC Saltum C, C304, shown by Chad Wilson, Cloverdale, Indiana. Patrick Duddy, Montague, New Jersey, Ray and Jan Fleeman, Liberty, Indiana, and Flatter Hereford Farms, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Third, entry 444, shown by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 440, shown by Shelby Lane and Cale Zink, Oxford, Indiana. Fifth, entry 446, shown by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Sixth, entry 437, shown by Doug Duig, Waldron, Indiana. Seventh, entry 441, shown by Amy Green, Munfordville, Kentucky. And eighth is entry 447, shown by Thomas Smith, Hamlin, New York. We now will be selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion. For those of you Chiangus exhibitors and spectators that are still here in Freedom Hall, and for those exhibitors that have gone back to the barn, it is my pleasure to announce your 2015 Herdsmanship Award goes to Mr. Andy Higgins, Higgins Farms, Watertown, Tennessee. Congratulations, Higgy.
Boy, what a great division here, folks. Let's give all these Hereford Bull exhibitors a nice round of applause, bring an outstanding set of bull calves to us. Calf that wins our first division, you know, he's young yet, but he's got a lot of good to him. You like how sound and soft structured he is. You like his rib and his volume. You like the power that he's packing for his age. You know, if we're going to make him ideal for what I'm looking for, might like to make him just a little bit prettier, but I think he's plenty pretty enough. I think this bull's best days are definitely down the road. Just good kind of cattle. Great EPD profile bull that comes here next. Really like his EPD spread all the way to his carcass. Just really good in that demeanor. I think he fits a lot of avenues, not only there, but as phenotypically, he's got a great look. You know, he's stout and he's soft-middled. You know, he's sound enough structured for me. Just really gives you a nice look. Yeah, as we talk to him in class, we'd like to see him just a little bit more with more natural with the base as he goes, but boy, he's sure packing plenty of product for me. And then the calf that wins our last class is just a sound, functional one. Really like and admire, and watching this guy just get out and float around the ring, I really, truly admire how good he goes, and just really like that about the calf. Out here in this lineup, maybe wants to get a little coarse and open in his shoulder, maybe like to make him just a little bit longer from hooks to pins, but that's an awfully good calf in his own right. Really outstanding set. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Selected as your spring bull calf champion is entry 423 Showtime Sniper, 525 shown by Showtime Cattle Company, Moreland, Indiana. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve spring calf champion, bull calf champion is entry 420 Perks CNL 2099 Swagger, 5109 shown by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Congratulations. Hereford exhibitors, please bring in Class 38 Junior Bull Calves. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need Class 39 Junior Bull Calves. To the makeup ring, please. Class 39 Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring. Let's be bringing Class 49 and 50 Summer Yearling Bulls to the makeup ring too, please. Class 49 and 50 Early Summer Yearling Bulls to the makeup ring, please. Exactly.
Hello, Dean. Good, how are you? Boy, really nice lineup of bulls here. A lot of different types and kinds and variations out here. The calf that wins for me, I think he just puts the most good together. I like his softness of rib. I like his soundness of structure off his hind two compared to the calf in second, and still has a good look, plenty of product to him. If we're going to change him, we might like to give him a little more beef right there behind his shoulders, but a good calf. The calf in second, you appreciate the power that he has. Just like to give him a little bit more natural swoop to that lower 1/3 dimension of his body, make him sit down in those hind two pasterns a little softer. For those of you ringside looking for a good bull that's got a great EPD profile with a lot of growth, this bull's here for you. Got a really high yearling EPD, great in his testicular development. He just wants to get a little straight in his knee, a little coarse and open in his shoulder for me. The calf that comes next has got an awfully good look. You appreciate the power that he has. Let's like to free him up on both ends and make him a little truer at the ground. The two bulls that round out the class are good kind of bulls. They just need to be a little stouter in one, and one of them needs to be a little softer as he hits the chips.
Placing first in Class 38 Junior Bull Calves is entry 167, SRF Cool Dude, shown by Jason Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Second, entry 456, KRM 606 Real-Time C18, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Third, entry 455, shown by R.W. Davey Enterprises, Mooresville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 452, shown by Castle Cattle Company, Kearney, Michigan. Fifth, entry 449, shown by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. And sixth, entry 451, shown by Hopper Herefords, Maysville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 39 Junior Bull Calves. Class 39 Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will have our Junior Bull Calf champion selection. We will select our Junior Bull Calf champion. Attention Hereford breeders, I need Class 42 and 43 winner bull calves to the makeup ring. Class 42 and 43 winner bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, nice lineup of bulls out here. The calf that wins that does so, I mean, I really like this one quite a bit. Love his EPD profile, folks. A 3 to an over 100, and yet he's still sound and functional. He's got enough look for me. Big rib, big body, big back, stout hip. Just good bull. Just kind of bulls that I like to try to raise every day, all day. Just good cattle. Love his testicular development. Just really good bull. Bull that comes next is one that sure got an added advantage in look compared to the one that's above him. But for me, he wants to get just a little bit narrower when you view him from behind and down and read him down his top behind his shoulder blades to the calf that's in front of him. Maybe wants to roll those hocks on the outside. I'm not saying he's bow-legged, but sure like to make him just be a little truer there. He kind of wants to get a little bit out on the corners on his hocks as he gets out and goes, but a good calf. Calf that rounds out the class, good soggy middle, kind of a calf, just needs a little bit more look and a little bit more power to get any higher today.
Placing first in Class 39 Junior Bull Calves in our Hereford show is entry 465, DLL Lance, shown by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. Second, entry 467, Perks W913 Indy 503, shown by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. And third, entry 463, shown by Castle Cattle Company, Kearney, Michigan. We now will be selecting our Junior Bull Calf champion. Attention Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 42 and 43 winter bull calves to the makeup area, please. We need Class 42 and 43 winter bull calves to the makeup ring immediately, please. First call, Hereford, Class 46 senior bull calves. Let's be bringing those senior bull calves to the makeup ring, please. We need to get weights.
Boy, we've got a really nice division of bulls out here. Everybody ringside still. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. The calf that wins our first class, you know, you really like his makeup. He's sound, he's smooth in his structure. Just needs a little bit more bull out here in this lineup for me, but a good calf I think has a lot of future down the road, just good kind of cattle. The one that wins our second class got a great EPD profile, as we just mentioned. You know, he's a 3 to 100 plus on that yearling, and he's good on his marbling and his ribeye. Very diversified, very unique in that regard. You can turn him out, and if you want to do that kind of numbers game, or if you want to raise good phenotype cattle that have good numbers, there you go. Just a really good, complete, stout, functional bull. Like I said, he's the kind that we try to raise all day, every day. Nothing against our respective seconds down here. They're both good bulls. It was a really close pair in my decision, and in that class, the one that wins our second class is going to be our division champion. Young lady, you're going to be our reserve.
Selected as your Junior Bull Calf champion is entry 465, DLL Lance, shown by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. And your reserve Junior Bull Calf champion is entry 467, Perks W913 Indy 503, shown by Perks Ranch, Rockford, Illinois. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 42 late winter bull calves. Class 42 Hereford late winter bull calves are in the ring. I need Class 43 early winter bull calves to the makeup ring. We are missing entry 484 and 574. Please bring entries 574 and entries 484. Winter bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 46 senior bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Class 46 senior bull calves to the makeup ring. And let's start bringing our late summer yearling bulls too, please. There's just 2 of them. Let's bring those late summer and early summer yearling bulls to the makeup ring, please.
Boy, another nice class of bulls out here. Big, stout, rugged, designed bull, just beef bull all the way. Wherever you want to analyze this bull is power, and I like it. If we're going to pick on this bull ever so slightly, like to see him just a little bit softer in this pasture, and as he gets out and goes, maybe wants to get a little coarse and rugged in his shoulder, but it matches the caboose, and I've always been taught you had to have the front end and pull a caboose, and he does it. Just a good meat and potatoes kind of a bull, solid calf. Calf that comes next is smoother in his design, without a doubt. He's flatter in his shoulder, probably has a little better look. He's sound and he's functional. Just like to see just a little bit more bull right here, folks. If we could just stouten him up just a little bit, especially when you view him from behind out of his hip in that lower 1/3, I think he could run with that bull there, but a really nice pair of bulls. The bull that rounds out the class, love the performance that this guy gives. Definitely has that advantage on paper and also as you view him here in his WDA, but just gets a little coarse and open his shoulder, wants to get a little hard in the center portion of his body, and he too just runs out of power for me. Maybe pushing the frame score envelope just a little bit for this stage of the game for what I like.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 42, late winter bull calves is entry 475, BF Well Done, 4290, shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Second, entry 471, Bacon LF Game Time 74Y, shown by Amanda Bacon, Shiloh Springs, Arkansas, and Lorenzen Farms, Chrisman, Illinois. Third, entry 473, shown by Jeremy Tijardis, Gibson City, Illinois, and Cole Farms, Roberts, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 43, Early Winter Hereford Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Winter Bull Calf champion. It is my pleasure to introduce to you for our Solaire and Optimizer show today. Our judge for today is Mr. Chan Phillips, Mayslet, Kentucky. Chan is the owner-operator of Rocking P Livestock with his brother, his wife Tanya, his daughter Morgan, and AK. He is also a consultant with Circle M Cementals in Rockwall, Texas. It is my great pleasure to introduce my friend, Mr. Chan Phillips, to judge our Solaire cattle today for our North American Solaire show. Chan?
Thank you.
I'll get you.
Testing. Thanks, Kent. First off, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be back in the ring today and judge the Solaire show this afternoon. And in these first two optimizers, like I'm going to do the rest of the show, I'm going to start at the ground and go up. And the heifer that wins this class, she does that for me. When you look at her in terms of structure, she's got plenty of flex and she's got plenty of length of stride. I think that's where she excels over the one that's in second. You got to appreciate this heifer for the way she's put up together up to her front 1/3. Really like the maternal look and like, once again, the structure that she carries. Get down to second place female. She's the performance-oriented female of the class today. She's got plenty of shape to her rib and lots of internal dimension. With that said, she just needs to have a little more angulation out of her shoulder. She needs a little more length of stride off of the rear legs as she goes.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 61A Summer Heifer Calves in our Optimizer Heifer Show is entry 46 WF Meg 513C, shown by Shaylee Lingle, Dongola, Illinois. And second is entry 47 MCC Lovely Lily 52C, shown by Maddie Craig, Baghdad, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is our Class 61B Optimizer Early Spring Heifer Calves.
I did a call for Hereford Bull Class 49, entry 499.
In our Hereford ring right now, we are showing Class 43 Early Winter Bull Calves. Once again, following this class, we will be selecting our Winter Bull Calf champion. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 46 Senior Bull Calves and Class 49 and 50 Summer Yearling Bulls to the make-ready area, please. Thank you.
In this second class of optimizer females, the female I'm going to start the class with excels out here in terms of dimension and capacity. Really like the curvature to that undercarriage and the way she balances out of her flank and underline there when you view her from the side. She carries plenty of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip, but yet she stays very maternal in her type and kind. Really a neat pattern in the female in second, really long spine, long fronted individual that has a nice shoulder that lays in there nice with some angulation. She gets around with a lot of length of stride and fluid in her movement. If I could change her up today compared to the female that heads up the class, I'd like to give her a little curvature to that rib shape, just a little more internal dimension up there in that forerib. Might want to drop her down her undercarriage just a little bit to bring her up any higher in this class.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 61B, Optimizer Early Spring Heifer Calves is entry 49, LFF Chloe 22C, shown by Fraser's Farms, Fredericktown, Ohio. And second is entry 50, STP DJF Chloe, shown by T-Bone Cattle Company, Osceola, Iowa.
Boy, a really nice calf here. And one that you just really admire him for his completeness and his softness of structure, the way he gets around and mobiles around the ring, all kinds of good. We still good, Tommy? Just really soft and sound in his structure, good in his testicular development. Just really a complete kind of a calf that packs plenty of meat and muscle and still has a really nice look. The calf that comes next, I really appreciate him being a low birth bull and then high on that ribeye and marbling. He excels the class in that demeanor. You appreciate the stoutness and the power that he has over the one that's above him. But for me, he just wants to get a little short strided off front, wants to pop those hind two pasterns. If he didn't do that, he'd win the class. That's an awfully good bull. The bull that comes next is the one that you appreciate, the length of spine that he has, the growth and the power that he possesses. He has an awfully nice look, but he too just is not mobile enough off those hind two for me. Seems softer and softer as those hind two hit the chips to get him any higher today. Calf that comes next is one that you really appreciate how soft and true he is at the ground. Just runs out of performance here to get ahead of the three above him. Same goes for the two bulls that round out our class. They're good functional kind of a bulls. They have their place in the real world. Just turn them on a set of black cows. These are good bulls, but out here in the show ring for me, they need to be a little bit softer off their hind two, maybe a little bit more natural rib and body, but a really nice stout set of bulls.
In the Optimizer show, we have a single entry in this particular class, a female that sure has a lot of good to her and really functional from end to end. Tremendous amount of performance down her top and out over her hip. She carries that way down low into her stifle and stays wide at her hock. If you're going to change her up a little bit today, you might give her a little more extension out through her front 1/3, but a real loose-hided kind of female. It's going to stay very capacious on down the road and make a very productive cow, low-cost productive cow when she goes in production.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 61C, Optimizer Junior Heifer Calves is entry 52, CSC Miss Addie 506C, shown by Jared Collier, Dongola, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 61D, Optimizer Winter Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Optimizer heifers. First in our Hereford ring in our Class 43 Early Winter Bull Calves, first went to entry 482. CH88X Intern 458, shown by Curtis Curry, McAllister, Oklahoma. Second entry 485, JC Times in Progress 95WB, shown by JC Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana. Third entry 484, shown by Emma Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee, Square G Ranch, Thomas, Oklahoma, and Libby Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee. Fourth entry 478, shown by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. Fifth entry 481, shown by Dustin Ogburn, Sanders, Kentucky. And sixth entry 474, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois, Cole Baker, New Holland, Illinois, Brody Baker, New Holland, Illinois, and Reese Entwistle, New Holland, Illinois. We now will be selecting our winner and reserve winter calf champion.
Boy, really nice lineup of bulls. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing an outstanding set of winter calves. The two bulls that win their class are similar type and kind. They're rugged and they're designed, they're stout made. The calf that wins the first class gets a little PC up front, wants to get a little bold in his shoulder, maybe a little pinch behind his shoulder all the way to his forerib. You know, the calf that wins the second class, you just really admire him, how soft he is at the ground, the way he floats around the chips. He's good balanced, good numbered, really stout made. You know, that was a really close decision there in that pair of bulls into his second place one that's standing down there. And I think they're so good and they're so the type and kind that I'm looking for, that both those bulls out of our second class are going to be your Grand Reserve division.
Selected as your winner bull calf champion is entry 482, SH88X Intern 458 ET, shown by Curtis Curry, McAllister, Oklahoma. And your reserve winner bull calf champion is entry 485, JC Times in Progress 95 WB, shown by JC Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana. Congratulations. Chan?
Got two nice females in this optimizer class. Differences in age here and also differences in size out here in this lineup, but I'm going to go with the female that's the most attractive in terms of her presentation out here from the side. Really a long-spined individual that stays very attractive out over her hip. She carries some dimension down into her lower quarter, but yet she's maternal in her kind. If you change her up today, you might want to see her a little longer in her stride, but I think the structure has plenty of longevity to it. Just a real nice female that has a good profile to start the class. Get down to second place female, a female that sure has enough performance at this stage. I believe she's like a December heifer calf here. I appreciate the depth of rib and chest that she's got, and I like the capacity that she's carrying to go on and make a good cow down the road. But in comparison to the female that wins the class, I just like to lengthen her out to her front 1/3, maybe make her a little more attractive up to that front end to compete with the heifer that heads up to class.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 61D Optimizer winner heifer calves was entry 53. That's Bailey 312B, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. And second is entry 16, SCC Breathtaker 522B, shown by Street Cattle Company, Cave City, Arkansas. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Optimizer females. Entering the ring now in our Hereford show is our Class 56 Senior Bull Calves. 46, excuse me. Class 46 Senior Bull Calves. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 49, 50, and 53A. 49 and 50 are summer yearling bulls, and 53A are spring yearling bulls to the makeup ring, please. Boy, really nice lineup of bulls out here.
two really good bulls on the top end. They're two totally different types and kind of cattle. But the calf that wins for me, I just think there's just simply more of him. I like the product that he has. Gotta love that EPD spread at 2.7 to over 100. Then he's up 0.5 on that ribeye, and he's still high on his marbling, so he's very diversified, can fit a lot of avenues. If we're gonna pick on this bull, wants to get a little bit short-strided up front. If that was gonna pick one hole in him, that's where I'd do it, but a good calf. Really low birth weight calf here, folks. For those of you looking for a lower birth weight bull, I'd sure say this one fit the bill. Really flat in his shoulder, got a really nice look to him. He's sound, he's functional. I just like to see him have just a little bit more power, and that's a lot to ask for a bull. It's just a one. I understand that, but that's a good, sound, functional, good, honest kind of a bull right there. The bull that comes next, you appreciate the growth and performance and length of spine, just gets a little flatter in his rib design and his muscle pattern. Maybe wants to get up on those that right hind pastern ever so slightly when he gets out and goes. The two bulls that round out the class are good, performance-oriented kind of bulls. They just need to be softer in the lower 1/3 of their body, maybe move a little freer off their hind two, give them a little bit more power.
At this time, if you would join me, and let's give these exhibitors and Optimizer show a nice round of applause. Female out of Class 1 is one that, in my opinion, has a nice future ahead of her. Tremendous in terms of length of side and extension out through her front 1/3. I appreciate the cleanness out of her jaw and down into her brisket area. Yet she keeps enough rib shape when she comes in from behind that shoulder and on back into the rear portion of her body makeup. At times, if you want to criticize her a little, she might get up in her top just a little bit. But female that's green in her typing kind at this point, and will continue to get better every day of her life. In terms of type and kind, I really appreciate the female that's in the second class. I like the frame score that she carries for this stage of her life. I think she's really good in terms of balance out of that flank and the way that undercarriage comes on up into her chest cavity. She's a female that has plenty of angulation to her shoulder, but yet she keeps a nice wide top to her and a big hip, and she comes down real maternal into that lower stifle. She's one of the sounder, structured females out in the lineup. I like her quite a bit in terms of a cow prospect. Then we get down to the third class female that's probably excels out here in terms of mass and performance, lots of dimension all the way down her top and out over her hip. She stays very big in her bone work when you look at her on all four corners. With all that said, I'd maybe see her with a little more pizzazz to her front 1/3, like to see a little more extension up there, but a real power kind of heifer in the third class. Fourth class is a female that you really like in terms of her profile. She is a little more attractive than the one that was second in that class to her. I like the way she stays at her shoulder too, and the extension she shows me up through her front 1/3. Tremendous amount of length down her spine, and just like I said earlier, real attractive out of that tail head set, and grow bone lays in there nice and flat. Carries a nice maternal look also from that rear angle. If I'm going to change this one up today a little bit, I'd like to see her maybe just a little more fluid in her movement when she's on the go, just like to see her hit her track from that standpoint. But once again, four really nice heifers out here in the lineup. If you would, join me and let's give them one more round of applause, and I'll get your champion in reserve.
Once again, your judge for our Optimizer show is Mr. Chan Phillips, Mayslet, Kentucky. Matt?
Boy, really nice single entry bull here, folks. 103 on that yearling, and then, boy, look at your data sheet. Great on ribeye and IMF. I think that's an added value in him for what that I look for. Sure could have stood a lot of competition out here. I'd say he's awfully good looking, really good balance. Love the rib and the dimension that he has. He's sound structured, works plenty of shape and product to him. And I like him in terms of his condition for his size. I think this bull has got a lot of room to go, and I think he's just going to do nothing but get better every day of his life. Just a really good, complete kind of a bull here, folks.
Selected as our grand champion Optimizer heifer is entry 49 LFF Chloe 22C, shown by Fraser's Farm, Fredericktown, Ohio. Congratulations. In our Hereford ring, winning class 49 Late Spring Yearling Bulls is entry 499 BF Bar 1 10 wide down home. 4111 shown by Brumley Farms, Orovada, Nevada, and Bar 1 Ranch, Eugene, Oregon. In the ring now is Class 50 Early Summer Yearling Bulls. And your reserve grand champion optimizer heifer is entry 53. Shan, have you made your selection? Okay, 53. That's Bailey 312B, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. Congratulations.
What a nice bull here. It's another single entry that sure could have stood a little bit more competition in my mind. Really good looking. You really like the profile that it gives you. He's big boned and big footed, sound structured as he gets out and goes. You know, if I'm going to pick on this bull ever so slightly, my like him with just a little more natural lower 1/3 rib and volume there, just make him a little bit softer and easier doing the look. I'm not saying he's hard doing, just like to soften him up just a smidgen. Maybe tighten him up right there in his loin when he gets out and goes, but an awfully good calf.
Class 50 winner is entry 500 WCC FHF Cool Collections, shown by Chad Wilson, Cloverdale, Indiana, Wyatt Flatter, Yellow Springs, Ohio, and Flatter Hereford Farms, Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Boy, a nice division out here, folks. Just had two head, but I think they're both exceptionally good kind of stock in my mind. They're both lean and you know, they're sound, and they're fluid, and they're good looking, they're good balance. They're both of them are great in their testicular work. The calf that wins our first class has a tremendous EPD profile and a lot of future to him. You know, the calf that wins our second class, we talked, you like the power that he has. Maybe like seeing with a little more natural rib and body, but just a really good pair of bulls. Young Ladies bull out of our first class be our division winner. One of our second be our reserve.
Selected as your intermediate Hereford Bull champion is entry 499, Bar F, Bar 1, or BF Bar 1, 10 wide, down home, 4111, shown by Brumley Farms, Orovada, Nevada, and Bar 1 Ranch, Eugene, Oregon. Your reserve intermediate champion bull is entry 500, WCC FHF Cool Collections, shown by Chad Wilson, Cloverdale, Indiana, Wyatt Flatter, Yellow Springs, Ohio, and Flatter Hereford Farms, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 53A Spring Yearling Bulls. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 53B Spring Yearling Bulls to the makeup ring immediately. In our senior bull calf class, I failed to give you those placings. Placing first is entry 490, BF 109, Flinger 4158, shown by Burns Farm, Pikeville, Tennessee. That bull will be your senior bull calf champion. Second, and your reserve senior bull calf champion is entry 496, 4LT32 Abe B4032, shown by 4L Hereford Farm, Atwood, Tennessee. Third, entry 493, shown by Thomas Mead Jr., Midville, Georgia, and Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. Fourth, entry 488, shown by Donald Green, Munfordville, Kentucky. And fifth was entry 491, shown by Hannah Billing, Greendale, New Jersey. Exhibitors, please let me remind you one more time, there are no aerosol cans allowed in Freedom Hall. Please. No aerosol cans are allowed in Freedom Hall. If you need to use any paint or any oil or anything, please use it up the ramp, please. Attention Hereford exhibitors, please bring class 53B and 54 to the makeup ring, please. We need all bulls, 53B and 54. We need to get weights on those bulls, guys. Don't wait till the last minute. Okay, Optimizer, Bull Show. Let's bring our only entry in. Chan, you're going to get this one right, buddy. I could even do this with you.
Boy, there's a really nice bull here that wins this class. Really great across his EPD profile all the way from birth to carcass and marbling. Just a really complete kind of a bull. He's sound, he's functional, he's good looking, good balanced, stout and thick-ended, good rib. Just really, really nice and complete. Just the way a big bull ought to look in my mind. Calf that comes next is awfully good too. Got a great look. You know, he's stout and he's sound and he's functional. Just a really good kind of a bull. For me though, if we're going to pick on this calf, you know, we might like to blow him apart there right into his forerib. Maybe just give him a little bit more masculine head compared to the ones above him. But boy, that's an awfully nice bull. I think a lot of guys could sure get a lot of good out of him. The calf that comes next is just so sound and functional and rugged in his design. Just needs a shot more power behind his blades into his forerib, stouten him up out of his hip. Maybe wants to roll just a smidgen up front as he gets out and goes, but just a good athletic kind of a bull. Love the testicular development in that one. Calf that comes next has got a really cool look to him, probably a little stouter than the bull that's ahead of him, but wants to get a little steep and straight in his shoulder, like to set him back into his knee, give him a little bit more added rib and dimension, just any angle that you want to aspect and talk about that. The calf that comes next is a big-bodied kind of a bull, but he wants to get a little short in his neck, wants to get straight in his shoulder and his knee also and off his hind too, but appreciate the power that he has. Definitely a meat bull. Calf that rounds out the class is sound and functional. Just needs more bull there to get him any higher today for me.
Thank you, Matt. Now comments from our judge in our Optimizer ring on our grand champion Optimizer bull, Mr. Chan Phillips.
Like Ken said, even he could get this one right, but single entry in this Optimizer bull show, and he's going to be your automatic champion today. But you know, take nothing away from him. A calf that could definitely stand some more competition. Really a good-looking bull from the side. He stays good at his shoulder. He's got plenty of length and extension up front. I appreciate the way his head's shaped, the way his crest comes into the top of his shoulder, the way he lays on down that spine into his hip. Bull that stays very functional on the ground. Just a real nice single entry in this Optimizer division. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Selected as your grand champion optimizer bull is entry 45 LFF Yoda 1C, shown by Fraser's Farms, Fredericktown, Ohio. Congratulations. We'll take a picture of this bull and we'll move right into our Solaire Heifer Show. Can Solaire Heifer exhibitors please bring class 1, 2, 5, and 6 to the makeup ring, please. Placings in our Class 53A Spring Hereford Bulls. First went to entry 505, BLL LCC Sin City 4134, shown by Blake, Cody, and Abby Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Second entry 509, TJ Cold and Free 507, shown by Jeremy T. Jardis, Gibson City, Illinois. Third entry 508, shown by 4L Hereford Farm, Atwood, Tennessee. Fourth entry 507, shown by Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. Fifth entry 502, shown by Brian Yoder, Edinburgh, Illinois. And sixth was entry 506, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 53B Spring Yearling Bulls. Hereford exhibitors, I'd like to have Class 54 Junior Yearling Bulls to the makeup ring immediately. Class 54 Junior Yearling Bulls, you should be in the makeup ring right now. First call, Class 57 Senior Yearling Bulls and Class 58 2-year-old Bulls to the makeup ring. Class 57 and 58 Senior Yearling Bulls and 2-year-old Bulls to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Hereford barn, we're still missing entry 462 from Sandy Ridge Farms. Please get your entry 462 to the makeup. We need to get a weight on him.
Single entry in this first class of the Solaire show, but a female that sure got a lot of functionality about her. Really appreciate the undercarriage in this one, cow look that she has. Very maternal in her overall look. She has some longevity in terms of structure. Just a real nice representative for the single entry class.
Placing first in Class 1 Summer Heifer Calves in our Solaire show is entry 4 TCHS Princessa, shown by Terry Heron, Sadieville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Early Spring Heifer Calves, Solaire Early Spring Heifer Calves.
Boy, a really nice bull here to start off this class. Just puts together the most good things. I think he's still got a good look for being a bigger bull. He's sound, he's functional, he's big boned, he's big footed. You love his rib and his volume. You like how he bounces up from his chest floor all the way back into his twist. He's big backed, really wide and square hips, stout, thick ended, just a good, complete kind of a bull. The bull that comes next is probably a little softer in his hock compared to the one that's above him. He too has an awfully nice look to him. He's fresh in terms of his condition. You like the rib shape that he has and the dimension. What puts him second is when you get down and look at him from behind. He just gets a little narrower there right into his tail headset compared to the one that's above him, but an awfully close pair, awfully good class of bulls. Bullets in third. I really like how mobile he is. He just floats around the ring. You appreciate the bone and the footwork that he has. He just needs a little bit more power there in his hip, like giving him just a little bit more show ring look, but that's an awfully good individual right there. A good-looking, long spine, big hip kind of a bull that's big-boned and big-footed. But for me, he just gets too waisty and too deep there in his chest floor for me to get him any higher today. A nice, attractive bull that comes next that just needs a little more added shot of rib and natural volume to him. Maybe just widen him up in his skeletal design from his chest floor all the way back to his twist. Calf that comes next is one that's awfully good-looking, powerful bull. You like the width and dimension that you read out of his top and through out of his hip, and he carries that advantage into his lower one-third. Just gets a little hard in his full rib for me, a little straight in his shoulder and his knee to get him any higher. A really soft, sound, mobile bull here that just runs out of performance for me. Need to square him up from his hooks to his pins to get him any higher today, maybe make him a little truer from the hock to the ground. Bull that rounds out the class as you appreciate the growth and performance and length of spine, just gets a little too shallow bodied for me today.
Got a really nice Lear heifer to head up this class. One that's very functional on all four corners of her structure. I really appreciate the length of stride that she takes. I like the shape she has down her top and out over her hip. She carries that rib on down into her lower undercarriage there, carries a lot of balance, stays wide at her hock, and puts all that together with a real nice balance and unique profile up to her front one-third. Just a real complete balance, kind of a female to start the class with. The long-sided, long-fronted one is the one that comes in second here. Female, it is tremendously extended all the way through. Has a lot of femininity up through her front one-third. She's really clean in that throat and down into her brisket area. With that said, she just gives up a little bit in terms of rib shape and lower flank compared to the female that wins the class.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 2 early spring heifer calves is entry 7. STP Freedom, shown by T-Bone Cattle Company, Osceola, Iowa. Second, entry 6, shown by Mays Farms, Goreville, Illinois. We now will be selecting our spring heifer calf champion in our Solaire show. Placings in Class 53B. Spring yearling Hereford Bulls. First goes to entry 329, BAS DJF KJD Oshie 150B, shown by Dina Jack Farm, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania, and Kevin Deal, Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Second entry goes to 519, KLD RW Bouncer D41, shown by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Third entry 510, shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee, and Michael McGee, Clarksville, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 515, shown by Madison Culpepper, Gonzales, Texas, and Jarrett Worrell, Mason, Texas. Fifth, entry 511, shown by Kristen Bielema, Ada, Michigan. Sixth, entry 513, shown by Adam Yoder, Edinburgh, Illinois. And seventh, entry 514, shown by Pages Polled Herefords, Greencastle, Indiana. And eighth is entry 520, shown by William Dewig, Waldron, Indiana, and Grandview Farm, Springfield, Ohio. Chan?
In this first division of the Solaire Female Show, got two nice class winners out here in the lineup. Female that comes out of the first class, like I said earlier, is very maternal in her look. She's got plenty of rib shape. Once you get her back out here against the heifers behind her, you might want to see a little more condition on this one, maybe see her a little more fit and show ready to compete in this division, but a real nice brood cow prospect out of the first class. Get down to second class here. here. One, as you could tell when I talked to her just a minute ago, I really like in a lot of different ways. Just beautifully topped and hipped, and keeps wide at her hock and stays good on the ground. Just a really nice functional kind of a female to represent that class. She'll be your division champion, and the female at Class 1 will be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Spring Heifer Calf Champion in the Salier Show is entry number 7. She come out of Class 2, STP Freedom, exhibited by T-Bone Cattle Company, Osceola, Iowa. And your reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion out of Class 1, she's entry 4, TCHS Princess A, exhibited by Terry Heron, Sadieville, Kentucky. In our Salier Show, coming into the ring now is Class 5. These heifers range in age from February 1st to February 21st, 2015. Salier exhibitors, Class 6 should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 9.
Boy, really a nice lineup of big bulls here. Bull that wins for me, I just think he's the most complete one that's out here. He's sound, he's good boned, he's good footed, he's got an exceptional look to him. I like how soft ribbed that he is, and when you view him from behind, he's sure got a lot of power out of his hip, down his back, really stout in that lower 1/3, carries that advantage around, just really smooth and complete, just a good kind of a calf. This is just personal nitpicky preference things, just like change the color of his testiculars, just make them red, not white, but that's a good bull. Bull that comes next, really sound and functional, soggy, just a good rugged design kind of a bull that I like a lot in terms of functionality. Like to see his testicular size a little bigger. Maybe like to clean him up in his chest for a smidgen and blow him out right there from his hooks to his pins compared to the one that's above him, but awfully good bull. Like to have a bunch of them like that. Good calf. Bull that comes next is one that you appreciate the look that he gives you, really long and cool through that front 1/3 of his neck. And into his chest floor, like to tidy him up right there, blow him apart from behind his shoulders into his forearm, make him just a little softer as he goes. Maybe drop him into his twist and give him a little more power. Maybe wants to get a little smidgen up in that tail head, drop into his spine, but an awfully good kind of a calf. The bull that comes next is a big, stout, rugged design bull. A lot of meat and potatoes here, folks. Just stout and rugged in his design. Love his bone and his footwork. Maybe he gets just a little round from end to end for me off both sides of his skeleton to get him any higher today as well. A good-looking bull on the stop right here. I mean, he's as good-looking as any of them that are out here, but maybe wants to be just a little bit narrow-chested, narrow-based, like he's a little bit straight off his hind two, like to flex him in at that knee and blow him apart there in his pin set and drop his tail head into his spine and let it be a little truer. Two bulls that round out the class are good performance-oriented bulls. They just run out of bull power in this class to get any higher for me.
In this trio of females, we got some differences in types and kinds and size and scale. But with that said, I'm going to start with the combination female in this particular class, a female that's ideal for me in terms of where she's going to be in her mature size when she goes into production. I appreciate the rib shape that she carries out here today. I thought she was a functional female in this particular lineup. Get down to a little bigger kind here in second, one that's got a lot of extension all the way through. Appreciate that length of front off that front 1/3. I like the angulation to her shoulder. She gets out with some length of stride. If I could try to change her compared to the heifer that wins the class today, I'd just like to see a little more depth in her undercarriage, like to see her a little stouter in that quarter and bring it on down into her stifle with a little more mass, but a real nice, good looking one from the side there in second. Then we get down third place female that's got some quality to her. She's got some dimension down her top. Where I would change this one up today, I'd like to see her a little more attractive from her hooks to her pins. I'd like to see a little more balance in terms of depth of flank and the way she goes up into her chest cavity.
Boy, a really nice divisional lineup here, folks. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We have a really good six-head bulls out here. I mean, they're all stout and they're functional and they're good looking and they're big ribbed, and I think they fit out here, and then I think they go out and you turn them out on a set of cows, and I think you'd be just as happy with them, you know, after a summer's end of work or a fall end of work, whatever your program may be. I like all these bulls really well and really happy with the lineup of bulls that we have out here. The bull that wins the first class is just really a good looking bull. You like his front 1/3. You love his length of spine, his length of hip. A little green yet in terms of condition, but that doesn't bother me. I think that leaves him a little gas left in the tank to keep going. Sound and functional. You know, out here in this lineup, might like to make him just a little bit bolder there into his heart, maybe square him up from his hooks to his pins, but a really good, complete kind of a bull. The calf that wins our next class is one that's just a very unique individual in my mind. To pack that much power and hip and back and yet still keep it relatively sound enough. I mean, I'd like to see him just a little squishier past him, but it's plenty good enough. He moves good, got a good look to him, really good in his design and his type and his kind. Just a very unique bull. It's hard to find bulls that are that stout and can still have that nice a look, flat as shouldered, and still keep it all together. Young man's bull that wins our next class is one that you appreciate how fluid that he is. He just floats around the ring. He too has a good look. Maybe out here in this lineup might like give him a little more bone, maybe make him a little straighter off those hind two, square him up from his hooks to his pins, but nothing depriving from that bull. That's an awfully good bull, and nothing taken away from our respective second stand out here. I'll go show you my two favorites.
In our Soler Show Class 5, first place, entry number 8, LFF Carly 15C, exhibited by Fraser's Farm, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second place, entry number 11, DJSF BK Chanel 503C, exhibited by Diamond J Farms, Eubank, Kentucky. And third place, entry number 10, exhibited by Makia Cox, Irvine, Kentucky. In the ring now in our Soler Show is Class 6. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Entry in your bull show, our yearling champion bull, 329? Yep. Yearling champion bull come out of Class 53B. He's entry 329, BAS DJF Oshie 150B, exhibited by Dina Jack Farms, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania, and Kevin Deal, Fairfield, Pennsylvania. And your reserve, out of Class 53A, entry number 505, BLL LCC Sin City 4134, exhibited by Blake, Cody, and Abby Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. catch you up on placings in our Hereford Bull Show, Class 54. First place, entry number 527, ACC, Advanced Placement 105, exhibited by Allen Cattle Company, Hull, Georgia. Second place, entry number 522, BF Steak 417, exhibited by Burns Farms and Morris Hereford Farms, Mount Pleasant, Texas. Third place, entry number 523, exhibited by Empty Pockets Hereford Farm, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and John Thomas Wolfick, Jackson, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 528, exhibited by Brooke Hanna and Abigail Billing, Greendale, New Jersey. Fifth place, entry number 524, exhibited by Cody and Ashley Herman, WDF Cattle Company, Brandy Herman, and Flatter Hereford Farms. Sixth place, entry number 525, exhibited by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. And seventh place, entry 462, exhibited by Sandy Ridge Farms, West Lorne, Ontario. Go ahead, Judge Phillips.
In the Salier show, got a real high quality class winner here, a female that's just really fresh in her appearance, really good looking from the side, lays nice at that shoulder with plenty of extension up through her front 1/3. I like the way she comes down her spine into a nice fresh tailhead set, carries a nice maternal look down into that lower quarter, just a real functional kind to start the class. Get down to second place female, another high quality kind of a female, one that has some mass and dimension all the way through. This female is a real productive kind of an individual, but when we compare her to the one in front of her today, just doesn't have the overall completeness and look to compete with the class winner in this particular class.
Placing first in Class 6, Early Junior Heifer Calves is entry 14, JCGC Chanel 529C, shown by JOCG Cullimore Rising Fawn, Georgia. Second, entry 12, DJSF Eastern Star 1215C, exhibited by Jeremiah Privet, Somerset, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Junior Heifer Calf champion in our Solaire show. In our Hereford ring, entering the ring now is Class 57, Senior Yearling Bulls. We need Class 58, 2-year-old bulls to the makeup ring, please.
What a pair of bulls, folks. These two are awfully good. Splitting hairs difference, I like both of them really well. I mean, they're excellent bulls. I wouldn't mind taking either one of them home if they were mine. The bull that wins, though, I like his added look. I like his cleanness of chest. And to make a bull this stout and this long-bodied and still keep his spine good is just unreal for me. I mean, that bull is long, folks. He's long spine, long hip, and he's just as dead level and perfect laying into his tailhead as you can make one, and yet still stout and powerful and sound and good designed. You know, if we're going to pick on him, though, I'd like to see him with a little more natural forerib right there. He wants to get just a little bit pinched and a little bit tight, but that's a good bull. Nothing deterring from this bull here in second. Love how soft structured he is. He just floats around the ring. He's soggy made. He is deeper in his forerib and probably deeper in his flank than the bull that's ahead of him. But for me, he just wants to get a little shorter necked and just like to clean him up there in his chest floor. But what a class of bulls.
Placing first in Class 57, Senior Yearling Bulls in our Hereford ring is entry 531, BR Nitro Aventis 3116, exhibited by Hirschfeld Group, Galesburg, Illinois, Barber Ranch, Channing, Texas, and Riley and Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. Second is entry 533, DPH Catapult 1311, shown by Perks Ranch, Roxford, Illinois, and Douglas Pold Herefords, Merritt, Texas. Entering the ring for our final class of the day is entry 58, 2-year-old bulls.
In the Solaire show, a couple nice class winners out here in this division. Female of the first class has a lot of good to her in terms of internal dimension, cow look, and capacity. If you're going to compare her to the other class winner, you might want to tighten her up in terms of the way she's made there in her throat latch and the way she goes down into her brisket. You can make her a little more attractive off her tailhead set. But yeah, the heifer that does have lots of rib and will make a nice cow on down the road. Like I said earlier on class 2 here, really really an elegant kind of a female that's just very maternal and fresh in her appearance. She's going to be your division champion, and I'll use the heifer out of Class 1 for your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Selected as your junior heifer calf champion is entry 14 JCGC Chanel 529C, shown by JOCG Collimore, Rising Fawn, Georgia. And our reserve junior calf champion is entry 8 LFF Carly 15C, shown by Fraser Farms, Fredericktown, Ohio. Congratulations to both of you. Entering the ring now is Class 9 winter heifer calves. Class 9 Solaire winter heifer calves in the ring. Hereford exhibitors, as soon as we select our 2-year-old class, we will be selecting our senior champion bull, followed by our grand and reserve grand champion Hereford bull.
Well, folks, this is certainly impressive. For me as a judge, whether I'm judging or if I'm exhibiting, there's nothing more neat to look at big bulls. And we have 3 real good big bulls, and I like looking at it. I mean, it's all neat and it's all great, but when you can bring big bulls out here that are built like these 3, sound and functional and good, it makes you proud to be a Hereford breeder when you can see big bulls. This bull here wins for me. I just think he's the nicest balanced bull. He's the best in his top line. I think he has enough hip and lower 1/3 for me. He's big boned, he's big footed, he's nice in his chest floor, and he's still got a good look to pack that much meat and power in him, and yet he's still optimum frame size for me, like the bull. The bull that comes in second, if you want big, long, and growthy, here he is with a good look, and I admire that about him. But for me, he's pushing the frame score envelope just a little bit. Like to tidy him up there and do his chest floor, give him a little bit more natural forerib and heart right there. But folks, that in there is awfully, awfully good. The 1 in third is exceptional bull too. You don't find a bull this big, that's that long and that cool necked and that nice chested very often. So take a gander at him, because it doesn't happen every day, and yet he's still stout and he's powerful and he's sound. But for me, the reason that he's third, he's just a little too tight in his heart for me, and he wants to get a little bit too much roachy, not roachy, but too much power right there in the center portion of his loin. He wants to get those muscles up just a little bit. I'd just like to make him just a little bit smoother. But boy, folks, give these 3 bulls a great round of applause, because it's an exceptional set of bulls right here, folks.
In the Soler show, nice trio of females out here in this particular class, but the female that's going to head up the class does so quite handily, in my opinion. She excels out here in terms of dimension down her top and out over her hip. She stays very wide at her lower quarter. She's a female that's got adequate rib shape and dimension from that standpoint, and she puts all that together with a nice side profile. Get down to the second place female, the December of this class and division, is a female that is big enough in her frame score. She's got adequate depth of chest and balance coming back into that flank area. With that said, compared to the one that's going to win this class and division, I'd just like to see a little more angulation out of her shoulder when you put her in motion. Same holds true with the female third in this class. So get her on the move, you just like to free her up on all 4 corners, but on the stance, boy, she's one you really like in terms of a profile. She's a female that's got adequate rib shape. She's very maternal on her type and kind. I just like to see her a little more agile on the ground when she's in motion to go any higher in this class.
Selected winning class 9 winner heifer calves in our Soler show, and also BISA, our senior heifer calf, is entry 17, TSB Ava 903B, shown by Danielle Henning, Everest, Kansas. Second, and our reserve senior heifer calf is entry 15, SCC Breezy 424B, shown by Morgan Street, Cave City, Arkansas. And third, entry 18, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. Matt?
Wow, that's about all I've got for this division. It's sure neat to see these good bulls out here, and these are all 4 real good bulls. The bull that wins our first class, you know, we talked, him still has that look that's hard to find in a big bull, and flat-shouldered for the amount of power that he's packing. He's sound and he's functional. And like we made the comment in class, it's hard to get a bull that long-bodied and that long hip to keep his spine together and weighing what he weighs, and he does it exceptionally well. He's big and bold out of his hip, just a really good bull. As we talked to him in class, though, might like to see him a little better right there into his forerib, but an awfully good bull. Bull that wins our second class, you know, he's a big, rugged bone, big-footed kind of a bull. He really glides around the ring. He, too, is still plenty good enough looking. You know, he's nice in his body design. He's stout enough, too. You know, if we're evaluating him out here, maybe gets just a smidgen short-bodied with the bulls on either side of him. Still packs plenty of meat to him, just a really good bull. Nothing deterring from our respective seconds here. Those are awfully good bulls, too. I don't think any of these 4 bulls, if I'd take them home, I'd love to take them home and turn them out on my cows. I'll go show you my 2 favorites.
Selected as your senior champion bull is entry 531 BR Nitro Aventis 3116, shown by the Hirschfeld Group, Galesburg, Illinois, Barber Ranch, Channing, Texas, and Riley and Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. And selected as your reserve senior champion bull is entry 540 Del Hawk WRB Truth 713, shown by Del Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois, Barron's Farms, Mason City, Illinois, Jess Hawk, Earlville, Illinois, and Aaron McConnell, Clinton, Wisconsin. Congratulations to both of you.
In the Soler show, we got some differences in frame scores and types and kinds in this particular class, but in this scenario, I'm going to use a combination heifer for me today, one that suits me in terms of where she's going to be at in terms of mature size when she goes into production, just really maternal in her kind, really balanced all the way through. Get down to the second place female that packs a lot of performance and weight per day of age. She's a little bigger frame than I desire today, but a female that's really stout all the way through. If you could change her up today compared to the female other than her frame score, you'd like to see her with a little more angulation to her shoulder, like to tone her down just a scotch in her tail head to move her up the line. Third place female in this class is one that sure has a lot of quality to her. She's maternal in her look. She has some internal dimension. With that said, she's just a little plainer in her type and kind. Needs to be a little more attractive on the ground to go any higher in this class.
Before we select our grand champion bull, I'd like to also get you caught up on Class 58. Our 2-year-old bull, second in that class, was entry 539 RC Bolin 307, shown by River Circle Farm, Hartsville, Tennessee. And third was entry 535 ROF Time is Money 311A, shown by Rustic Oaks Farms, Tuskilwa, Illinois, and Lauren McMillan, Tuskilwa, Illinois. We now are ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion, Hereford Bull. Being escorted into the ring with the bulls today and leading our lineup is once again our National Hereford Queen, Miss Taylor Matheny, Mayslick, Kentucky. Let's put our hands together for Taylor, and congratulations on your National Queen. In our Solera ring, Class 14 late spring yearling heifers, first was entry 21, Miss 40B, shown by Samantha Reese, Petersburg, Tennessee. Second was entry 23, MAC Bernita 436B, shown by Suburban Home Farm, Spencer, Indiana. And third was entry 22, Mays Mays Back It Up, shown by Madison Mays, Goreville, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 15 early spring yearling heifers. Attention in the Hereford barn, if we have any get of sires or best 6 head entrants, please bring those to the makeup ring, please. Before our judge makes his final comments, I'd like to once again ask that you put your hands together for our judge for today's Hereford show, Mr. Matt Copeland, Copeland & Sons Herefords, Narragansett, New Mexico.
Well, folks, this is truly awesome out here. Again, I'd like to thank the Hereford Association and North American for having me. I'd like to thank my ring help today. They've been above and beyond awesome. I'd like to thank the staff. They've kept everything going really good. And you as fellow Hereford breeders. I'm talking to you guys here, there, and there. Isn't it truly great to be a part of a great breed? I mean, is this not awesome? Why don't you stand up and give yourselves a round of applause for being part of the best breed that there is? Come on, guys. You love Herefords? Come on, let's hear it. Yeah, there you go. It's truly awesome to be out here. Again, very humbling, very honored to ask to do this. It's been on my bucket list, and I appreciate it a lot. All these bulls here are the type and kind that I try to raise, I try to sell, and I try to promote. They're good looking, they're sound, they're functional, they're good nutted, they have a lot of volume to them, they're big, they're stout, they're functional, they're the right kind. These are the kind of bulls, folks, that has us in the driver's street as an industry today. These bulls and the females that we just saw. You guys as Hereford breeders should be proud of that, because I sure am. A little known fact right here, because you folks ringside won't have this. These Hereford bulls standing out here are above breed average in every aspect that they need to be, and below breed average on birth. How about that? Isn't that pretty neat? Give these bull exhibitors a great round of applause. Without any further ado, again, congratulations to all you exhibitors. It's truly been my honor and my privilege. You folks ringside, select your champion bulls. I'll go show you my two.
Selected as your grand champion Hereford Bull for this year's North American International National Hereford Show is entry 531 BR Nitro of Venice 3116, shown by the Hirschfeld Group, Galesburg, Illinois, Barber Ranch, Channing, Texas, and Riley and Bryden Barber. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion bull is entry 540 Del Hawk WRB Truth 713, shown by Del Hawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois, Barron's Farms, Mason City, Illinois, Jess Hawk, Earlville, Illinois, and Aaron McConnell, Clinton, Wisconsin. Congratulations to both of you.
In the Salier show, a couple nice females at the top of this class. They're a little different in their type and kind, but both of them have a lot of good to offer your breed. The female that heads up the class, I think that she's a unique combination of a nice profile and look from the side and stays clean up through her front 1/3, but yet she has enough depth in her undercarriage and comes back into that flank with nice balance. She gets it done on the ground when she gets on the stride. Just a real nice kind to start the class. Another nice one here in second, one that I really appreciate in terms of overall depth and internal dimension and capacity. With that said, I just like to change her up out of her shoulder when you put her in motion, like to have her with a little more angulation. You might give her a little cleaner look up front to compete against the heifer in front of her today. Third place female is one that's real maternal in her kind. She's long in her side profile, just needs a little more undercarriage, needs a little more performance to compete against the females in front of her in this class today.
Thank you, Chan. Placing first in Class 15 Early Spring Yearling Heifers is entry 9, STP Umber 4B, shown by Justin Willard, Reeds, Missouri. Second, entry 25, WST Miss Black Queen, shown by Marka Howard, Jamestown, Tennessee. And third is entry 24, shown by Megan Mays, Corville, Illinois. We now will be selecting our junior heifer calf champion. Okay, buddy. It is my pleasure to announce to our Hereford exhibitors that your premier breeder for this year's North American is Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. And your premier exhibitor is Perks Ranch.
In this division, two nice females out here as class winners, and the same holds true with the seconds over against the fence. Female in the first class is one that I appreciate in terms of her overall balance and look. I like the way she's designed down her spine and out over that hip, and the way that tail head lays in nice and flat there. She stays very maternal in her muscle pattern all the way down to the lower quarter there. If you're going to change her today compared to the one in front or behind her there in the second class, you might give her just a little more extension up front, might give her a little more balance in terms of a side look. Female in the second class, just really agile in her movement, really balanced from end to end. Tremendous amount of functionality represented here in this package. She's going to be your division champion today, and I'm going to go with the female of the first class for your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Selected as your junior champion Junior Calf Champion female in our Solaire show is entry 9, STP Umber 4B, shown by Justin Willard, Reeds, Missouri. And your Reserve Junior Calf Champion is entry 21, shown by Samantha Reese, Petersburg, Tennessee. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Solaire show is Class 18 Junior Yearling Females. Let's bring our Junior Yearling Females, Class 18, into the ring, please.
Get us higher. First place goes to Castle Cattle Company, Kearney, Michigan. And the C-A-R-N-E-Y.
And the sire is?
Company UP.
On our Get a Sire division, first place goes to Castle Cattle Company at Kearney, Michigan on RRR Bones 316 ET. And second goes to Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee on NJW Hometown 10Y. And our best six head goes to Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. That concludes our show today. Congratulations to all of our Hereford exhibitors, and we'll see you next year at the 2016 North American.
This is a really nice class of females over here in the Slayer ring. The two red heifers at the top end, I think they're both really high quality females. What's going to separate them out for me today is the one I'm going to use to win the class, I think, has just way more internal dimension all the way through. When you come in behind that shoulder, she's got more rib shape up there, and she carries that undercarriage down nice and low and brings it back into that flank with a lot of balance. Get down to second place female, real attractive individual. I like the way she looks from the side, plenty of extension and angulation up through that front 1/3. With that said, when you look at her 3/4 angle here, I'd like to see a little more forerib right in behind her shoulder. I'd like to change her up just a little bit there at her pin setting, wants to get a little low there. Nice female though here in second also. Then we get down to third and fourth. I went with the moderate frame female in this particular situation. She's a little more my kind from that standpoint. If I'm going to change her today, I'd like to see her a little more attractive out of her hock and on down to the ground on that rear leg. Then we end up the class with a female that's got a lot of rib shape and a lot of mass down her top and out over her hip. I'd just like to see her a little more pizzazz in her overall look and profile to compete against the heifers up in front of her in this class today.
Placing first in Class 18 junior yearling females is entry 29, JCGC Blossom 417B, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 27, SCC Bombshell 407B, shown by Morgan Street, Cave City, Arkansas. Third, entry 30, shown by Kristen Brewer, Goreville, Illinois. And fourth, entry 28, shown by Danielle Henning, Everest, Kansas. Entering the ring now is Class 19 junior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion, senior champion female. Pardon? We're down in the west. Yes, ma'am.
Real nice single entry out here in the ring. A female that is tremendous in terms of foot size and bone work, lots of substance in terms of her foundation. She gets around good in terms of length of stride and the way she covers her track when she's on the go. A lot of mass down her top and out over hip, plenty of rib shape. Just a real nice single entry in this class today.
Single entry in Class 19, WST Frosty's Babe, shown by Dakota Mortel, Kansas City, Kansas. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion female, followed by the selection of our grand and reserve grand champion Solaire female.
Tell you what, just bring them down and head it, just head it up this way.
You want to just turn them that way? Yeah. Let's head them that way. Bring her right on behind.
In this division, female of the first class is one that's very elegant in terms of structural soundness and the way she moves around the ring. I like the way she stays flat at her shoulder and she carries a lot of extension up through her front 1/3. I appreciate the way she comes out of her crest into the top of her shoulder and moves on down that spine to her hip. Stays maternal in her overall look, just a real functional, balanced kind of female that represents a lot of mass. Get down to the second class, the female that's really unique in terms of the power and the bone work, like I mentioned earlier. Super graceful when she's on the stride too. I really appreciate the structure on this female. I like the performance and the mass that she's carrying out here in the lineup. If I'm going to change her today compared to the one in front of her, I'd like to see her cleaned up in her chest cavity there at the brisket just a little bit. Maybe give her a little more extension compared to the red females directly in front of her. Then we get to the second place female. Like I said earlier, this one's really beautifully made. She's one that gets out with some length of stride. If you compare her to the two out here in the class winners, just might want to see her with a little more substance of bone. You'd like to widen her up at her hock just a little bit, just give her a little more shape from that standpoint. Three really nice females out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Selected as your senior champion females, entry 29, JCGC Blossom 417B, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. And your reserve senior champion female is entry 31, WST Frosty's Babe, shown by Dakota Mortel, Kansas City, Kansas. Congratulations. We now be ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion, Solaire female. Let's bring all of our divisional winners back into the ring, please.